Good afternoon, everybody. All right, let's call the meeting to order for the afternoon of April 12th, 2022. Tony, will you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Roscoe,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza, Arenas,
Here.
Foley, Mahan, Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
Thank
So,
you.
Tony, am I correct in believing we do not have any remote council members today?
I currently have no remote. If Esparza joins remotely, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So you do not need to roll call vote.
Okay, great. Then we'll do everything live. That'll help us move along. Wonderful. If you're able to stand, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Today's invocation will be provided by Pastor Abraham Zuniga from Bind.
Wrong month.
No, I'm sorry. Okay. I just read it off the page, folks. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Katerina Pistunova. I hope I have not mispronounced her name. Councilmember Cohn will tell us more.
Thank you. Yeah, you're just a few weeks behind on
That,
that.
yeah, I don't know how that ended up on my desk.
Thank you. We've been watching in horror the news out of Ukraine for the past couple months and searching for ways to help and support the people of Ukraine. And I can only imagine how much harder it is for Ukrainian immigrants and people living here in the United States as they watch what's going on from afar. So today we're joined by Katerina Pistunova, who will give us her perspective, share her thoughts about what is happening in her home country. Katerina was born and raised in Kharkiv, Ukraine, where her father is currently fighting as part of the Territorial Defense Forces. In 2015, she got a grant to study at Harvard, where she received a BA in physics. She's currently pursuing her PhD in physics from Stanford. In 2021, she helped co-found a Ukrainian student association at Stanford, which was finalized in 2022. The group recently successfully sent a plane load with more than $350,000 in supplies to Ukraine and are in the midst of a second fundraiser in the hopes of providing continuous support. She's worked tirelessly since the start of the war in Ukraine to build a coalition of grassroots organizations and activist groups to activate the population to increase support for the people of Ukraine. Katerina, welcome.
Right. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me here. As was already mentioned in the introductions, my name is Katerina Pistunova, and right now I am a physics PhD student at Stanford. But I was born and raised in Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, where my family has lived up until February 24th, the start of the war. Right now, my dad is in the army, defending Ukraine from invaders, and my mom is a refugee in Germany. I have not seen them for more than 2 years, first because of COVID restrictions, and now because of the war. Right now, when we look at our calendars, it's hard to believe that it's been more than 2 months since the start of the horrible invasion by Russia. The first day of the war was perhaps the scariest day in my life, when my mom texted me from the basement that their house is being shot at, dad left to the military base, they have no water and no electricity. I think the first few days have been the hardest for us, for me, for other Ukrainians, and for our friends and allies. We felt helpless, we did not know what to do, and we felt incredibly sad. But over time, this sadness and helplessness gave way to anger at the injustice of the situation. And this anger gave way to desire to act and to do something, not only for me, but also for thousands of people who are not Ukrainian, because this is not just our fight. Right now, Ukraine is at the forefront of the fight for democracy and freedom, freedom of speech and expression, ability to choose our representatives and choose our future and fate as a country and as a nation. And if these values is something you if these are also your values, if this is something you resonate with, you should care about what is happening in Ukraine right now. And we at Stanford have created a Ukrainian Student Association at Stanford, and we have been trying to help Ukraine ever since. A few weeks ago, we finished our first fundraiser where we gathered more than 350,000 worth of medical and humanitarian aid supplies. We found a plane and we found a person who would go all the way from Stanford to Ukraine to deliver these supplies. This mission has been was incredibly successful, and right now we are trying to have our second fundraiser. We have also been creating events on Stanford campus, such as a vigil for Ukraine, to commemorate all the souls lost in this senseless war. I think that this success would not be possible without the millions of people who care about what is happening in Ukraine. And this is why I invite you, people who invited me, and anyone who is listening, to please contact me at kpistunova@stanford.edu, or go to our events page on Facebook, Ukrainian Student Association at Stanford. We are organizing many more events in hopes of raising awareness and raising funds for further humanitarian aid. As mentioned, we have our second fundraiser because we want to provide continuous support. And we're also organizing an event on May 8th, which is called a Beacon for Ukraine. This will be a place for NGOs and speakers to come, hopefully to Stanford campus, and give presentations to local refugees from Ukraine in the Bay Area about resources and community that they can get connected to. We hope to have some speakers, so if anyone from the audience or from the City Council would want to participate as a speaker or in some other capacity, please reach out to me. We will also have other events, so please stay in touch if you want to. So to conclude, I would like to say that I firmly believe that Ukraine will win. Not because I'm Ukrainian and because I care about my country, which is obviously true, but because Ukraine right now stands for freedom and democracy, and I believe that in a civilized world, these values will win. So we will win eventually, but what price we will pay and what price the whole world will pay for this victory depends on all of us right now. It depends on me, it depends on you, it depends on our actions. And I do believe that we can make a difference right now while Ukraine is fighting, but also when the war will inevitably be over, Ukraine will need time to rebuild. So I encourage anyone who is listening to me right now to please help Ukraine during the war, but also when the war is over, and you can reach out to me to find out how. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Katrina. And she's told me that she'll send information to me that I can forward to everybody about how to reach out if you'd like to contact her.
Thank you. Yes, that would be great. Katerina, thank you very much for your leadership. All right. We have a few ceremonial items. We'll start with Councilmember Carrasco, who will join me at the podium. We're going to recognize and proclaim Children's Day, Día de los Niños.
Good afternoon, and I'll be joined, Mayor, by Blanca Carvajal. You know her well. And some pollitos that she brought with her. And I'm going to ask any of our council colleagues who want to join us, because you've been such great advocates for children, to go ahead and come down here if you're interested in coming. Love to share the space with you. I think this is a special day. Hello, everybody. You look wonderful. You look beautiful. Thank you for joining me today to memorialize el Día del Niño, during today's city council meeting. Dia del Niño, or Day of the Child, is a holiday that is celebrated in Mexico on April 30th that honors children and celebrates children and their contributions to our society. And I'm glad that this holiday has been gaining popularity in the US. Dia del Niño was made official in 1924 by then Mexican President Álvaro Obregón and Educational Minister José Vasconcelos to promote the well-being of all children in the country, emphasizing their status as incredibly vulnerable and impressionable. Traditionally celebrated with parades and activities that promote the rights of children, Dia del Niño reminds us of the magic of being a child. I want you to think back to your youth, to your childhood, when the most important things in life were friends, your latest crushes. Yes, riding a bike, how fast you could climb a tree, and convincing your parents that you needed a puppy. These are the memories that inform our current selves. But for many of our babies, these experiences are not afforded to them. Some have to learn to cook and care for siblings, work to supplement the family income, or in warring countries, be made to serve and fight, often becoming victims and witnesses to atrocious acts. Dia del Niño is about recognizing the vulnerability of children and doing our part to ensure that their rights, including a commitment to the right to life through a safe home free from violence, a right to education, especially as many of our own little pollitos were disconnected due to the pandemic, a right to food, right to health care, regardless of zip code, a right to water, a right to their identity, a right to freedom, a right to protection. And I like to add one more, the right to opportunity. Our kiddos need to be exposed to wealth building and mentorship experiences that show them that they are capable and worthy of success. We've ensured many of these rights by advocating for our youth master plan, by standing with and supporting survivors of domestic violence and sexual violence, by pouring millions of funds into bridging the digital divide, by working collaboratively with CBOs to address food insecurities, and by putting in strong protections for renters, ensuring that our families had stability in their homes, especially during the pandemic. All this work with a vision of protecting families and children. Because without addressing these fundamental necessities, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we cannot advance and ensure positive outcomes for our babies. I'm confident that with city's leadership, we will continue to ensure these rights by promoting health and racial equity, securing reliable and affordable childcare, ensuring access to education, and ultimately creating spaces where they can experience uninhibited joy. We will do this because this council and this city believes in these children. They are our teachers, our future medical professionals, the leaders of tomorrow. They will treat us with compassion and with empathy. We owe it to them and to ourselves to invest in them. If you're looking for a fun way to celebrate Dia del Niño, join me this Saturday, April 30th from 1 to 4 at 1850 Alum Rock Avenue, La Sonrisa de Cheque, so that our kiddos can enjoy a free ice cream and a resource fair. And it's an incredible honor to present today's proclamation to Blanca Carvajal. Mayor, if you could do the honors. Blanca is a mother to incredible talent here in the city of San Jose. To jazz artist Jared Carvajal, a rocket ship school dance teacher and event organizer, faith leader, and community activist who has been unwavering in her support of our San Jose kiddos. She's worked at Olander, Willow Glen, River Glen, Empire, Alpha, and rocket ship schools. She's always sharing a piece of herself with our elementary age children. I know that I've been personally touched by her generosity as my children. Blanca immigrated from Mexico in 1993 with the clear vision of making sure that our babies from a young age are resonating with their culture. 15 years ago, she formed the dance group Grupo Yolotli Guerrerense to both build cultural pride and help deter gang violence in the Washington neighborhood, ensuring that our kiddos have their right to life, freedom, and protection through fun. She's led hundreds of dance cohorts, many of whom continue the tradition and hold on to the memories they've made together. And through her faith, she's connected hundreds, if not thousands, of youths to volunteer opportunities throughout the city, inculcating in them the spirit of volunteerism. And at Rocket Ship Schools, she works hard to ensure the safety of their kids, calling out unsafe driving conditions and advocating for crosswalks so that they have safe access to their education. Muchísimas gracias, Blanca. I'm going to invite you to say a few words. La quiero muchísimo, Blanquita.
Yo también la quiero mucho. Gracias.
Gracias, Blanca.
Voy a hablar en español, ya me hizo llorar y me hizo recordar pues, qué tan viejita ya estoy, ¿verdad? De decir tantas escuelas que he trabajado. Estoy feliz y agradezco mucho, concejal Carrasco, alcalde, concejales, por este apoyo, porque en todo este camino que he nombrado, ellos siempre han estado conmigo. Siempre han estado apoyándome y es muy feliz para mí trabajar con niños. Vemos aquí nuestros niños que tenemos aquí y ellos desde que tenían 3 años, 4 años y están aquí con nosotros todavía bailando y siguen con esa pasión de ser serviciales en la comunidad y tener el amor con el baile, ¿verdad? Estamos felices de que ellos sean un gran futuro para nuestra ciudad de San José y que sigan el ejemplo no nada más con sus compañeros, sino en un futuro con sus niños. Gracias, concejal, gracias a todos. Y también quisiera invitar a mi mamá que está aquí. Ven, mamá. Ella desde pequeñito siempre nos enseñó a que tenemos que respetar nuestras culturas, ser serviciales y es de ella que desde pequeñita yo aprendí esto y me encanta compartirlo con mis niños y que siga esto de generación en generación y quiero agradecerle a los papás que siempre también están apoyándonos para todos los eventos y trabajando juntos con la concejal, con los concejales, con el alcalde y gracias también a las escuelas que siempre han confiado en mí y que han trabajado conmigo. Rocket Ship, como dijo Kiarita, me faltó la escuela Castelero también. Y pues todas estas escuelas que han pasado aquí, ¿verdad? Que me han dado la oportunidad de trabajar. Gracias y de verdad les agradezco de corazón.
I'll summarize very quickly. Blanquita just wanted to thank all the council members and the mayor because she's worked with each and every single one of us. I think at some point she's got families and children and schools in every district in the city. If you don't know her, I don't know where you've been, but she's got a very long history here in the city of San Jose. But she wanted to just point out that some of these kiddos have been dancing since they were 3 and 4 years old, and as a result, they really have ingrained. She's ingrained in them a real love for the city and a love of service and volunteerism. But she wanted to point out her mother in particular. Señora, levante la mano para que sepamos de quién estamos hablando. That's Mama over there who started Blanca at an early age of volunteerism and service to others. And this is where the values are embedded and where they started. And she's grateful to all the council members. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that and knew what she was referring to. And of course, Mayor, I know that you have a long history with her and she always points out Kiara because she started out at Washington. So thank you, Blanca. Castelero. Oh, Castelero, that's right, yes. So thank you, everybody. Muchísimas gracias.
Nope. We're going to go to the Bay Area. Furniture Bank. So we have some incredible nonprofit organizations in this city. We're blessed to have many. One that doesn't necessarily get the headlines, but does an incredible amount of work is the Bay Area Furniture Bank. And I wanted to invite Ray Piontek. Ray, did I mispronounce your name? You're going to correct me. Okay, good. And Joe Noonan's going to come on up here. And we're going to recognize the incredible work that the Bay Area Furniture Bank does. I know the name does not sound that sexy, but but it turns out that the mission is pretty remarkable. It's to provide dignity and stability in our community by redirecting donated furniture to families in need. And what Ray has done has been nothing short of extraordinary. Like many great ideas in Silicon Valley, this one started in a garage, Ray's garage to be specific, back in 2016. That garage has now grown. It's now a 40,000 square foot warehouse with 10,000 pieces of furniture in it. So I'm guessing that your family's grateful that it's no longer in the garage, it's in the warehouse. They collect, of course, furniture donations from large corporations and schools, hotels, and they donate that furniture to help folks move in to their new home. And of course, we're talking about many families in need, 2,520 families to be precise. That includes 2,454 children and 1,758 unhoused residents, all who have been helped through the delivery of more than 24,000 pieces of furniture. That's a pretty efficient garage. So Ray, we are so grateful for your passion and what you have done, in addition to your enormous service to our community. Through this endeavor, you spent 27 years serving our country in the Navy. I know service is nothing new to you, and we wanted to honor the Bay Area Furniture Bank and you for this extraordinary work. I know you've got many fans here as well. I see Annette, who is one of the many who help so many of our unhoused residents be able to get back on their feet, and we're grateful for all the work that you do. Would you like to say a few words, Ray?
Sure, please. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I'd like to start off with just a short video.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
We started the Furniture Bank 6 years ago, and it was just an idea that we could deliver furniture slightly used to people needing it, transitioning from homelessness. The mission of the Bay Area Furniture Bank really is to promote dignity and stability, and that's by helping the community in need by redirecting the furniture and taking it away from landfill.
I just chose to move back to California for a better life and better opportunities for me and my daughter. After coming to California, I was out of money, so I reached out to the county services. Praise God, we had a roof over our head. The only thing I could think is we need something to sleep on. We slept on the floor for 8 days straight, and that's where Bay Area Furniture came in.
Well, we were really delighted to receive a phone call from Hassan. It's been a pleasure working with him. Initially, when he called, he was pretty much in tears. He said, I have nothing. I could use as much as you can give me. I'm a baker. I just came from New Orleans. Help us.
Having a vision of what needs to go in the space is really important. Who's going to live there? In this case, Hassan and his 5-year-old daughter, Callie. And how can we make this home livable for them?
Once the furniture arrived, I just was amazed at how beautiful it was. It was in great condition. That furniture turned our house into a home.
To be able to bring in a bed to sleep on at night, to be able to bring in a table to sit around and have dinner together. These are the building blocks that we all need in order to create that stability so that we can move forward. There's an opportunity for everyone to get involved in helping people like Hassan and Callie. We'll take that furniture, we'll process it, and we'll get it out to people who have no furniture, and we'll help them rebuild their lives.
You know, I'm just grateful for it all. I'm just really grateful, you know. It's very heart-touching for me. What you guys have done for us has just been great, you know. I couldn't thank you enough.
Not only do we support families such as Hassan's, but we also are supporting some development projects going on a much larger scale. We will continue to expand our services and support, but we have a pressing need, and that is your continued financial support.
I'm so excited. My daughter's excited. We're living again.
So if I may, for starters, please introduce the fellow members from the Bay Area Furniture Bank. Brian Friss on the end, who's a member of our board of directors. Tina Petrini, who is community relations. Joe Noonan, who was a former employee, now on the board of directors, and will be a future employee. We're going to get him back, guaranteed. If I may, I've got a few remarks here on the back of an envelope. You know, at the end of every delivery that we make, we ask the recipients of furniture to fill out a survey. And the last question we ask on the survey is, did we make you happy? And Hassan's response there, he didn't have to be asked to fill out a survey. You can see that is typical of the responses that we get from everyone we deliver furniture to. We're now working with over 700 caseworkers and social workers in Santa Clara County primarily. And with them, we deliver furniture to 70 to 100 families every single month, which is a challenge, quite frankly. And if it wasn't for the benefactors, Google, Javier Gonzalez getting us the warehouse space, and Matt and Dave Hengho providing the logistics support, we couldn't be doing this right now. And they should be up here right along with me for the contributions that they have made. We started furnishing projects also recently. As our business keeps growing and expanding with the surging needs, we're now doing projects. We did the Lee Avenue project for seniors. We furnished 62 units there. And in December, we did the IMSE Village project in downtown San Jose for 109 units. And we see a lot more of those projects coming with the great work that the mayor and city council is doing. So we look forward to that. It's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. But as you can well imagine, providing 85 kitchen tables and probably 200 chairs to go along with them every single month, along with 100 new beds, along with 100 plus dressers, it's a challenge, quite frankly, coming up with it. And when the large volume donations are not there, which they dried up during the pandemic, with renovations having stopped, we have to go out and buy the furniture. And so over the last few months, we've spent $165,000 buying furniture. And when it comes time to be assembled, we have volunteers come in and assist assembling. Except we have hit on one unique way of getting the furniture assembled, and that is having deputies come down from the Santa Rita jail, take the furniture back up there. We're participants in the vocational training program at Santa Rita Jail, assemble the furniture for us, and bring it back down. And that has helped tremendously. They do that on a weekly basis. Our ask, if you will, right now, is for your continued support. We appreciate all that you've done and would appreciate also, even more so, if you could talk to the large corporations and companies, quite frankly, around here, who are downsizing because of the pandemic and people not coming back to office space, working from home. Anything that you can do to get us referrals would really be appreciated. It'd be a big boost going forward. Thank you again, Mayor, for the confirmation and the recognition. Seriously appreciate it. Our efforts really are to help not only the community, but the environment, and we do so very proudly. So thank you again, really appreciate it. And let me end it this way. You made us very happy today. So, thank you, sir. Let's come on over here.
All right, here's your note. Joe, don't go anywhere. You gotta hang tight here. Come on over. Joe doesn't know this, but Joe actually called me to say, hey, we got to honor the incredible work that Ray and the Bay Area Furniture Bank do. And naturally, that's the way Joe is, because Joe is always about being an incredible champion and cheerleader for our community in every way he can be. For those, I think just about everybody knows Joe Noonan, who's sitting behind me, because you can't go to a downtown event or anything that's remotely fun in the city without seeing Joe Noonan. He is omnipresent. And he always has that incredible smile, and it lights up the room. And usually when you have an encounter with Joe, everybody walks away a couple inches taller. And it's just so happens Joe has served in lots of different ways, in addition, obviously, to this great work he's done with the Furniture Bank, with the Downtown Association, Christmas in the Park, Cinequest, San Jose Jazz Festival, and right here, of course, City San Jose with our Parks and Recs team and Neighborhood Services Department, supporting Viva Calle and so many amazing events. And so he's got a lot of friends in this city. Joe has a superpower of bringing people together, and every conversation usually ends with, hey, I got to introduce you to somebody, because that's the way Joe is, bringing people together. Joe has been fighting an unbelievably courageous battle, and we are with him as he fights this battle. He's in stage 4, and we know that there are an awful lot of folks here in San Jose who love you and are with you every step of the way, Joe. And I know you're going to be back at work because they need you over at the Furniture Bank soon. So I wanted to just offer this commendation on behalf of a very grateful city and me for being an amazing champion for San Jose.
Absolutely, real quick. Wow. Thanks. I didn't expect this. My dad got us out here in 1987. Best decision he ever made. And I fell in love with San Jose, and I've been in love ever since. This is really nice. But the reason I'm here is because of the people that I know in this area and the real leaders in this area that I've been able to work with over the years, starting with the Downtown Association with my dear friend Amy Anderson, who really got me started, and Blog A and everybody. And oh, goodness.
That's okay. We're going to get you a better one.
I'm broke. I just, let me, no, you sure?
I got it. You take care of the speaking. I'm just going to put this together.
I'll be really brief, which is rare for me, but I don't want to, look, I've had so many opportunities. Like I said, Blog A and Julie and all those people, the Downtown Association, every Nate that ever worked there, Jason Minsky, at Christmas in the Park. These are leaders. These are people. Phil Maresca and Brian Clampett and Todd Trayer and all these, Amy and everybody. These people are leaders, and I look up to them and I aspire to be like them. And I love San Jose, and I often say that San Jose is a city that keeps trying, and it does. It keeps trying, and we are an awesome city, and thank you all so much for this wonderful honor, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
And I want to thank members of the Joe Noonan fan club who came out impromptu. It's part of this secret honor. All right. Okay. I know it's hard to go on after that, but Councilmember Sylvia Arenas is here, and we are honoring the work of our city and many partners in Sexual Awareness Month? Yes. Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Yes. Thank you, Sylvia.
It's a whole month, but it really is all year long that we should keep this awareness. And while I'm waiting for all of the members of our sexual assault investigative unit to come down, and even those who are not part of it, but you work out in the beats and you interact with our children and families, and I see Captain up there as well. And so thank you as well for the service that you provide, because I know this effort is multi-layered. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be here today to recognize April as Assault Awareness Month. And we've been observing since April 2001, and I've asked my female colleagues to come down, as they're not only part of my Brown Act, but they're part of the warriors and fighters to make sure that sexual assault and domestic violence, I know that Councilmember Carrasco has been leading the charge on that, is front and center for many of us. So this proclamation isn't just a proclamation to create awareness. It's also in gratitude of all the work of the men and women that are behind me. As you all know, that sexual assault is a serious issue, and it affects people each year. Nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 7 men will have been raped sometime in their lives, with women of color being at greater risk for rape. Unfortunately for children, it's 1 in 10 will be abused before the age of 18, and 1 in 3 girls has experienced rape or attempted rape between the ages of 11 and 17, and 1 in 5 children will be sexually solicited while they are online. In the city of San Jose, we have seen a trend for children under the age of 13 increment for more than 10 years. And the people behind me have worked with me, have worked with my council colleagues, have worked with our mayor to ensure that we stop this pipeline. Many of us talk about this when we get together with our joint meetings with the county, but it isn't a kitchen table conversation per se. And the pipeline that impacts a lot of children of color that starts from school and punitive punishment, it reinforces that pipeline to prison. Unfortunately for young girls, this pipeline is of sexual assault, and we don't talk about it enough. And our research shows that typically this is going to create a track for sexual assault survivors. This will create a track for them to be maybe involved in sex trafficking, in sex work, or in intimate partner violence. And so we want to make sure that we disrupt, interrupt, and really create a new pipeline for our young girls in this city. And the men and women behind me are doing this in the streets every day through their investigation. The women and men also behind me who are policymakers are also creating such huge differences, because we are making policy changes that will have generational changes. One of the things that could be a first line of defense really is some prevention. And we've seen how recreation programming, especially under the city of San Jose, has made a difference for many of our children during the pandemic. It will continue to make a difference, and now we need to invest. And so in an upcoming item 7.1 under City Roadmap, Child Care Spending Plan for America, Rescue Plan funding for children and youth-focused programs and services. It just rolls off the tongue, that title. Under this item, I'm going to ask my council colleagues once again to stand with me and invest in our children. And this is prevention dollars that will be able to support very gender-specific programming for our young girls and for our young men as well. But let me transition to the folks that are actually doing a lot of really difficult work as they interact with our survivors. Some of them as very young, and very much on the other end of the spectrum in terms of age. They're the folks who are the last line of defense that we really want to use. The first line of defense are some of the prevention dollars and programming and disruptions to this pipeline. They're the last ones that we really want to utilize. But I'm absolutely grateful that they're here. I'm grateful that they're able to work in this field, because I think it takes a special heart, a special soul, and an ability to investigate and to lead some of these cases to the ultimate justice that we want to see for our young survivors. And so behind me, I want to talk about Chief Mata. So I want everybody, of course, Chief Mata, you don't have to raise your hand because everybody knows you, but as I mentioned some of these names, please raise your hand because I want people to know who you are and I want the recognition to go to you. I'm going to start with our Chief Mata. Behind me is also Deputy Chief L. Washburn, Captain Jason Dwyer, Lieutenant Jaime Jimenez, Lieutenant Can Tran, Sergeant Gary Buhay, Sergeant William Stanfield, Sergeant Jennifer Majors, Sergeant Samuel Marquardt, Detective Daniel Hall, Detective Pilar Montes, Detective Brooke McCaughan, Detective Nicholas Berry, Detective Emmeline Dale, Detective Benjamin Lamb, Detective William Wolf, Detective Cynthia Hahn, Detective Lisa Tyndall, and Crime and Intelligence Analyst Angeline Montesa from our Sexual Assault Investigations Unit, as well as, I think Adriana Caldera is here as well, right? Oh, there we are, Adriana. And so I want to first, before I move on to tell you all about their illustrious work, I just want to have a big round of applause for all the work that they're doing. And I'm just going to tell you really quickly, when we started this effort, we had our mayor funded us for about $700,000 to create some systemic changes. And we put a gender-based prevention work plan together, which many of those items have been checked off, and I'm really extremely proud of the work that our workforce is doing, especially the people behind me. I've named them all. And each one has contributed in a very different way. I'm absolutely grateful to you. You are the folks that I'm relying on to ensure us that when we don't catch them in terms of catch our survivors and or before they become survivors, that we really prevent much of this from happening. That when it comes to your point, that you are also disrupting this pipeline for us. And this is where I rely on you to help us disrupt this pipeline. It is not only just a case, I know you know this, I'm singing, you're my choir here, but you're really making a huge difference for many of the survivors to be able to continue on a track to happiness, to fulfillment, to vibrancy, and be able to rejoice in their life once again, and instead be part of that pipeline that I discussed earlier. So thank you so much for all the work that you do, all the calls that you make, all the visits that are uncalled for, but your heart tugs you there. All of the extra additional phone calls that you make. Thank you so much for putting all that effort in. It is not lost on me, the work that you do. I'm absolutely grateful, and my team is absolutely grateful. My chief, Nancy Lay, who has been leading this effort as well alongside with me from the very beginning. I'm grateful to her for her endless support in the middle of the night too. So thank you so much, everybody, for all the work that you do. I wish I could hug each and every one of you, but because of COVID, I'll just say it's heartfelt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas. And on behalf of Chief Mata and Assistant Chief Paul Joseph, I'm Deputy Chief L. Washburn with the San Jose Police Department, and I oversee the Bureau of Investigations. And again, just want to say thank you to Councilmember Arenas, Mayor, and Council. It is an honor to be recognized for the work that we chose, when we went into a life of service. I just want to say that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, a time to focus the attention to the prevalence of sexual assault and educate communities, individuals, and relatives about how to prevent it. We at the San Jose Police Department work in service of these efforts. Our detectives who stand behind me Our professional staff and crime prevention specialists educate to prevent incidents of sexual assault and intimate partner violence through community engagement and directed outreach. With our city, county, and advocate partners, we strive to empower our survivors to report and participate in the investigative and judicial process. With our sexual assaults investigative unit behind me, our special victims unit to include internet crimes against children, and our family violence unit, in concert with our community-based organizations, we work collaboratively to educate our officers, to build transparency and trust with a trauma-informed approach toward our survivors. Lastly, as law enforcement, our ultimate goal is that of a thorough investigation leading to successful prosecution in the hopes that it will bring about healing for our survivors and their loved ones. On behalf of the San Jose Police Department, we recognize this as important work and strive to continuously improve our standard through collaboration, education, and outreach. We are committed to providing a high level of service to our city and our community, and highlight the important nature of this service in Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work. Gather around for a photo. And also just want to include a quick thank you for the YWCA and the amazing work they do in partnership. Thank you. All right, thanks, everybody. We're going to go back to our agenda, beginning with the orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Seeing no hands, we'll move on then to the closed session report. Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive authority this morning to file a writ in the 6th District Court of Appeal challenging two California Public Utility Commission decisions, and we will be filing jointly with at least one other community energy business. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on then to the consent calendar. Are there items that anyone would like to pull? I know Councilmember Foley and I would both like to recuse ourselves from item 2.7, which is the actions related to the agreement with Hewlett Packard Incorporated for ground lease termination. Do we need any further disclosure beyond that, Nora? Okay. Are there other items to be pulled?
It's not a disclosure, but I just wanted to say that my wife works for Hewlett Packard Enterprises, which is a separate,
Not this one.
totally separate company. So I just wanted
Yes.
that to be on.
The other Hewlett Packard.
The other
Okay,
Hewlett Packard.
so there's
Just
no
wanted to be
conflict.
on the record.
Okay, great. Are there any other items that council members would like to pull? All right, then, we'll entertain a motion. Motion from Councilmember Reyes, second from Councilmember Carrasco. Can we vote all these together and just recuse ourselves on that item, or you need to separate it all out?
No, we can note that you're recused from those two.
Okay. Then we just go back to the old-fashioned way. Let's vote.
Yeah, I have public speakers for consent.
Oh, right. I guess we should do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Thank you, Tony.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Public comment time. Hi, everyone. Happy end of April to everyone, 2022. It's my hope that You have many agendas that are being approved in the minutes process today. Thank you for that. I haven't looked over them yet, but I'm assuming that you're getting better at the minutes process. And a call out to Paul Soto, who worked really hard on this stuff. So the future of the minutes process can be reorganized and done well in our future. So thank you and good luck in those continuing good efforts. You have an item about the future of in lieu fees and that you're working on that. Real good luck to ourselves in how it's difficult to do, but it can become a good thing to do that. I can do that. It'll just take some perseverance, and the sort of consistency I hope we can look for is the idea that, excuse me for the announcement, the sort of consistency I hope we can be looking for is that when people want to build here in the future, they will simply see the idea, want to feel the idea that as they're building, they know that unhoused and people of low income will be taken care of. And it's an important concept in San Jose for the future of San Jose. That's consistency. And that's, if developers get that message and it really becomes clear, we'll be in good shape. So good luck in working on this effort. And thank you for all the efforts on there's a lot of issues about repaving, and that's really helpful. And it's really helpful that, I think it's part of good practices of natural disaster preparedness that the mayor has really, really nicely developed. Thank you for that. We may not be in for a serious natural disaster, but to talk about and prepare for it is always really helpful. Thank you.
Brian Darby.
Yes, again, this is probably time. I just want to thank, again, I really want to appreciate this because of my vision issues. The way that the format, I don't know if anything's changed, but it's been much easier to read. And I really appreciate the people who put together the consent calendar the way they do. It makes it a lot easier to actually follow along. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure you guys get credit too. Take care.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I wanted to thank Paul Soto too, as Blair Beekman did, because Blair Beekman is recognizing, because we participate in our democracy. I do, Blair has, Brian, and Paul Soto. And so what we're noticing, because really the way it's supposed to be in our world is it's supposed to be government over business, the individual over government.
Tessa, what item are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that we even have the ability to comment on the consent calendar. And so that was what I was talking about. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fascist ways of even not allowing us to talk. I see it in the way the agenda is set up now, or the warning to the community. You can only do this. There's a lot of fascism in terms of reducing our ability to comment. And so, okay, you're going to cut me off, but I'll get back.
I need you to talk on the topic.
Okay, good. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that attitude. You didn't cut me off. You said get back to topic. Very good. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so the consent calendar. The one thing I was thinking was the whole thing with the city attorney was saying that she's going to contact something about, and we were talking about something to do with the PG&E or something or an energy. And one of the issues we're having to deal with, and that's why I'm on this meeting, is our climate crisis and how our city is addressing that. So I would have liked to know more of what the city attorney was talking about. That should be more clarified. So, but what she was intimating is that there's something going on. And I know something's going on with PG&E and the PUC, and how what's happening is they're trying to charge our solar use. And that needs to change. We need to have decentralized solar. Even the way the city is doing it in centralized is not good. We need to
call in user 1.
Yeah, maybe my complaints are getting out there. The utilities in San Jose is third world with PG&E, and I'm glad that you guys are actually doing something about it, because my council member, flat out told me she doesn't know what to do, or it's not her problem. You got to go to the state. Oh, you guys are doing something about it. Now, the electrical grid that you think you're going to build, this I got to see. But the city really needs to put pressure on PG&E
What,
and
what
anyone
what item on consent calendar is dealing with the PG&E?
what the city manager just did. Hello?
He's referring to the report out from the city attorney, I suspect.
Oh, Mark?
Yes. Is it appropriate now to talk on item 6.1?
Not at this time. When we get to 6.1, we'll take comment
I
then.
see. Okay.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. I just want to acknowledge and thank Brian Darby for recognizing the work of Tony Tabor and team at the clerk's office in making these agendas and the processes more accessible for members of our public. We appreciate that, and thank you for recognizing that. All right, are there any, Councilmember Foley?
I just want, thank you, Mayor. I just want to confirm that if I vote yes on the consent, it's still being recorded as recusing myself from 2.7.
I think that's what the clerk just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, let's vote. I forgot how to do that.
Okay, the vote's unanimous.
It's unanimous. All right, thank you. All right, item 3.1 is the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Jennifer's nothing if not succinct. 3.3 is the environmental review of new development audit. It's an audit of environmental review for new development. I know it sounds a little awkward, but it's a good audit anyway. Welcome, Joe. Welcome, Rosalind. Welcome, Chris and team, Robert.
So good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Allison Pauley and Abella Obi from my office with our audit. Environmental review for new developments, better project management, reviewing resources can improve the CEQA process. We're also here with Robert Manford and David Keon and Chris Burden from the Department of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. And I think we just kicked Rosalind out of the box.
The boss sits in the back.
So new developments in San Jose are reviewed to consider how the project affects the surrounding environment. The California Environmental Quality Act is the primary piece of legislation that governs environmental review in San Jose. CEQA requires agencies to provide information to the public about environmental impacts of new development and identify ways to potentially mitigate those impacts where possible. Agencies must evaluate a variety of impacts, including air quality, biological and cultural resources, traffic, and others. These reviews are led by a team in the city's Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, or PBCE. The CEQA process is complex, involving multiple city teams, as well as the applicant and a third-party environmental consultant. Environmental impact reports, the most thorough type of analysis that may be required, can take almost 2 years to complete. For example, in our review of 13 projects, the median length of time it took to complete the review was 21.6 months. For supplements to EIRs or negative or mitigated negative declarations, the median time exceeded a year. In an auditor survey of environmental review customers, timeliness and communications around the length of the review process were both noted as concerns. The objective of this audit was to assess the time required to complete the city's CEQA review process. I do want to point out that each development project is different, and the type of impacts can vary as well, so the length of time can be impacted by various project-specific factors. Our work focused on internal processes that are common among all projects. The first finding was that improved internal processes can help manage environmental reviews. The CEQA process, as noted, is lengthy and requires coordination and communication among many different stakeholders, including the applicant, the CEQA planner, an entitlement planner, city staff and other departments, and an outside environmental consultant. Environmental review and entitlement processes occur concurrently and are generally led by two different planners, the entitlement planner and the CEQA planner. Because of the complexity of projects and the long timelines, Coordination can be challenging as there are not standard procedures around formal information sharing, holding regular meetings, or establishing defined timelines for all projects. To improve the management of the CEQA process, we have recommendations to expand the model for planners to handle both the entitlement and environmental review processes, and develop standard project management procedures around information sharing, timelines, and other areas. In addition, the timeliness of the environmental review process is not currently measured against goals or targets. The city's integrated permitting system could facilitate measuring timeliness of the process, but is not used consistently in this manner. Other jurisdictions have benefited from standardizing processes with tools or templates for routine activities. And lastly, the city's public projects may require environmental review. However, other departments may not be fully aware of the CEQA process. This can result in delays. We have additional recommendations in this finding to set performance targets for CEQA reviews and improve data entry to allow measurement of progress towards those targets, updating and developing tools and templates to standardize routine processes, and educating city staff and other departments about the CEQA process. The second finding is better management of consultants can help keep projects on track. Applicants hire environmental consultants who prepare the bulk of the analysis that drive environmental reviews. In 2019, the city created an optional list of approved consultants, and since the establishment of the optional list, the median length of time that approved consultants took to complete negative declarations or mitigated negative declarations was 3 months shorter than non-approved consultants. However, beyond having that list, the city does not have much control over which consultants work on environmental reviews. Also, environmental consultants are often working on projects for long periods of time, but staff do not regularly track how work is progressing. And lastly, though staff has prepared draft guidelines for consultants about the city's CEQA process, these have yet to be finalized or published for public use. To improve the management of work done by consultants, we recommend PBC establish procedures for regular communication between the environmental review planners and consultants, and consider establishing a list of required consultants, and finalizing its draft CEQA guidelines for consultants. The third finding is that staffing and workload should be reviewed to ensure the program is sufficiently resourced. The CEQA team consists of 11 staff, including one principal planner who oversees the team. The CEQA team has experienced turnover and has reported challenges with high workload, but evaluating the resource needs of the CEQA team is difficult because staff undertake unbillable work and there's incomplete workload data. Currently, PBC has been working to improve in this area and intends to review the cost recovery calculation to improve fee setting and budgeting accordingly. Planners on the CEQA team complete tasks that would be more appropriate for support staff, such as invoicing, preparing mailings, and similar work. And to better assess and distribute workload, we recommend that PBC update guidelines for how to track time, including for unbillable time, and review the related fee calculations as appropriate, and also reassign duties as possible, which could include filling the team's vacant support staff position. The last finding is that options for city-initiated environmental analysis should be regularly weighed as part of strategic planning. In some cases, the city has initiated environmental analysis that affects the type of review or the level of review needed for new developments. There are several types of such analysis that the city could pursue. An example in recent years was the city had conducted an EIR, environmental impact review, for the downtown area. Undertaking this type of environmental analysis comes at a cost and requires resources and careful planning. And whether to initiate new environmental analysis and what type to choose is a decision made by the City Council. To be effective, it should happen as part of the City Council's decisions about overall strategic planning. We have one recommendation: to enable the City Council to make informed decisions about strategic planning. We recommend PBCE regularly present to the City Council options for analyses that could streamline environmental reviews as part of the city's comprehensive planning efforts. The audit report includes 12 recommendations to improve the city's CEQA process. We'd like to thank the Department of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, and the Office of the City Attorney for their time, information, insight, and cooperation during the audit process. The audit report is available on our website. I ask that you accept the report, and I'll turn it over to Robert Manford for the administration's response, and will be available for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Robert Manford, Deputy Director for Planning. Here with me today are Chris Burton, Director, and David Keon, Principal Planner for Environmental Planning. So the administration fully agrees and concurs with the recommendations. The audit includes 12 recommendations to improve environmental review process. And these recommendations build on continuing improvement efforts developed after the 2016 Management Partners Report, which includes creation of a new environmental folder in Amanda to improve time tracking in early 2019. Most importantly, also a rollout of a list of pre-qualified consultants in the summer of 2019, and the elimination of the firewall policy for more open coordination between city, applicant, and consultants, which occurred in early 2020. The department has a work plan for implementation, including finishing work in progress and efforts to start the financial year 2022-2023. Work is in progress on the following recommendations. Recommendation number 1, which is planning, staff training, and joint environmental implementation project management. Recommendation 2, which is standard operating procedures and schedule maintenance. A draft has already been prepared. And recommendation number 3, performance targets to build on transformation team efforts. Recommendation number 4, Amanda training and guidelines, which is updated. It's all ongoing. And recommendation number 6, standard procedure, standard project schedule, which is complete, and there's also a template now that is being developed. Recommendation number 7, training for other city departments. And number 8 and 9, project management consultant guidelines. Recommendation number 10A is also to finalize standard operating procedures for staff. All these are in process. Work on the following recommendation will start in financial year 2022 and 2023, these are recommendation number 5, update of Amanda environmental folder to improve milestone tracking. This also will require IT support. Recommendation number 8B is to consider making the use of pre-qualified consultant mandatory, and we are looking into doing that soon. Recommendation number 10B, review cost recovery calculations, which requires administrative team support as well. And then recommendation number 11, fill vacant support staff position to help environmental team and historical team with administrative tasks, such as invoicing. This also requires human resources support. The final recommendation, which is to develop criteria process to present council with opportunities for program level CEQA clearance, will also start at the time. So again, we concur with the findings and recommendations, and the administration would like to thank the City Attorney's Office, City Auditor's Office for thorough work, and also Department of Public Works, environmental consultants, and applicants who participated in the audit process. We are available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Robert. All right, thank you. Let's go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to the council.
Tessa?
All right, thank you very much. And at the end of my talking, I'd really appreciate if Tony Tabor would say thank you and give me my full time, because it seemed like you cut me off before my time was up. But also getting that thank you is really important. And the reason being is like what Paul Soto has said to us. He has said that, you're the reason why we're here, okay? We are the reason. The public is here, okay? And so you need to thank us, because what we're seeing is a lot of corruption going on. And in this environmental new development, I'm seeing it. And what we're seeing in the press is that the scientists are being ignored. And so what you're doing is political.
Tessa, we're on development services in the audit.
Yeah, I know. You're going to correct me. I know that, Mayor Milicardo. My point is that there's a lot of corruption going on. And the corruption that's going on is that you're thinking about even getting only approved CEQA people, and this is why we are in a climate emergency. And, because what has happened is that when you're dealing with money, money is the root of all evil. And that is really where, and then he mentioned the beautiful report that I love our auditor, and he did a great job. And he said that we need to be, part of the CEQA is sensitivity to, people of color, low-income people, disadvantaged people, those issues. And what happened with Paul Soto in regards to that, he was bringing up sensitivity about the issues that were happening in his neighborhood, the Horseshoe. And he brought that up, and then he's in jail now because you guys have an ability to put him in jail because he's been on probation, but he did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. He was dealing with the housing crisis. He was dealing with the issues of what's happening to his community. And yet you ignored it. And this is what's happening. It's all about economic gain. It's what's the same thing. And that he's in jail And that's a problem. We felt that the ACLU should come in because you guys are stopping him having that freedom of speech about.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman, sitting at the BART station. The BART train is passing. Sorry about that. Hopefully it'll be stopping. Yeah, it's heading out right now. So thank you. I just wanted to second what Tessa's just offered, and I hope we can all be thinking of Paul Soto and what we can do to improve our lives from his situation and just have a better understanding of things for our future. For this item, Tessa and I have both worked on this item, been around this item at council meetings before, committee meetings, and it's my feeling this, we've been doing this CEQA streamlining questions for a number of years now, and it's been kind of hurtful, but it also is understandable. And I guess, from my inexperienced perspective, the idea that once you start these new streamlining CEQA project ideas, if you have a really good accountability sense once you start going into them and have a review process, say after a year or 6 months, whatever the review time is, if you really review at that time and figure what are the mistakes of such a process, where is it shortchanging good environmental review reporting and understanding of issues, those are if you have that good after review project once a project starts, that's key to the future of CEQA streamlining in the future. So good luck on this project. And the city attorney brought up in her closed session report some really interesting items that should be allowed open public dialogue and public comment. And I will talk more about this item later. Thank you.
Helen Hutchings. Helen. Okay, I'm going to move on to Brian Darby.
Thank you. I do agree with what the auditor said. I'm glad that he brought that up. And I really think the auditor's office should be commended for the effort they do. Like most of the offices in the school, most of the offices in the city. I just want to make sure, because it's easier to prevent a project from going forward given the permits than it is to yank a permit once the permit's been approved. And being having been part of several of these things now, and I'm living in a different place now because of what happened. It seems like once the permits are allowed and the building begins and stuff, there's no accountability at all. So all the CEQA was just more like hand waving and typing out a report and checking the boxes instead of what it's supposed to do, actually make a project good for everybody, not only for the public, but for the developer. And it shouldn't be a contrast, and it shouldn't be a battle. It should be a working together and a consensus, and it's not, and in a lot of ways. And the developers have far more power than the public, far more. It's supposed to be one voice, one person. It's not. Developers carry weight. I can pick up the phone, I can call my representative or several representatives, maybe get one answer. Developer can call, boom, he's got direct access. That on its face shows that the process is skewed. I won't say corrupt, but skewed. I would really hope that in these, that you take what the auditor said, but that people are held accountable after they get their project approved. And that doesn't seem to happen. Thank you.
Catalyze SV.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Grateful to see that the Auditor's Office and city staff are working together on this. There were definitely some positive signs in the report, particularly the Auditor's Office survey of customers saw some good things. I think it's important we continue to acknowledge the deficits and the sort of lack of scope of the CEQA process, which is it never includes the fact that building up is environmentally good, that having buildings next to each other means that there's less energy being expended, that the CEQA process also does not look at the transportation issues that may result. So if you build more bikes or if you encourage public transit, that is good for an environmental process. So I think the CEQA process continues, and this is no fault of the cities, but not evaluate all of the aspects, so that when I talk to environmental planners about the city, they acknowledge that it has these deficiencies and that it can't actually evaluate all aspects of the process. I also am encouraged that the city is continuing through the planning process, as well as through the folks who are in the mayor's race, to be talking about how to streamline and speed up, and also to focus on metrics and outcomes. I think the planning process, we want to be really, really, really focused on building the best city possible, not getting involved in the politics and in the ways the process can get bogged down, but really on outcomes of designing a great city. So I continue to hope the city will keep that as a North Star as it goes forward. Thanks.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the information. There's a lot of information in the report. I can't possibly, I started with like 15 questions and I narrowed it down to like one. Because I think at the very core of this is how do we expedite and address some of the hangups in the timing of getting some of these projects into the city and out of the city. Is that a good general way of interpreting this? Like where this audit is really looking, and this is for anyone, but really looking at where the hangups are as it relates to getting projects in and out as quickly as possible. Is that the nuts and bolts of it? Is
so thanks for the question. So the first couple findings are really about the process. So a project gets into the system. How do we manage it through the system with coordination among the different parties, whether it's, within the planning, between the entitlement planner and the CEQA planner, or the historic review team, or some of the other city departments that might be weighing in. We have the section looking about how better to work with the consultants, whether it's having a required consultant who's very familiar with the city's processes in the city in general, or working more closely with them to kind of move it through. And then part of it is the resource question, which is always a tough question for the city because we are under-resourced, so looking at the resources. So the first three findings were really about resourcing and how to work through those projects or get the project working through the pipeline. The last finding is kind of where potentially is the bigger bite, which is these broader city reviews like the downtown EIR. The mayor had in his March budget message direction around the Yes in God's Backyard, some environmental review around that. There could be an analysis of historic review across the organization or across the city, which can kind of streamline that bit. So there's two pieces. One is that big bite, which is that finding, which is a bigger policy question. The recommendation really is about the department giving you all the tools you need to make those strategic decisions, aligned with the broader strategic planning in the city. And then the other findings were much more about how do we work through just managing these projects to kind of work them through.
okay, and that helps confirm my thinking, and that all those things sort of go to the point of how do we make sure everything's functioning as we think it should in order to expedite and get these projects developed. Because with a lot of these, well, I would say all developments, time is money, right? You want to get projects in and out as quickly as possible. And I've heard, just because I know some folks at other cities that, that we were talking a little bit about the timeline, I think for complex projects, about 20, close to 2 years. And they said that is a long time. And so I can just imagine the frustration, the money, all that, right? And I appreciate the fact that the department has agreed with all the recommendations in the yellow section of the audit booklet. I guess one of the things that came to mind for me is, it seemed to me in reading that there was, on the topic of consultants, it seems, and again, in talking to other folks, that different cities do it different ways. I was talking to a buddy of mine that I have that works in Mountain View, and he was telling me that the city actually there, they just take care of that. They say, okay, you want to get through this project? Okay, here we're working with a consultant. I'm not sure if there's like a master consultant agreement or something like that. And obviously, so we're doing things a little differently. And so currently we do have a list of consultants that people can choose from, correct? And it seems like in the report there was, I forget the exact language, but we estimated if folks use people on the list, there was about a 3-month expedited sort of timeframe, that they got out of the process a little sooner than folks that didn't use folks on there. And so I'm trying to understand why we don't go to, just because it's, I think on the response to that particular item, it says the department is going to consider doing that. Well, I sense some hesitancy in going down the road and requiring, say, people on the list, or even contemplating whether the city brings that in-house and sort of facilitates that. And I think on that last part, I think there was a comment stated around there's some staff work around that, right? Bringing it in-house. But why wouldn't we just give a list and say you're required to use someone from here if we know that it reduces the time frame? So Robert.
So, Council Member, I have to be honest that the hesitancy is not from the department. It took us a long time, and basically we ran through a lot of hurdles to even get the list of pre-qualified consultants together. So it's a process. We want to hold ourselves accountable by also holding our consultants accountable. So that recommendation is seriously being considered so that we can require developers to choose from that list. As it stands, they can choose anybody, whether they're on the list or not, so long as they are qualified.
Right. And if they choose someone that's not on that list, who we know we haven't vetted, for example, that maybe isn't familiar with the city processes or has a very elementary understanding of the CEQA process, then it's naturally, it seems, based on everything I read, is going to take longer to get through the process, right? Because your staff is going to have to catch things and correct things and send things back, right? Is that?
That is correct. And actually, the audit findings gives credence to the philosophy behind it, that we need to choose from that list. As the findings indicated, it was 3 months quicker if they chose someone from the list. But right now, what is happening is that we also have to go a step further to basically do a rotation so that 1 or 2 consultants will not be the only ones with a lot of work. We have to kind of ration it to ensure that it's properly distributed and it's well balanced.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, you touch on, I mean, it seems to me that that's probably, well, let me ask you this question, and this is for anyone, but on a scale of 1 to 10 for things that can help expedite the process, where would we rank having consultants that know what they're doing in that list of things that can help move the process along? As level of importance on that can maybe most facilitate a quicker process?
I'll say 2.
A 2?
Yes.
Okay, so it's maybe not, it's part of it, but it's not the biggest part.
Well, there's one that is very important to the city, and to some extent, I believe it wasn't the focus of the audit. And it can be summed up in 2 words: historic preservation.
So that aspect of the CEQA
That's correct.
Is what?
As it stands, 80% of historic preservation work is CEQA related, and most of the recent lawsuits that we've had have to do with historic preservation.
Okay, all right. Well, you just threw a wrench in my questions. No, I don't. I'm trying to think. I didn't focus on historic preservation, but I appreciate that. Maybe you do an audit on that. Okay, I guess, because we did, and so back to the consultants, even though it's ranked number 2 as level of impact, I guess, and expedited the process. It seems that, so we did an RFP, RFQ, or RFI, I forget, which one it was, some time back. And so how many consultants are on that list right now?
We have 13 consultants.
Okay, so this is a list. We say someone submits a project, we say, here's a list. These are people you can choose from. There's no requirement, but you can go through some of these. They're vetted by the city. And so I was thinking just legally, I mean, Nora, sorry to put you on the spot, but is there a way that we can, since we've already done the process, assuming we wanted to go down this road, simply convert that list from recommendation to requirement? Or would we need to go through another process to sort of specify that this is the required list that you need to pick someone from?
We would probably have to go through another process, but I think you might also back up the work of the department. I would want to have them weigh in on it, but if it got narrowed down to just a couple consultants for all of the work they're doing, that might have some unintended consequences. But
okay, all right,
we can look at making some mandatory choices, but it would take a lot of coordination with the department.
Okay. All right. I just think that may be the road to go down at some point. I know it seems based on what you said, it's the level of impact is maybe lower than I thought it would be. The other thing that stood out is in reading the audit, talking about the training of staff and how most of the budget's sort of soaked up by maybe management and things. And so I'm curious, I had a very generic question, but I'm wondering, where does the funding for training come from for PBC? Like, where does that?
I guess.
And that's
Chris
for anyone, I don't know.
This involves money, so Chris.
Thanks, council member. So obviously the vast majority of our budget comes from fees. So as a cost recovery department, we're balancing that as part of our overhead for our staff. It's limited, right? Because how the model accounts for that and how we can attribute those funds needs to be looked at, and as part of the recommendation in sort of doing that deeper dive. But in addition to just the resources and the funds for it, it's about establishing a system and having the sort of model to continually train. I think what we're seeing now is we're at this moment in time with our staffing where it's not just about sort of vacancies. Obviously, vacancies are a challenge across a lot of organizations. It's about turnover, and getting our staff to a place where they have a higher level of productivity means more investment in not just money, but in time to actually adequately train our staff and ensure that they have the skills and the expertise to do the job.
Okay, so it's not just about, well, I guess it seems to always come back to money, but there's current staffing that would need to be in play, I imagine, based on what you said, in order to help facilitate more of that training.
Exactly, right. And again, our trainers are our supervisors and our managers, right? We don't have sort of dedicated resources around just that sort of specific topic of ensuring that our skills are leveled up, that we have the appropriate information available. It's kind of, how do we make the time to do those ongoing tasks? And that's part of sort of looking at how we can accommodate enough capacity in the model to provide for those types of resources, which you're right, ultimately does come down to money.
All right, okay. Well, my time's up. I'll stop and I'll hear my other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on a couple issues that are off the audit, since that, I appreciate both Robert and Chris mentioning these. First, on historic preservation, I want to come back to the audit in a moment, but on historic preservation, Robert, I've been told before that if we had surveys in place, that might enable us to get past some of these challenges. I have no idea if that's the complete solution or a very small part of it. But could you give us a sense of, is there an upfront solution if you had an unlimited amount of money, unlimited amount of resources? We know the most scarce resource, of course, is the time of our people. How exactly would we get at that challenge of historic preservation?
So, Mayor, historic preservation, as indicated, is an important aspect of the CEQA process. Doing the surveys will help a lot. There is no timeline for completion, but it's being done. However, what has been taking the time and the resources of the staffing that we have has to do with development applications. They also trigger historic assessment by itself and as part of the CEQA process. And a city this big, of more than 1 million people, we only have one historic preservation officer working. So it's lack of resources, lack of staff, and also the demand for the work involved is getting higher than we can actually catch up with.
Okay, and since the salaries in the department are fee-driven, theoretically, at some level of fee, we could have more people dedicated to that problem.
That's correct.
Okay, well, I look forward to revisiting that issue in the budget process in the next few weeks, because I think that sounds like that's a huge pain point for us, and I think everybody would cheer if we could eliminate one more pain point. And then, Chris, you mentioned, I know, like we all acknowledge staffing has been a huge challenge, the understaffing in the department and across all the development services. But you mentioned particularly managers are the trainers. To what extent can we offload that responsibility of training to consultants, or does that really need to be in-house all the time?
Yeah, I think, there's probably two parts to that, which is that there's certainly aspects of it that we can hand off. You've got to remember, in the context of CEQA, that's certainly a state mandate, and there's a lot of expertise outside of the organization that can help sort of level up our staff. At the same time, there's some amount of that exists within our own process that we've established over many years. And so the intricacies around those pieces are things that we need to make the time for, and then That really needs to be part of a feedback loop where sort of the information we're taking from that process is helping us improve over time. So it's a bit of a both and to some extent. The technical expertise, certainly there's consultant support that could aid us.
Okay. Again, I look forward to revisiting this during the budget discussions in the next few weeks. And then one item just really at the core of this audit, which I think was very good, and I appreciate the work of the audit team. You know, I know we've all said it before, you can't manage what you don't measure, and we haven't been measuring. And of course, the most important thing to measure is our most important resource, and that's the time of our people, but also time generally. We know that's relevant because our customers are critically dependent on our time in responding. And of course, if we could reduce the amount of time of our own staff on these projects, that would be a huge win-win for everyone. But I was troubled to read on page 24 of the audit that we're not doing project schedule tracking, or at least we're not using the fields for the tasks relating to estimated completion deadlines and actual dates, the task owner. I know we've invested a lot of time and energy in trying to focus on building metrics throughout development services. And we set up a separate committee to help coordinate these efforts for several years. In 2016, I know we were working hard to try to get metrics across. And I know, Chris, this is, you know, you just came into this, but this is something I know we've all been talking about. And we spent a lot of money on Amanda 7 upgrades so that we could track effectively. And in 2017, staff developed draft standard review timelines. And I assume those aren't just for the consultants, but those are actually also for ourselves. And so I was disappointed to see we haven't nailed this down. And so I'm trying to understand, I know there are different pieces of this and different recommendations. Like recommendations 3, 4, 5, 6. Recommendation 3, for example, is around setting performance targets for review. I think recommendation 4 has to do with uniformity of entering data, and recommendation 6 is around establishing standard project schedule trackers that staff are expected to use. And I see that staff is responding with different times of completion. And so I guess I'm asking this question for 2 reasons. One is to lobby that this be something we really, really prioritize, because we can't make any progress here if we don't know what we're shooting at. And it just seems so critically important. And of course, we know we're understaffed. We know there's significant problems, but we'll never know if we're getting any better. and we got to know. And so help me understand better. It looks like some of this is Q3, which I think of 21-22, which I think means now. And I hope that means, Robert, you're going to say, we're checking that box. Other stuff looks like it's off to Q2 of the next fiscal year. Could you just help me understand what we can implement when and what we can expect? And I know you went through this in summary, but I guess I really kind of wanted a deeper dive. I'm sorry, Robert, if that question wasn't very clear. Or if anyone else wants to jump in, I don't want to.
So you wanted to know what we're already doing.
Yeah, I guess like as of today, I know we're looking a little bit back in history because audits are always backward looking. So it sounds like some of the stuff you guys may already have up and running, which is great. And I just want to know, to what extent can we confidently say across 20 projects, we know how long it's taken us, and we can know that data is automated, right? We can know right away, and we can look and see, this is how long it's taken us to get a negative declaration out. This is how long. Can you give me a sense of what we can expect when?
Okay, by establishing the targets. Right?
Yeah, targets and measuring against those targets.
Okay, so for an EIR, typically we look at an average of 9 to 12 months. And then for a negative declaration, 4 to 6 months. Sometimes we meet those deadlines, other times too, depending on unusual circumstances. For example, if a project description changes, we have to go back and reassess that particular project. Other things could come in. A developer may not be ready, or simply they haven't paid. We are cost recovery. So what we are doing to ensure that we get our money back is, if someone hasn't paid us, then we kind of put it on hold.
And can we say today that everybody in the department understands and is inputting data that enables you as a manager to know, we know how long this is taking right now, and whether we're improving or not, we can actually see that in real time?
Staff is inputting the data. I think it's going to take a while before we migrated from an earlier version of Amanda to a newer version. And it took a while for the whole data to come to a point where we realized that, okay, we have been able to clear everything. And David has also been talking to his staff about it, so he can go ahead.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. David Keon, Principal Planner, City Environmental Review Team. Let me take it's easier to talk without the mask.
Yeah, please do.
So I do want to raise the issue with, in 2019, we implemented the new Amanda folder, Amanda 7, that makes it easier. Prior to that, much of the tracking would have to do manual and was very time consuming. And now we have the new folder. However, implementation of the new folder means that projects that have come in since 2019 and started the process now are in the system. So it's only been a few years that we've had that and started to implement that. So time tracking will be easier. My proposal for performance match standards is to measure the total length of time just to see how the average length of time per environmental document is faring. Each document is very different in terms of what level of review goes into it. And also there's just complexities with regards to changes in project descriptions, other things per project that sometimes result in changes. But we have implemented the new Amanda folder, but only projects that have come in since spring 2019 now would be under that.
Okay, so I'll yield after this last question. So today, can Chris, through the use of data that's being inputted routinely in Amanda, say, okay, since 2019, we can see how we're doing on getting neg decks out in terms of how much time is it taking? Are we improving? Are we not? That's totally transparent now.
So, Mayor, let me add some context to this question because I understand what it is you're asking.
Yeah.
And for the most part, yes. However, there's a but on the back end of this. And the challenge is largely that the way that the Amanda system is set up is it's a response to inputs of process, right? So we've completed our process. We put it back out on the street to the consultant to complete that part of the process. CEQA is very much a partnership between a whole host of different players. We're only one of them. We're reliant on the applicant, the information they provide, their consultants, their sub-consultants, other agencies, other interdependencies within the city. And so we're looking at different ways of measuring that. So for the most part, Amanda will tell us how much time we as PBCE spend on the project, and then how long overall the project is taking. But in the context of development, and certainly development facilitation, which is where I think Councilmember Jimenez was going as well, the greatest sort of advancement that we can provide to the development community is more predictability and transparency into that process. So we need to own the outcomes and the tasks that we are responsible for, give them a timeline for those tasks, but then also ask them to give us the input on the other side. So it's going to take us 2 weeks, it's going to take us 3 weeks. This is our next milestone. Beyond that, how long is it going to take you to get it back to us? Because that's what will ultimately inform that full timeline, which is, we're being judged for a 24-month timeline, and we may have only owned a quarter of it, if that, so that's the balance and the challenge.
Okay, I lied when this was my last question. I'll come back with another question. I'll let you think about it. But we've been talking for 5 or 6 years about having a chess clock. And so I'll let you think about that. I'm just trying to understand why we haven't nailed this down yet about a basic chess clock that says, what are we responsible for? So I know we got other council members and we'll come back. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. And good conversation, and thank you for the audit. My question specifically goes back to the consultants, and I'm just curious if we can resolve one particular challenge as we potentially go out to create another recommended list or pre-approved list. And it has to do with sort of work overload on the consultants. And I wanted to see if there's a way we could, I know you mentioned about rotation potentially as one way. I was curious, any other thoughts in regards to some sort of limit, right, on the selection of consultants, knowing that I think they should be managing themselves what that limit is, but clearly we're not seeing that. So just thoughts, Robert, if you had any, you mentioned the rotation, but any other way that we can resolve this, sort of the priority selection, if you will, of consultants, and then a work overload that then turns into a delay that is, in that sense, kind of like what the mayor's talking about, that one in particular is out of our hands. And so how do we help in that regard?
So rotation is one aspect of it. Another area we can look at is the contracts. The consultant working for the city is not a secret, so everybody will know. We can ask developers to check with the consultant whether they have more than a certain number of projects with the city. So if it's, I'm just making this up because I haven't looked into it, but if they have at least 6 projects, it doesn't have to be more than that. It has to go to another person. So we can put a cap on the number of projects that a consultant can work on for the city.
Okay. Yeah. At any given time, obviously, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I think that at least I'm seeing that in my district, and so that's one area of concern. I think my colleagues and the mayor bring up some other good topics of conversation. We've addressed, here. I think the one major looming issue that we can't solve, no matter how good of an audit we do, is the reason why we have to be so diligent and detailed in our CEQA analysis and environmental review is because of, I think, the at times, scrupulous or frivolous challenges that we see using the CEQA tool as a means to achieve some other ends beside, the actual mitigation of environmental impact. And so I think that is something, and we continue to obviously advocate for that, right, for some change at the state level. And I'm hoping that we'll see some improvement there. But in the meantime, we'll continue to do what we can here at the city level. Thanks. And I don't know if we've had a motion yet, but I'll move to accept the audit.
Second. Motion and second. Okay. Councilmember Arenas? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go on to Councilmember Cohen. We'll come back to Councilmember Arenas.
All right, thank you. First, I want to thank the audit team. Another great piece of work. I always enjoy and learn so much from your audits. Just one question: have we done benchmarking of how our timelines compare to cities around us? We have this feeling that we're slower, but do we know that we're slower? Do we know what the differences are?
Allison Polly from the City Auditor's Office. We did talk to other jurisdictions during the audit, and one of the questions that we asked was about the timelines. Like us, some of the cities didn't have a lot of information to give us, but some of them that we did talk to had timelines similar to ours. Los Angeles was similar. I don't know if Robert has anything to add.
Okay. Yeah, because I hear comments about, that a lot of the timeline is dictated by the third party, and I imagine the third parties here are just as anxious to get done as they are in other jurisdictions, right? So it's hard to think that somehow they're slower here than they are elsewhere. So obviously we should be expediting the parts of the process that we have control over and figuring out ways to incentivize the other party to do it faster. But I was just curious about that because it seems to me that we want to be have best practices, but I'm not sure we know what those best practices are exactly. And so interesting to find out, and then find out what is it that maybe are the differences if there's some that do it faster. Just a suggestion.
If I could add, so we did add some pieces into the audit report where some of the practices were. Earlier we were talking about having a required list of consultants or hiring them directly. Those are some things folks do, or different jurisdictions do. Some of the questions about having the entitlement and CEQA planners being one individual, that's something other jurisdictions have done. The broader recommendation about different policy level decisions, some of the things we'd seen some of that in other jurisdictions as well. So we tried to bring that into our analysis. So you'll see it is kind of sprinkled through different pieces of the report.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be brief. I appreciated Mayor's comments on tracking our time and the chess clock concept. I think it's really important that we know exactly how long the process is taking on our end so that as we implement recommendations like the ones in this great audit report, by the way, thank you to the audit team, that we know if our hypotheses are right and that we learn over time which kinds of implementations are leading to actual improvements, and that's kind of part of the process. I think some of these recommendations in hindsight after we implement them may have less impact, but we're not going to know if we're not really diligent about measuring. I think to Councilor Cohen's point there, I'm always interested in seeing benchmarks against other cities to the extent that we can better understand where we are. I think we should strive to be the fastest, most efficient process, certainly in the Bay Area, if not beyond, but it would be really helpful to better understand how we're performing, because we know that limited investment is going to flow to places where it's easier to do business. On historic preservation, also agree with the mayor's sentiments there. I just wanted, I guess the only question I had left was on, I was very interested in finding for something I've been sort of thinking about myself, but I'm having a hard time understanding the cost benefit analysis of a city initiated environmental analysis. And I'm curious if we have data from our past experience of, you know, how expensive it's been to do, and when we've done a specific plan, has pre-clearing some of those EIR components, has that actually led to more investment? And can we just maybe, can you help us better understand how this might help, and what maybe the cost benefit might be of doing more of the kind of the pre-work on our side?
Thanks for the question. I can start, and maybe I can get help from PBC. So one example is the downtown EIR, and you know, so this was a program level review for the downtown, you know, the downtown strategy 2040, and you know, the benefit comes from that as projects come in, as long as they're in conformance with that, the level of review is going to be reduced, and that in itself it's going to be less fees and fewer months in the process for a specific project. Now, there are risks in terms of that cost benefit, because if you do an analysis, it doesn't necessarily mean, for example, if you do an area-wide EIR, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be directing development in that area. You're projecting that may be occurring. We do have a couple other, you know, we do note some other areas. So area type plans or things that other jurisdictions have been doing. We brought up historic preservation a few times in this conversation. You know, that historic surveys, potential area, you know, on that question of cost benefit, there's risk in quantifying that. You know, we didn't necessarily do that. This is a sort of thing that we're recommending, that these sort of the options are brought forward to you all, with some analysis, I guess, or at least information about this is what the benefits will be based on this level of resource that is necessary for that review. I don't know if Robert or David or Chris wants to add to that.
Yeah, let me jump in for a sec. So I would agree with what Joe was just saying. Probably the two most recent examples are the downtown EIR and the North San Jose EIR for the area development policy. And both have kind of turned out in different ways. Both have had their successes and both have had their limitations. When you consider the sort of cost benefit around doing that kind of work, because they are expensive, they're incredibly comprehensive, they have to anticipate a significant amount of development, and they generally land at a program level. And so what they represent is an opportunity for a project to move faster because they can tier off of that analysis. And you know, for the sake of North San Jose, when the market was ready in 2011, it meant that we moved a lot of development very, very quickly. It resulted in the 8,000 residential units coming into that area very quickly. With the downtown EIR, we faced a slightly different challenge. And one of the components that wasn't completely addressed in that process was the historic preservation element. And as a result, every project that triggers a historic preservation issue is still sort of in the EIR process. And while there's definitely advantages and time savings and cost savings associated with that program level EIR, without having that piece, it's not the same sort of level of benefit. So ultimately, you know, we have to look at that as we look at future areas, and certainly as we look at citywide planning, look for those opportunities that match with market, so that then we can set up ready for development to come in. The last thing to say on this is they do have a shelf life.
Right.
And so, you know, timing is everything. And, you know, we noted this with North San Jose that, you know, ultimately it expired. Then, you know, in addition, the state changed the way we did transportation analysis. And as a result, it was, you know, it was no longer valid for that use.
Would it be fair to say that historic preservation might have less of a short shelf life Or do those rules tend to change as well?
I defer to Robert on that one.
I wouldn't say historic preservation has a short life.
Good.
So if we went that route, that would be helpful.
Yeah. So that was kind of my follow-up then. So assuming this moves forward today, what was the timeline? I apologize if this was noted. Timeline for coming back on finding 4 with some recommendations or options for council? Do we know?
So I think part of the recommendation, council member, was that as we do larger planning processes, and certainly as we do the 4-year review, that we'll bring back recommendations as appropriate for potential other environmental work on a sort of broader basis.
So it's currently open-ended. Is there a way to scope this that you might be comfortable with where we could come back sooner to look at some of the options we might have around finding 4? I mean, I think particularly for historic preservation, and I don't know how you would want to scope that, but if you were taking some number of urban villages or designated areas where with some appropriate staffing, and maybe this gets worked out through the budget process this year, but where we were going to sort of do the surveying and the analysis on those, I'd certainly be interested in having that conversation sooner rather than later.
So Councilmember Mehana, for finding number 4, we have a target date of completion, and I believe that means coming back to City Council in financial year 2022-2023.
Okay. So in this coming fiscal year.
Next fiscal year.
It looks like it's by December 31st, so it's quarter 2, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so by December 31st.
Okay, I apologize for missing that. Okay, great. Well, I'll just say will just express again my interest in looking at that as soon as possible. I think it's really promising. Thank you.
So talking about historic preservation, I just wanted to indicate that one of the issues is we don't have any incentives for developers to preserve. So whenever there is any project that has the potential to alter a historic resource or demolish it, it triggers an EIR. But if we had incentives for preservation, that would be very helpful.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Economic
yeah,
incentives.
That's a good note. Thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a really good discussion. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I was taking a look at finding 3 recommendation 11, and this goes to, I know that we don't have enough staff on board, so we want to make sure that we use them wisely and efficiently. And so, my question is, how do we use our administrative staff as effectively as possible? I know that there's some of the work that the planners are doing, like newspaper notices and circulation of notices. Is this something that the administrative staff could take on?
Yes, it is, but we do not have enough administrative staff. We're doing a lot of these meetings, hybrid and remote. They've been assisting with community meetings, directors hearing, planning commission. And so there's even a vacancy that has not been filled as to this day.
So I know that that's not then on the, then that creates an issue in terms of a budget request. Because if these are the items that we are asking our planners to complete, it's going to create a cost that is directed towards the cost of development. And typically when we share or when staff shares some of the study sessions around cost of development, this is not one of the things that is integrated into the overall cost. So what is the solve for that then?
I believe as part of the budget process, we put in a budget request. So it's yet to be approved.
Thank you.
Councilmember, sorry if I can just add, sorry.
Oh, there you are.
We do have 1 vacancy currently for support staff for the CEQA team. It is on our list for prioritization for recruitment. Obviously, part of the challenge is just our ability. We have a long list currently for recruitments that we're working through, and so we're trying to balance that with some of the other vacancies that we're currently trying to fill, but that will hopefully offset some of that workload and streamline some of the work around technical review for the planning staff.
Yeah, and I heard that we continue to lose planners to other municipalities. And so when we talk also about, you just finished talking, Robert, about incentives for historic preservation, which I think that's certainly a possibility. I also think that we need to start thinking also about our planners and the incentives to stay. Personally, I think it's very exciting what we're doing here in the city of San Jose, but I'm sure that folks are looking for other opportunities, and I think that is also very much laying right under the water here, and we need to make sure that we address it. And one of the ways that we do it is we relieve them from some of those duties that really don't pertain to the gist of their jobs, right? Okay, so I'm going to move on to the EIR rounds. So from what I understand, that there typically was only 2 rounds of EIR, and over the years it's extended to 3 rounds. I don't, from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not the requirement by state law that has created that 3rd round, but the complexity or maybe some of the additional complexity that our staff has added to a 3rd round. How do we get back to that 2nd round, 2-round phase?
So, Council Member, this is not something that has really occurred from, if it did occur, it means the quality of the document that staff received was not up to, basically they received mediocre work, and so they will push it back. That's why the 2, if we anticipate 2 and the consultant, that's what they are supposed to do, it stays at 2. But when it goes to 3, 4, it means there's a problem with the quality of the document.
And is there a way that we can take a look at how many documents that we get back from the consultants that are assigned to those projects or that are connected to those projects that create a 3-round phase versus the 2? So I think that's important to figure out.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Arenas. So there's the 3rd round of review. I think we did start measuring against that as part of the past performance target from the management partners update to the goal that 80% of projects would have complete their round of review ready for circulation after 2 rounds. But we are finding that no projects were ready. And part of this is because several items. One is that the complexity of SQL analysis continues to get increasingly more complex. New requirements keep adding every year. There's a new addition. Recently, we had AB 52 for travel consultation. We've had additional changes to greenhouse gas emissions. These are constant changing. The legal ramifications, SQL documents are the lightning rod for legal challenges, and therefore we need to be extra careful with how the analysis is presented because it is likely to be used as a challenge, and these challenges have increased over the years. Also, I would like to say that when we look at other jurisdictions, most other jurisdictions have a 3rd round of review. Now it's the first screen check, the first review, the first admin draft, the second admin draft, and a screen check. And that's a screen check prior to it goes out to public circulation. So this is not unusual. And some of these recommendations recommended in the audit are items that we have also been working on, including guidelines and eventually working towards templates. We'll hopefully focus these items so that then we could get back to, even if it's still 3 rounds of review, the idea is to have 2 comprehensive rounds and the screen check just being a very quick review prior to publication, so that we're not going through a completely new review and analysis. So all of these recommendations, the goal would be to reduce some of these review times and get better quality work and also be legally defensible.
And I appreciate it. I think there might be a little bit more than just maybe some of those additional laws or conditions that you want to make sure that you protect so that we are, so there isn't a lawsuit challenge, but the truth is there could be a lawsuit challenge no matter what, right? If we do everything perfectly, this there could be a lawsuit challenge. And so um, I also think this is part of the training of the staff and maybe establishing of some of those internal protocols that was in, I think, in recommendation, the finding one. And so, listen, I'm not going to ask you to reduce it to 2 because I like the number 2. I think it's obvious that a lot of our folks out there are wanting to have more housing available, and the more that we standardize our processes and that we're strategic about how we're performing, the sooner that these folks can actually build. And that's where I care. This is where I really care about is having more housing available for our families as they are, you all know, are exiting our city in drones. I mean, it's sad. We're having additional schools closing in many of the districts. My own son's school closed. So soon enough, we're not going to see the same number of families, just like San Francisco, right? So anyways, this is all in that effort to make sure that we have a streamlined process and that everything is lining up. And in that line of thinking, in terms of streamlining, what you find, what the improvements that you are going to work on or have already begun to work on because of some of these findings, how will you align those with the others who come into the different parts of this process, like code enforcement or any other department that comes in? How will you manage if you have identified different, certain procedures and strategies? How will that alignment then translate to the other departments so that they can also align with you?
So the audit findings also recommended training staff of other departments. This is something we started doing, but we slowed down. We're going to continue doing that robustly. When an application comes in and planning staff reviews it, we look at the scope. If it involves traffic impact analysis, which most instances it is, we send it to Public Works and DOT. If there's open space issues, it goes to PRNS. And then also if there are easement issues and storm drain issues, it goes to Public Works. So we work with all these departments and we'll continue to do that. With regards to housing, and I know you mentioned that, there are new laws that allow us to actually approve projects without going through CEQA SB 35 and then SB 2152. We continue to approve those projects.
Thank you, Robert, for reminding me of that. The other piece is that all the departments that you talked about, I know that you interact with those departments, and what I'm asking for is when you identify a new process or a new milestone that you're going to achieve in a certain period of time, they play a part in that process, correct? So because they play a part, they also need to establish some metrics, right? And some milestones along with you. And that's what I'm prompting, is that these other departments, I know that they interact with you, but how they interact with you is going to make a difference, because you can have all the improvements that you want, but if the other departments don't understand what you're hoping to achieve, then they will continue to function in the same way. So I'm asking to make sure that whatever changes you have here, because of this great audit and this opportunity to kind of reshift and make sure you have everything strategically aligned, that you also bring in those other departments. I know that you have trainings, I heard loud and clear, or trainings for other folks, but not only just trainings, I think we should also ask those other departments to create the kind of metrics and milestones that we are hoping to achieve for the planning department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the city manager's proposed budget's coming out early next week, and we are adding several positions to the Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement Department to help improve their performance because they have been struggling with the workload. And specifically to CEQA, we're planning on adding we're continuing some one-time positions without getting too into the detail, but we are going to be adding another one into the Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement Department and one in the Attorney's Office to help us be more efficient and effective.
Well, great news. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to address something with Councilmember Reyes. I wanted to point to one of the recommendations that kind of gets to the question she was having about the different city departments and their roles. So we do have our second recommendation, which is about project management for the review process and having sets of procedures to basically coordinate the work, having regular meetings with the key stakeholders, which includes those other departments, establishing those timelines with all the key milestones, and then expectations for the roles and responsibilities for the different parties, including the other departments. And so that recommendation there was really about coordinating all that work across the city, because it is a lot of work, a lot of different people. And one of the things that we were concerned about was exactly that, aligning all that work so everybody's working in the same, kind of moving forward in the same manner. So I wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Joe. I absolutely agree, and forgive me if I didn't read it correctly. I know that I read that there was going to be a level of training and conversation. I just think it's important for us to have a one strategic plan that really guides and goals that guides everybody else, right, regardless of the department. So I appreciate the follow-up. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right, I'll just jump in now since, Chris, I give you a minute or two to think. Can we get a chess clock in place?
Yeah, yes.
Let me actually preface, people may be wondering what the heck's a chess clock, so maybe I'll describe it first. As we talk about how we improve performance, and as I mentioned, it's the old adage, you can't manage what you don't measure. This process, as you described, depends on partners to hold up their end of the bargain. And that means consultants have to get their work done and other folks need to get their work done. And then the question is, how do we improve performance when the end result, whatever duration it might be, 18 months or whatever, consists of all these other folks and their delays? And what I know some jurisdictions have implemented is something of a chess clock, that is, that essentially enables us to keep data on how long we're taking to do our work. And then when it's no longer on our plate and somebody else's, the football's in someone else's hands, that's off our clock. So the hope is that with Amanda 7, we would now have the tools to be able to do that relatively nimbly. Now that's, of course, the hope of somebody who's never actually dealt with Amanda 7. So now the question is, Chris, can we do this?
Not in Amanda 7.
Okay. Is Amanda 8?
Well, so let's talk about this in a couple of different ways, and I'm happy to give you a tour of Amanda with my limited knowledge, or at least have somebody else drive the bus, so to speak. And it is complex, but it's just not set up in an effective way to do that. And I think the sort of slight change to that kind of premise that I would offer is that it's really less of a chess clock and more of a sort of an application timeline tool to allow people to predict what that process looks like. We can be fairly prescriptive on what we think our time is in the process. So whether it's 2 reviews or 3 reviews, based on the workload at the time, we can give an idea of how long it will be on our desk for any sort of portion of the time. And then we know how long things like noticing takes, the screen check, getting it ready for a council hearing, the memo writing. Those are all fairly prescriptive timelines as well. So the idea is to have a little bit more of a dynamic timeline to say, these are all our pieces. Give us an expectation of when you think you'll get this in, and then we'll continue to adjust that timeline as we go. Because ultimately, the outcome that we're looking for in sort of approaching this more as a partnership with developers and their consultants than a sort of it's not us, it's you situation, is to say, we want a complete document that's legally defensible and addresses and identifies all the potential impacts and issues related to a development project. And together we can do that with this timeline and give you some level of predictability and awareness of what that might be. The uncertainty comes when we don't have that good communication between the partners. An applicant might say to their consultant, where are we at? And the consultant's like, well, the city's talking about a historic preservation report, and it's back and forth with the sub-consultant, and there's a lot of finger pointing in there, and we could use a chess clock to address that. But ultimately, it should be full transparency to say, this is the requirement we're looking for. This is the timeline you anticipate it's going to take to get it in. This is the timeline we anticipate to actually review it. So they can make informed decisions along the way, because that's ultimately where we want to give them that predictability, rather than sort of pointing the finger and saying, it's not us, it's you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Although the objective here is not to point fingers, but rather just to make sure we can improve our performance on our end, right? Okay, so I know we left you at when I last was wrapping up with the question of, are you able today to be able to pull up data readily that tells you how we're doing in, I gave the example, in being able to resolve mitigated negative declarations based, at least since 2019, I guess. Is that readily available today at your fingertips?
Yes, with some caveats, right? I mean, whenever we try and pull these types of reports, again, out of Amanda, so we can look at the time taken on the process, it generally takes a fair amount of curation, just given the differences in projects. And if David or Robert want to offer any additional context on that.
Good afternoon. It would take some time to curate the data, especially getting the total length of time to go through each of them. We've processed since then, I'm imagining about at least 100 to 150 ISMNDs in that time frame. So it would take a fair amount of time. And given we've just lost one of our key planners, she left last week, and so it would take a bit more time because we're now working at a lot of priority projects. So it, even getting the data to be able to get it and then actually curate it would take time.
All right, so that tells me we really don't have a digital process that enables us to manage this system, this process.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that, Mayor. However, we are trying to implement a significant amount of changes, and one of the tools we're using to get us there is the quarterly reports to the CED committee to be a little bit more data informed, talk about those bottlenecks and those process issues that we have. We're sort of meeting fairly regularly within the management set of the department to really drive forward how we make informed management decisions based on the right amount of information and how we access that information. So it's definitely something we're working on now, and you'll certainly see improvements throughout the year as we move forward.
Okay. Allison or Joe, it looks like you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, we had a slide which looked at the median months or the median years to complete EIR, supplements to an EIR and NDs and MNDs. And we were looking at time periods before and after that 2019. And it was a significant amount of work that the team needed to dig through the Amanda. So I want to emphasize those caveats that Chris mentioned, because it was a significant amount of work for our team, even with those ones after 2019 to dig up, to understand the process, because a lot of the information was hard to get at. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I guess I'm at a distance of this, what I'm trying to discern is how much of that is because this is a process that inevitably has too many different apples, oranges, and bananas for us to be able to compare apples to apples. And how much of this is our failure to be able to better use data. And, I know there's a lot that is not purely reducible to data in this world, right? There's the most important things in this world that we value the most, like love, or may not be reducible to data. That's okay. But help me understand why this isn't a process that at least we can get better insight into to help us better manage with the use of data, since the one variable that matters the most to everybody in this world is time.
Yeah, so, Joe, did you want to go?
Go ahead, Chris.
So, again, an unsatisfactory answer, Mayor, but it's both, right? CEQA certainly is more iterative than many other processes, right? And that's why there's sort of a little bit more of the blended back and forth and the discussion with consultants and applicants. But there is an opportunity for better data management. But part of it is setting up the system and the practices within PBCE to get us at that data. When you look at the sort of the basic functionality of the Amanda system, it was established 20 years ago, right? And we've been sort of layering on top of that with those processes. It is a means of continual improvement that we'll continue to work on. And we're very much focused on how do we get access to that data in an efficient way. So not just me as director can make those decisions, but so that David and his team and individuals can see access to that and make those decisions in an informed way as well.
Okay, happy to continue this conversation offline. I know this, I don't want to beat the dead horse. I know you understand my concern. And I feel a bit frustrated because I thought at the beginning of my 2 terms, we were going to invest all this money in Amanda 7, and out would come a system that would enable us to use data to manage our process. And here we are many years later, and we still don't have a system that enables us to use data to manage and improve. And that's frustrating to me. Councilmember Mahon?
Sorry, just to quickly follow up on those questions. One thing, and being involved in building software for years, one thing we would always do is often sort of build a very simple prototype or really do things quite manually before we automated them. And I'm just curious, have we tried going through the exercise of just taking one or a handful of applications and just manually tracking on our end? Day 1, it's in. At this point, it is now waiting on consultant. I mean, just in a spreadsheet. I mean, have we gone through that exercise and kind of seen what, if any, sort of insights we gain from that? Waiting on consultant, waiting on applicant, and just get a sense of kind of the percentages of time that it's in. And how many different parties are there? I mean, there's the applicant, there's our consultants, there's our staff. Is there another group that I'm unaware of?
Yeah, there are a number of other groups. I'll let
that don't fall into applicant.
So applicant, consultant, sub-consultants.
Yeah, but that's all consultants.
Generally, stakeholders, potentially other agencies, certainly other independent departments within the city.
But that's staff. That's city.
Well,
That's city.
city staff, but then there may be other sort of agencies as well that have a
Okay,
piece of the process.
government.
Yes, there's people and no. So we've done some amount of that, and there's been a number of different efforts through the years in looking at it in different ways. Certainly, the auditor's report had a reference to some of that opportunity as well. So some data is available, and we sort of continue to look at the appropriate ways to capture that.
Okay. I mean, obviously, it should be automated or automatable with software. But what have we learned by looking at that in the past, if we've done it in a manual way?
So, I mean, I think this sort of really comes back to the conversation around the chess clock, right, and how much time it spends back and forth. Typically, we have an understanding of how much time we spend on these projects. It does come down to the sort of individual nature of any given project, because the context in which it's set and the type of development and the sort of actions that are occurring on the ground can have such an impact on that timeline that it's hard to narrow down variables on the time that it's not with us. But we can certainly.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the sorry to interrupt you. I don't think that's so much the focus. I think more of the exercise would be understanding how much time it's spending on our end, how much variability there is, and then looking at the outliers that are taking a long time and starting to isolate what do those have in common? What is it with those cases so that we can reduce the average time would be, I think I don't know. I've never worked in your department, so I could be completely wrong here. I'm just speculating.
If I could jump in and just kind of come back to both the mayor's question about are we comparing apples and oranges and your comment as well. So one thing we were trying to look at in the audit is those processes that are common among the projects, knowing that there's so many project-specific variables that can send us off into a different direction. And one thing that we focused on in the first finding is the different milestones within the EIR process. So there are different milestones that would be common. There would be things like the notice of preparation, the review of the administrative drafts, the first or the second draft, notice of availability. And one thing that, we're looking, again, going back to another question about some benchmarking, we were looking at the way Los Angeles kind of manages and measures progress. And one thing they do is measure the different times or the amount of time between those different milestones, between, that first administrative draft and what have you. And what they found, even though, their process is still very long, just like everybody else's, it was really helpful for them to figure out where things were going sideways on them.
Right.
What's going on in any given project, because they're tracking these things. They're tracking across these different milestones, and that's what we're recommending. And on that point about, I want to point out a couple things in the report is one thing that Ali and Abella found in talking with the planners is in some cases they were tracking things in they had a project schedule tracker. I think it was a Word document, it might have been, but they were just trying to keep track of this stuff on their own, but it wasn't consistent across planners. There was also potentially some, with all the challenges of Amanda, potentially there could have been some capability within that, again, because of some of the data challenges, wasn't really being used such. So there were potentially some opportunities that we saw. It was just a lot of it was, that consistency across the planners, consistency across the department. But there were ways, again, taking it further back stack to the original part, there are common elements, and that's what we were focusing on, just some of this basic project management. Let's identify these milestones. Let's start tracking across, because if you just look, especially if you just look at the beginning and to the end, you're not going to know why it took, what happened in those intermediate 6 months. So I just wanted to offer that as, getting back to some of the specifics that we had in the recommendations.
Right, and I would go back to I was kind of joking about reducing the number of stakeholders and what categories they're in, but frankly, I'd start by just saying city time versus other. I mean, I get that there's all, different contractors, but let's just focus on city staff, city time when it's actually on our desk, on our clock. That's where I'd really focus in first, and then everything else just classify as other for now, because that's what we have the most control over. One other quick follow-up question, is the city of LA using Amanda? I mean, I don't know that we want to go down this rabbit hole, but what's the best-in-class software solution for this?
Yeah, as I understand it, Councilmember, there's no perfect off-the-shelf solution.
There never is, but what's...
And every city that we talk to has some customized version of something, even down to how we look at electronic plan review. Everything is largely customized just because of the nuance and the changes between different cities.
Okay. Have we done an analysis of what other cities are using and found if are we happy with our decision?
So I know we've done that analysis in the past, and it's something that informally we continue to sort of keep a track on through conversations with peers in other cities in similar type departments.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I did note that on page 24, it describes that LA does track. And if we could just track whatever LA is tracking, and then we could beat LA, that's a good place to start. So I know I'm the least sophisticated guy involved in this process, but that's just my suggestion. Okay. All right. I think we have a motion. Let's vote.
Okay, I now have a council member who's remote, so I'll be calling roll. Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. All right. We're on to item 3.4. That's a review of the retirement plans, pension, and post-employment healthcare plan actuarial evaluations, also known as pension and OPEB, as of June 30th, 2021, including the audit of the actuarial valuations. And Roberto is here with presentations. Welcome, Roberto. Good to see you, sir.
Mayor and council members, good afternoon. It's my first presentation after 2 years, so I'm kind of excited to be here, to be honest with you. It's been 2 years of virtual meetings, and you may have noticed over the last 10 years that I have a slight accent, which is a little more difficult to pick up virtually, so I'm just glad to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Much appreciated.
Good to see you in 3 dimensions.
So this is really straightforward. It's going to take a lot less time than your last item, and I have to say it's probably the most positive actuarial report in the last decade. So I'm just a little sad that it may just be quick and to the point. So with that, let me see if I don't even remember. Let me see. Oh, there you go. So the first is a very short presentation. The first slide goes to the funded status. So we provided you here a combinations of pension and OPEB on a market value basis and an actuarial value basis, and then a combination of all the plans. Bottom line is, for example, police and fire market value, and again, I can't emphasize enough, this is as of June 30th, 2020. Value about 87%, on an actuarial value, 77.4%. For the pension, the OPEB is about 40%. Federated, 63.2% for market and 55% for actuarial, and the OPEB close to 67%, 2/3. When you look at the combined plans on a market value basis, is 76% for the pension and 67% on an actuarial value basis, and the OPEB a little more than 50%, which I have to say, when I first joined the city about 10 years ago, the OPEB was in the single digits. So it's up to 51%. So that's a great job from everyone, from the city staff to the boards and the office. The next slide, am I pointing in the right direction here? There you go. Is the annual city contributions. So we provided both the fiscal year ending this June 30th versus the upcoming fiscal year for police and fire, even though there were some changes that make the actual evaluation or the actual reporting a little more aggressive from the standpoint of increasing contributions. The total contribution amount for police and fire is actually lower than last year, from 245 to 241. Federated, about the same, 226 to 227.5. And if you look at the total number of 471 million to 469 million. Now, when we produced that information, that was contributions, assuming contributions throughout the year. The city elected to pre-fund. The boards will be approving the contributions, including the pre-funding request by the city at the May meetings. So that total number of 468.9 is really closer to, if I can put my glasses on, 457. So it's about an $11.5 million savings the city is actually using by pre-funding most of the contributions. So the next item, which I think I try to make a point every year, is the development of the actuarial value. When I presented the first slide, I made a point between the market value and the actuarial value. The main difference is that the actuarial value is actually in such a way that does a couple of things. First, the main goal is to limit the volatility of contributions in the future by attempting to take away the peaks and valleys of the returns over time. And so what we do is actually we take 5 years of returns and we only account for 20% of each one of those years. By combining those 5 years, 20% each, that makes 100%, and that actually makes the difference between the market value and the actuarial value. If you can see, if I can point you to the column to the right, this is the first time in a long time that I think I share with you, instead of having a deferred loss to be recognized in the future, we actually have for police and fire, we have a deferred gain of $516 million yet to be recognized. For Federated, $371 million to be recognized. So what that actually means is it gives us flexibility going forward. So in a nutshell, this year through almost mid-April, we were about flat. Obviously, the market has taken a downturn the last couple of weeks, so we're no longer flat. But assuming everything else equal, assuming that we meet all the other assumptions, if the actual market rate of return for police and fire is in the 10 to 12% negative, the city contributions will still decrease in 23-24 fiscal year. Now, Federated does not have as much of a leeway because they have a higher unfunded liability, but still, if the returns are in the 2 to 3% negative return and everything else equal, it will still decrease the contributions by the city in the fiscal year 23-24. Now, I'm not promising anything. We're trying very hard, but as you know, we don't control the market. But certainly, I think that's good news because in the past, when I presented this slide, instead of having deferred gains, we had deferred losses, which meant that we needed to exceed the assumed rate of return from the plans to be able to have the potential of lower contributions in the future. I also wanted to share with you, we did audit the evaluation process. This is a process that we implemented 5 years ago with the 2016 evaluation. That was the first time ever. And it's a process that requires that the evaluation reports be audited on a 5-year intervals. So 2021. So the nutshell here, the bottom line here is if you compare this audit to a financial audit, this is an unqualified opinion, meaning it's a clean opinion. In a nutshell, the actuarial calculations are reasonable and they were conducted under, according to generally accepted actuarial principles and practices. And basically speaking, the future value of pension benefits calculated by SICA, who is the actuarial audit firm, was very similar to Chiron. If you look at the details, I can answer any questions, but in a nutshell, 101% of Chiron's total present value for the police and fire future benefits, and for the OPEB, about 99%. In terms of Federated, they match 100% of Chiron total present value of future benefits, and about 99.5% on the OPEB. The other two numbers, these are the explicit subsidy, the explicit cost. The other two numbers, which is still within the 5% permissible when doing the audits in the 102 and 96, are related to the implicit subsidy. The implicit subsidy is actually accounting not just for the cost that the city pay, that is the explicit amount, but it accounts there is a cost associated to the city by bundling the healthcare costs of the retirees and the active members. So that's what the implicit subsidy is all about. Lastly, I wanted to close the presentation by sharing with you the projected annual city contributions in millions for the next 20 years. So as I indicated, this actually assumes that we meet all the assumptions, which includes the assumed rate of return of 6 and 5/8. If we were able to meet those assumptions, your city contributions will go down starting this coming fiscal year all the way to 2027. Now, as I mentioned, the current market is actually, both plans were flat through mid-April. I suspect now they're in the negative number, but assuming that we don't go any further down, and again, assuming that we meet all the other assumptions, the contributions going forward will decrease, probably at least the 2024, not as much as the 447 number of $22 million that you have in there. That again assumes that we are actually earning the assumed real return. That actually, Mayor and council members, concludes my presentation. I'm happy to entertain and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the positive news, Roberto. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, anybody who wants to speak on item 3.4, please raise your hand. I have Tessa Woodmansey. This item is the review of the retirement plans, pension, and healthcare plan. Go ahead, Tessa.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you going over that very much. And the only thing I'm not liking about this meeting is that you can't tell who's talking because of the mix. You know, when we have a mix of in-person and virtual, that's why we need to have it all be virtual, because that was much better for public participation. We could see who was speaking and all these things. And, you know, of course, the issue really is the externalities of when we're talking about healthcare plans, and when we have a government that isn't providing healthcare, that isn't creating safe streets, that isn't, creating clean air. These are the issues that I'm talking about, and the billions of dollars that we're spending on healthcare. And then the issue is in regards to, having people who are addressing the issues of our decline, of our climate emergency, that they get shut down because the powers that be don't want to hear it. And this is why I'm sitting here today writing a letter.
Tessa, we want to hear it, but we want to hear it when that item is called. We're still on
Okay,
the
no, I'm
retirement
calling.
benefits.
I know, I'm calling about retirement benefits, that we have health care, and the issue of health care is a critical spot, and how much we're spending, and how many people have died of cancer and asthma and heart disease, and being killed on our road. Let's not forget about that. Killed on our road, killed by police. And these are the issues that we're facing. And we're not, the main thing I was thinking about was on our roads, is that our roads, when we talk about zero, vision zero, we have to build our roads for safety, and we're not. And so when we have healthcare plans that are dealing with our healthcare and how much we're spending on it, we have to look at prevention, and that's what we're not doing. And so, that's what I'm trying to bring to the attention as I'm writing a letter to get Paul Anthony Soto out of jail, and he's being shut down. And I say it here because he's dealing with politicians and other community members who are dealing with money and not doing their job like he has been doing, which is protecting our health and our well-being. That's what we need to be doing, is protecting our health and well-being. So that's what I'm saying.
Sandra?
This is wonderful news on the pensions. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work of the committees that work on this. Since we don't control the market, and since we are in unusual times with inflation, I hope that any extra may be the incorrect word, the surplus money that's being talked about is not necessarily going to be spent on other items besides the pension, because we will have some adverse and down years, and we need to make sure this pension is solid. So I will leave it to the financial experts, for which I am not, but I do appreciate the good news, but we also have to plan for the rainy weather on the pension. Thank you.
Call-in user 2.
Hey, you better believe you're going to need extra money for the pensions, because this city offers so many fat pensions to all these people. You're never going to have enough money. So if you have some extra, you might as well reinvest it somewhere. I'd like to have it back as a taxpayer, quite frankly, but I know that, our policemen, they need bigger jet skis, homes in Maui, the firefighters, they need to have their house in Tahoe. I look at, I'm not going to lie, and this is what happens, right? And all this health care that they have for their spouse till the day they die, you're going to need the money, okay? Because this city wants to provide for every single person, and the public servants are treated very, very well. So you better save for a rainy day, especially all of you people up there in City Council voted for good old Let's Go Brandon. You know who we're talking about. The President Biden, great job he's doing, right? Great. Him and Kamala, great job. You guys are going to need the money, because this thing's going to fall. It's going to fall fast and hard. You better have money for a rainy day. Remember who told you that you're going to need money for a rainy day. You know who I am, right? Remember who told you. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, well, thank you. And before we go on to questions and comments, I want to make sure that, based on the public comment, I think there's some suspicion that there's some surplus. And I want to make sure we correct the record clearly, because the rainy day is still here, to the tune of somewhere between $3 or $4 billion of unfunded liability, depending on whether we use market valuation or actuarial valuation. So I don't want anyone in the public believing somehow or another we've now got a surplus in our funds. Fair to say we don't. Is that right, Roberto?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, so we've got still a long way to go. But this is certainly positive news and great progress, and we haven't seen this kind of positive news in a couple decades, so it's great. Okay, so comments or questions? Councilmember Foley.
Thank you for the report and for the real positive numbers, but I fear the positive numbers won't be the same at the end of this fiscal year based on the recession and what's happening in the stock market in the last few months and with inflation and no look in sight for that going down. So have you considered how, while these numbers are really good and we can't spend any additional funds, it does affect our unfunded liability to the good for this fiscal year, but are you projecting how that might look next year yet?
No, we're not able for a couple of things. First of all, we haven't done the exercise, but second, there's still about another 60 something days left on the fiscal year, and anything can happen. We would love for the market to come back up. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen, but I think if I can answer that question by saying, especially the police and fire plan, the numbers that I received from the actuary is that if the return is a market return negative about 13%, I'm talking on a market value basis, 13%, which is we're nowhere near that yet. Assuming all the other assumptions are met, the city contributions will stay the same. That leads me to believe that the funding ratio will stay about the same, and the unfunded liability will stay about the same as well. Now, again, two things. First one, it assumes all the other assumptions are met. But second, there's no telling what's going to happen with the market the next couple of months. The Fed is going to be meeting, making decisions to tame the inflation by increasing rates. And even though I suspect, and I'm not the CIO, that's Prabhu, he knows this much better than I do, even though I suspect that the market is already taking into account those increases, whether they're 50 or 75 basis points, there's no telling, how the market is going to react. So I'm going to try to stay away from speculating what may happen, but we will certainly make sure that we'll keep the city apprised once we know, where this is heading at the end of the year. And I say end of the year, I mean fiscal year.
Right, I understand, and I appreciate that. And what you started off your statement by saying that the funds, the unfunded liability, the contribution that is that the city makes to pay down the unfunded liability isn't changing, and therefore there's no increase in funds to the general fund, which is how we would be looking at it. If we had more funds in the general fund, we might be able to offer more services. But really, we're looking at it as a positive for the plans, but not necessarily that we're going to use those and benefit the general fund at this time.
That is correct. And I can emphasize enough, because I heard you saying something that I want to make sure, if I said it, I want to correct myself. I did not say it's not changing. I'm hoping that they may not change and the contributions will not go up. Of course, we don't know that until the fiscal year is over. But I just wanted to make that point because I know how the public reacts. And the last thing I wanted to come back 6 months and say, you said they were not changing that, and that's not what happened. That's not,
did. Yes, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mischaracterize what you said, so I appreciate that.
It's not for you, it's more for the public. Thank you,
Very good.
Councilmember Foley. Yes.
Are there, thank you, I appreciate that. Well, all in all, this is really a good report. Is there, and some of it is market driven. We've had 2 great years in the stock market anyway, not so much this current year. But is there any other strategies that have been implemented to result in this good news, such as tier 1, tier 2, the percentages of tier 2 going up, tier 1 retiree, or those contributing in tier 1 pension, tier 2 pension? What kind of an impact does that have?
So, as you know, the city established a tier 2 a few years back, just about when I joined the city. And as I speak to you, I'm going to find here, first of all, a couple of things. The ratio between the retired members and no active members and the active members for both plans is about 1.6. What that means is that both plans are very mature plans, which means they are extremely sensible to the volatility of the markets. So that's a challenge that the board have to have dealt with, and we have been dealing with, and will continue dealing with for years to come. The other side of that coin is, in both cases, let me start with Federated. There are now more Tier 2 members than Tier 1 members. However, just the fact that there are more Federated employees in Tier 2 than Tier 1 does not match the actual unfunded liability. The unfunded liability of the plans is mostly Tier 1, close to 99%. What I mean by that is that it will be quite a few years, 10, 20 years, before the impact of the Tier 2 membership is going to start making a difference in the funding ratios and the contributions, because the unfunded liability is so minuscule compared to the unfunded for Tier 1.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate that. And thank you for your report. And with that, that concludes my questions, but I will move acceptance of the report.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Foley, second Councilmember Davis. Other questions? I just had a couple more, Roberto. First, just to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, as we've been looking at our unfunded liabilities. I know you provides information about market valuation and actuarial valuation. It's actuarial valuation that we are supposed to be reporting publicly, is that right? And that's the number
that is correct. That's what we use for the report, and that's what we use for the city contributions calculation, is the actuarial value. You are correct on that.
Okay. So the good news is it's going down, but it's still pretty big. And I guess between all the funds and OPEB, somewhere around $4 billion, it looks like, which is better than it was. That's great. And just to build on the conversation with Councilmember Foley, as we look at the amount of that unfunded liability, you're saying it's more than 99% Tier 1. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the good news is the fears that somehow or another we'd be building a new unfunded liability out of Tier 2, those have not materialized.
That is correct. That has not materialized for a couple of reasons. But the main one is that the amortization of that unfunded liability is very minuscule. It's about 10 years. And the reason the boards did that is because the amount is so small that the impact on the city contributions is very, very small. And right now, both of those plans on a Tier 2 basis, they're either just over 100% or just about 100% funded, Tier 2.
Okay. But that's great news, because I know there was quite a bit of controversy when we were going about in 2016 about whether or not we were really putting the city on a sustainable path with this new set of benefits. And I think, at least for the first decade, we can say the evidence is pretty positive. So appreciate all that. And I want to thank everybody who's worked so hard to get us to this point over the last couple of decades, beginning with the woman who's sitting to my left, Jennifer McGuire, and everybody on the city team. I know this has been very hard work, and everybody in the city attorney's office. And I'm glad to see we are seeing a light at the end of this tunnel, and it is not an oncoming train. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez? Morales? Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Going back to Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thanks, Roberto.
Thank you.
Item 3.5 is local and small business preferences. And I believe there's no presentation. So, Vice Mayor, would you like to go to public first?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to public comment and then.
I'm seeing no hands go up for item 3.5. One hand just went up. Again, this is for local small business preference. Call in user 2.
Why is there no presentation for this? Why is there no presentation for this?
Back to council.
All right, Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm very passionate about this topic, so if my colleagues will indulge me for the next 25 minutes. No, I'll go straight to the point. I want to actually thank my council colleagues in advance for all the support that we've been trying to move forward with, trying to create opportunities and wealth for small and local businesses. And I also want to commend staff who has also been very supportive in terms of new programs and new initiatives. With all that being said, we are still struggling to get a good number of contracts awarded to local and small businesses. In fact, if you look at the fiscal year 2021, the number of contracts, or the percentage of contracts awarded to local and small contractors for both major and minor projects from the previous fiscal year have decreased. If we increase the percentages for local business enterprises as well as local and small business enterprises from 2.5 to 5% for each category, the Public Works Director reported to CED that that increase, if it were in place, would have changed the results of 15 procurements, where 3 of those procurements would have been awarded to small and local businesses. So it's a real opportunity for us to show the business communities, particularly the small business community, that those opportunities are there, that they can win those awards. And it's a constant feedback loop. So once the business community sees that small businesses are winning those awards, then that will generate more businesses wanting to bid on those awards, or those contracts. And therefore, it will be a feedback loop where we'll have more and more businesses winning those contracts, which will generate more interest in bidding on those contracts. So this is the first step in trying to have a tipping point where we'll see, hopefully see a significant number of small businesses win those contracts, and again, create opportunities and wealth in the small and local business community. So I want to make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right. That's it, Mayor.
I just want to commend Councilor Mahan for jumping in with that second and rapid record pace, yes. And I want to thank and commend Vice Mayor Jones for his leadership on this. I know this is something he's been very passionate about, and great to see it get over the goal line. This is a big boost to our local entrepreneurs and small businesses, more than half of whom are immigrants in our community, and it's a great thing to see. All right, any other comments? Let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reyes, forgive me.
Thank you. I also want to jump on that, Mayor. I want to thank Vice Mayor Jones, as he's been very strategic about his priorities, and one of them has always been small business. It's also been gender pay equity. I mean, it just has been, it's really the backbone. Small businesses are the backbone of San Jose, and I'm really grateful for his leadership and for driving this agenda for all of us. So thank you. We all benefit from it.
All right, any other comments? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 6.1 is the Climate Smart American Cities Climate Challenge, Climate Smart San Jose Plan Semi-Annual Update. Welcome, Carrie, team. We have a presentation.
Thank you, Carrie Romano, Director, Environmental Services. I'm joined today by EST Deputy Director Julie Benavente, Department of Transportation Deputy Director Jessica Zink, and Community Energy Department Director Lori Mitchell is actually out sick today. So we're gonna be a team and cover for. Today we have our twice yearly update on how things are going in regards to our Climate Smart San Jose program. We're particularly proud of the progress that we've made over the last 6 months since our last reporting period, and excited again to come back to council in June to talk more about our carbon neutral 2030 plan. Clicker, forgot about that. Can you help me? Thank you. So again, today we'll talk a little bit about background, provide you with some updates on our core activities, community engagements, programs, policies, and then what's next on the near and long-term horizon. And as you may recall from a background standpoint, Climate Smart San Jose was approved in February 2018, and it aligns us with the 2016 Paris Climate Agreement. It focuses on energy, mobility, and unique at the time, water. In November 2021, this past November, Council adopted our aspirational goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. We'll again be back in the June timeframe to talk more about our ideas around that. And then since 2019, we've been working and significantly supported by the American Cities Climate Challenge, which is now in its last few months. And with that, I'll transition over to Julie Benavente.
Hi there, and just to talk a little bit about some of the core activities that, there we go, the core activities that our team does. We collaborate across departments to track and pursue various funding opportunities to support climate smart initiatives. And through to February 2022, Climate Smart efforts have received over $6.3 million in fiscal year 21 through 22 alone. That includes both direct and in-kind resources. We also have applications out in order to acquire another 1.6 million in external funding. 1.3 million of that is in this from this reporting period, applications that we sent in. The Climate Smart team is also closely monitoring and preparing for these opportunities, as well as additional funding opportunities. I think, as you know, both state and federal have a lot of funding coming down to help support building electrification, energy efficiency, weatherization, EVs, EV charging, transportation mode shifting, all the things that we love in Climate Smart. And so we're planning to pursue as much as we can through those funding sources. And also our Climate Smart efforts continue to be recognized by leading global and national reporting agencies such as the CDP and the ACEEE. In terms of our community engagement, in this reporting period, we launched our Go Green Teams, a new initiative that's a team-based community engagement strategy that's built upon our Climate Smart platform. The teams, our team signed up over 40 team leaders throughout the community through February 2022, and those team leaders will be hosting and are in the middle of hosting 9 meetings for their teams to learn about and take actions around climate solutions, including food and waste, home energy, transportation, water, and climate resilience, as well as disaster preparedness. The first Go Green Team cohort will conclude in July, and we hope to learn from and then build upon this for future cohorts in our community. We also opened up our 3rd annual Climate Smart Champion Awards and in February, and the awards recognize individuals and organizations here at our April 19th council meeting for their efforts in 2021 that aligned with Climate Smart goals. Then just on the San Jose Clean Energy side, San Jose Clean Energy since February 2019 has invested over $1 billion in nearly 500 megawatts of new renewable energy and reliability resources. 2 of the 4 projects have completed construction and began producing power in December 2021. 2 more, which will provide 200 megawatts of solar power, including 10 megawatts of battery storage, will come online by the end of 2022. And San Jose Clean Energy also began working with their programs implementer Franklin Energy to design a new energy efficiency program that is planned to launch in spring 2022. That's through the CPUC funding that we received. San Jose Clean Energy Solar Access Program, which offers low-income customers living in disadvantaged communities a 20% discount on 100% solar energy from solar facilities in Northern California, began enrolling customers in November 2021 with over 600 enrolled to date, maybe more by now. And the capacity is around 800 customers, so they'll be working to fulfill that full amount of customers in that program.
Good afternoon. Jessica Zank, Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. I'll briefly go over some of the highlights that the Department of Transportation is working on with other colleagues, including implementation of the Better Bike Plan. As reported to the Transportation and Environment Committee, we now have well over 400 miles of on-street bikeways, and the quality of those bikeways are improving with every year. We also, in partnership with the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department, have 63 miles of trails throughout San Jose. We are also working with Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement to update the Transportation Demand Management and Parking Ordinance for the city, and propose to bring you an update to that in June for further direction and insight. We also continue to implement electric vehicle charging infrastructure strategically alongside our Department of Public Works, San Jose Clean Energy, and private partners and funders. This includes all kinds of charging infrastructure, namely level 2 and fast chargers. We do expect that we need about twice as many level 2 chargers as we currently have, and additional fast chargers to get to our goals per the electric vehicle roadmap. Part of getting to that includes continuing to work with the Cal EVIP program, the California EV Infrastructure Project, launched in December 2020. It's a co-funded $14 million rebate program for level 2 and direct current fast charging infrastructure. Next slide.
So just to talk a little bit about our Pillar 3 programs and policies, which deal with buildings mostly. Our highlights are that our REACH code update, we are planning to, so there was a 2022 building code that has been passed, or is basically passed. And so we'll need to update our REACH code to align with those new standards, as well as the natural gas infrastructure prohibition ordinance, which we passed after we had passed the REACH code. So that will be for implementation starting January 1st, 2023. We'll be coming back to council with that in the fall to provide that update. We're also coordinating with some of the other Bay Area community choice aggregation organizations that represent Santa Clara County, San Mateo County, and Alameda counties in order to try to align and see how they're progressing with their REACH codes as well. We also released our draft building electrification framework in February 2022 for public review and comment, and have refined it based on the comments we've received. We'll be returning to council for consideration on that framework in June 2022. And then just looking ahead, we have a lot of items that are expected to reach some milestones in the next reporting period, including the ones shown on this slide. And we'll be coming forward with a lot more for council consideration. And now we'll open to questions.
Thank you, Julie. All right, thanks everybody for your hard work. Let's go to the public.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so I guess we're going to have another meeting in regards to the electrifications of our pre-existing homes. I think that's another item. But this item, I'm very happy to comment on, Tessa Woodmansey, because like the scientists say, which we need to listen, like they say in the movie, Don't Look Up, she sings, qualified scientists. And the most qualified scientist that I've been looking at is Kevin Anderson and Paul Kalmus. He's the one that protested and put his arms, tied his arms to the Citibank or the Chase Manhattan Bank in Los Angeles, because he's crying out saying, and what Kevin Anderson is saying as a climate scientist in the UK is saying that the only thing that matters, it doesn't matter all your commitments, and how many roads and how many miles and how much CO2. Well, no, that's the important thing. How many things that we've done and blah, 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 and how many meetings and committees. That doesn't matter. It's the physics that matters. The physics that matters, which is our CO2 emissions. And that's the only thing that matters. And we are not lowering our CO2 emissions. When I went to Kerry Romanoff and talked to her about the climate team with Andrew Boone, it was all about the electric car. And that was it. You know, that was terrible. And the electric car is not our solution. We have to reduce our emissions to zero. And if it's called keep it in the ground. That is the message that nobody's listening to. And now, since Ukraine, which has made things worse, and we're going into nuclear, and we're going into make our energy at home, and even the issue of our own electrification here. I was talking to my husband, a climate scientist, biologist, who wrote the climate plan. And don't forget about my son, Marshall Woodmansee, who's running for mayor. And his agenda is to keep fossil fuels in the ground and make San Jose a food garden again. And that is our future.
Sandra?
Initially, I'd like to thank the mayor for clarifying on the pension for those of us who were just so excited to see a positive number. Going to this subject, I object to the natural gas elimination mandate or replace on burnout ordinance being considered, studied, or advanced today. First, the public was informed that the existing building electrification plan and framework was to be discussed in late May, not this April City Council meeting. The memo by Mayor Liccardo, Council Members Jimenez and Perales feels like an attempt to avoid public comment or circumvent public resistance by slipping this item into this agenda instead of discussing in the previously stated May date. Second, while the plan had some excellent points, it was deeply flawed report by not addressing numerous technical issues and containing lowball homeowner cost impact numbers. The report did not examine major technical issues such as grid reliability. A full report that addresses the technical issues needs to be completed. One city staff member responded to a question on grid reliability by stating that the PUC was working on that issue. The PUC has never produced not even 1 megawatt of power ever, and is not responsible for the grid. The city of San Jose needs to examine this issue for its residents before coming up with a mandate or a replace on burnout. No action on the elimination of natural gas or replace on burnout ordinance should be taken today. It is unacceptable for council members and the mayor to try slipping something like this into the agenda today. And it's unacceptable to consider this item until the basic technical issues have been answered. Thank you.
Tobin Gilman?
Hi, thank you. I also wanted to comment on the mayor and the mayor's memo with council members Perales and Jimenez. It states in there that a mandate is not being advocated at this time. And it's the words "at this time" that are concerning to me. And the reason it's concerning is because the public has been getting very mixed messages about this whole idea of a mandate in existing homes, existing buildings being mandatory to electrify. Let me read you the specific language that was in the plan that was circulated for public comment earlier this year. Quote, "Because voluntary action by property owners will not be sufficient to fully electrify San Jose's buildings by the city's 2030 carbon neutrality goal date, new laws that require electrification for every building sector will be necessary." So that was pretty clear language. And in spite of that language, city staff and actually a couple of council members actually said, no, that's not in the plan. Well, I mean, anybody could read it who wanted to read it could find it there. So that's the source of concern. And my ask is that if there is a motion today to approve this overarching plan, this broader plan, that there be explicit language in there that makes it very clear that the city is not considering a mandate to convert existing buildings from natural gas to electricity today or in the future. At the very least, just give us clarity, talk straight to the public, because a lot of us are confused. Thank you.
Caller 4963.
Martha O'Connell, GSMOL Regional Manager, representing mobile home park residents. San Jose has the most number of mobile home parks of any city in California. Our over 10,000 spaces provide affordable housing to low and moderate income folks, seniors, disabled, and underrepresented communities. The unintended consequences of the existing building electrification plan threaten the homes of those residents. On 3/29, representatives of park owners and I met with environmental services. We explained in clear language that forcing electrification of the parks will result in park closures. The millions and millions of dollars it would take to electrify the parks will result in the owners selling the land, closing the parks, and displacing thousands and thousands of residents. An example of a park in another city that closed was provided. During our meeting, it was painfully clear that ES does not understand the dynamics of mobile home parks, including the low amperage of electrical panels at the individual homes and the non-allowance of solar panels. My mind is not put at rest by the wording, "We are not advocating for mandates at this time." Gas conversion needs to be driven by park owners and the captive residents, not mandated by government. Save the parks, reject mandatory gas conversion.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item as it is part of climate smart issues. You know, there will naturally be a technology and data collection involved with this project, it seems like. Try to include how open public policies and accountability and civil rights and civil protection ideas can really help bring a good focus to whatever you need to do with these projects. It can be of a lot of help, I feel, like AI projects and what Martha O'Connell was just describing. I think there can be a way that government can create a certain mandate for electrification, but there simply has to be conversation with Martha and groups like Martha, who I think if there's a good conversation, a good dialogue, a real process can be agreed upon and a real understanding. Martha seems to have some good examples that really need to be listened to, and I hope if the city can do that, that's the process. That's really good stuff. So good luck in that effort. And I guess, my other real concern right now is that I am sadly learning that does the future of our renewable energy and local procurement process at this time hinge on the actual development of U.S. fossil frack fuel use? And if that's the case, we are in trouble. I'm worried. I don't know which direction to go. I don't want to go into nuclear to carbon offset these things. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I do know, the one thing I do know from all of this, to offer something positive, that we need to have good workers' rights issues. Always be thinking about that with the future of battery storage issues. That's a 1-2 combination for our future. We always have to be considering and thinking about. Thanks for this item.
Isa?
Yes, the first few people that talked said so many things so well. I don't want to repeat it and take my full 2 minutes. I just want to mention how I feel personally as a citizen, how deceiving the mayor has been and others been, and the staff telling us that they're not going to mandate, they're not thinking about mandates, but yet Sam refuses to remove that from his memo. And I just hope that there's at least 6 people on council today that will demand that mandate issue on existing homes be removed. Thank you.
Susan Butler Graham.
Hi, I'm Susan Butler Graham, a San Jose resident, mother and grandmother, speaking on behalf of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. We strongly support the Climate Smart Plan, and we urge you to make the plan even stronger to help San Jose reach its goal of being carbon neutral by 2030. Specifically, we urge you to approve the existing building's electrification plan. Also, sunset the gas ban ordinance's exemption for gas-powered fuel cells. And upgrade the EV charging reach code for multifamily housing to 95% EV ready, 5% EVSE. All residents deserve access to EV charging. Now is the moment to act. We are running out of time. This month, the United Nations released a report saying if we don't drastically reduce greenhouse gases by 2030, we won't be able to keep the Earth at a livable temperature. The report says we're headed toward a world that will be uninhabitable, and it uses the term horror story. These are strong words from UN scientists. As moms, we are extremely concerned. Please strengthen Climate Smart for the sake of our children. Thank you.
Sanjita?
Thanks for the opportunity to provide comment. My name is Sangeeta and I'm an organizer with Save the Bay. We're a regional organization working to protect and restore the San Francisco Bay and its surrounding communities. I'd like to focus my comment today on the draft natural and working lands element, the new element being added to Climate Smart San Jose. Save the Bay strongly believes that the natural and working lands element must expand its definition of urban greening to include green stormwater infrastructure. We're glad to see that Climate Smart will include the many benefits of natural and working lands, including urban greening. Green spaces within urban areas provide important climate adaptation benefits, mitigating urban heat and building resilience for communities most impacted by climate change. However, Save the Bay is concerned that the definition of urban greening in the natural and working lands element is inadequate. Urban greening needs to extend beyond city-owned parks and trees to include nature-based green stormwater infrastructure like rain gardens and bioswales to proactively adapt to climate change. As climate impacts like extreme heat and the risk of flooding worsen, green stormwater infrastructure will mitigate the urban heat island effect and divert excess stormwater away from roads. It will also provide carbon sequestration benefits and bring the physical and mental health benefits of green spaces to San Jose residents in dense urban areas. We also appreciate the natural and working land elements focus on equity, and we believe that urban greening must be implemented equitably in San Jose. This means focusing on low-income communities, communities of color, and other marginalized neighborhoods that simultaneously lack green space and face disproportionate risk of climate impacts. The current limited definition of urban greening restricts the climate adaptation benefits of the natural and working lands element. Incorporating green stormwater infrastructure into this element will build climate resilience in San Jose and protect its frontline communities. Thank you.
Barbara Weiss?
I'm a senior, a resident of San Jose, and I'm very concerned that I may be facing a mandated conversion of my longtime home to gas. I have to electric. I have a gas furnace in this older house, which means I probably will have to get an electric furnace and then have all of my wiring completely redone in the house. And then I have a gas stove, which I don't use very often because I live by myself and I don't cook that much, but still I'd have to replace the stove. And then there's the hot water heater, which I just replaced a couple of years ago. I'm living on a fixed income, and with the stock market, what it is, and with the required minimum withdrawal that I'm faced with every year, my nest egg that I might be using for all of these conversions for this home would not really work for me. It's going to be a real hardship for me and probably for a lot of seniors in older homes. I don't know if you're aware of this. I think you should be made aware of it. I am concerned about climate change. I want to do everything that I can to help, but I'm going to need some help from somebody if you're going to mandate that I completely redo all of the gas parts of my home. Thank you.
Stamidi?
Hi. I am really concerned about this mandate, and I do not like this language in the mayor's memo. I think it makes sense that we mandate that new constructions should have electrical appliances, and that the rest of us, as we need to change our appliances, we move on to electric appliances, and that would make sense. But to force us all in just like 7 or 8 short years to move to electric makes no sense. There are many people like me who just recently upgraded their kitchens, had no idea that this was coming down the pipeline, and we spent a fortune on a good gas cooktop. And of course, I also have other gas appliances like the furnace and the water heater that were replaced recently. And now you're telling me that I'm going to have to change everything. And for what? I mean, there are other cities like Los Altos is allowing single family homes to hang on to their gas cooktops. They're not required to change it. I have a friend building an ADU in Los Altos, and she's just installed a gas cooktop. So how is this fair? And we are talking about the environment. So it's not enough that, San Jose forces all of us to change this, because the environment, depends on just more than one city changing something. And we should be in lockstep. And also, there is absolutely, I have no confidence in PG&E. And I can only imagine what happens if we have an outage in winter, And so I think you need to rethink this. And it just makes sense that we do that.
Juan Estrada.
Dear City Council, my name is Juan Estrada and I'm with Green Foothills, which has protected open space, farmlands, and natural resources for over 60 years. We appreciate the city's work on the natural and working lands element to facilitate carbon sequestration, flood risk reduction, along with wildlife habitat and farmland preservation. We are, however, concerned about a couple of unfortunate oversights that should be addressed. First, the urban greening section should also explicitly prioritize the creation of new green space. Second, we ask you to expand the definition of urban greening. We're glad to see urban greening included since protecting open space outside the urban footprint is just one piece of the puzzle. Just as important is working towards equity, which involves protecting, increasing, and equitably distributing trees and green space within our urbanized areas. The creation of new green space is implied in the draft. It would be better to explicitly indicate the pursuit of new green space in climate vulnerable communities with a higher urban heat island index. We are also concerned that the definition of urban greening is limited to city-owned parks and street trees, which alone are insufficient to achieve San Jose's climate resiliency goals within the urban footprint. It will be necessary to use every opportunity to successfully adapt to a changing climate and loss of biodiversity. This includes green stormwater infrastructure like rain garden and bioswales that will build San Jose's resilience to climate impacts like extreme heat and flooding. Options for additional actions by the city include nature-based green stormwater infrastructure, such as rain gardens, bioswales, etc., partnering with other agency landowners to enhance urban greening within the city, creating new green space, protecting and maintaining existing trees, and planting native trees and vegetation to increase biodiversity. We ask that you direct staff to incorporate these additional items in order to make San Jose truly climate resilient in the decades to come. Thank you.
Jeffrey Buchanan. Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. The IPCC has stated very clearly that in order to remain under 1.5 degrees Celsius warming, that no new fossil fuel infrastructure can be installed. This is extremely important. And beyond that, we have to start reducing our fossil fuel use. And unfortunately, market solutions alone are not going to transition the complicated infrastructure of our building industry. Cities have to lead the way. I just want to comment on a few things I've heard about the electrification ordinance, and I'd like to describe why we support it. First, no one is suggesting the premature retirement of appliances here. I think at most what is being considered is going to be a replace when your appliance burns out. There's one community member who said that she didn't want to mandate, but thinks that it would be reasonable if when you're replacing your gas appliance to replace it with electric. But that's exactly what the plan is taking a look at. And again, this is something that's being taken a look at down the road. The city is not considering this right now. I think this is a policy option that absolutely needs to be on the table if mathematically we need to solve the crisis of climate change. So I think the urgency of the climate crisis requires that we keep our options on the table and that we don't cut off avenues to reduce emissions. And I would just like to highlight One final thing about the plan is that there's some really, really excellent language in there about taking in community feedback, about studying any potential community impacts, about creating renter protection ordinances, creating anti-displacement policies, creating equity policies, listening to the community, and co-developing any potential future mandates with the community. So the plan is written, it's not going to sneak anything past anyone. Everything's going to be studied out in the open. So please, let's keep our options on the table and keep leading the way on climate change. Thank you.
Ruth Callahan.
Yes, thank you for this time. Ruth Callahan. I'm a senior. I live on a fixed income. The language that is in this particular proposal that you're looking at is vague. It leaves open the possibility that at any time a recommendation for a mandate could happen. Frankly, I couldn't afford it. I just put in a new gas furnace 5 years ago. I just upgraded my electrical panel. I have a gas stove, gas dryer, and a gas washing machine that are brand new. And you will mandate this at some time. And it's not fair to people who are living on a fixed income if you are going to do that without upfront putting in place a plan to compensate people on a fixed income. And it's not just seniors. If you're going to have low income and low income people having to upgrade, you'll have to provide for them too. So I think it's very unfortunate that this language is so loosey-goosey and it's very unclear what the future will hold for people who cannot afford to do this. And when you go out to buy a new appliance, if you don't have the capacity to have it become electric, you have to upgrade your panel. So I'm really against this language in particular. I'd love to see us get off the carbon, footprint and reduce it. But in this state, you have a Central Valley where most of the carbon is coming from in the cattle and the dairy. And they also suck all our water. And no one addresses that. Thank you.
Call-in user 2.
This is the talking points of the failing Democratic Party. Getting rid of natural gas. You people are crazy. You don't realize what you're doing. Sam thinks this is his town. He thinks you should have to ride bicycles and get rid of your natural gas. I don't think that you people have thought this through yet. That natural gas is fantastic for cooking and heating. It's low cost. And the scare tactics of how bad it is, the Sierra Club, this guy who calls in from the Sierra Club, they need to take a hike to hell, I can tell you. They're full of it. They're totally full of it. They had good intentions when they first started, but not anymore. But I think, you guys are a bunch of liberals, and liberals like to spend other people's money. It's what they get off on, and this city council does. And you want everyone to upgrade all this stuff. All these people calling in, don't you feel for them? Hey, how about this? Who wants that hassle to have to rewire a house? You know what it takes? It's not just money. It's a hassle. It takes many days to do it. And you want to take that away. It's not yours to take away. All of a sudden, you're dictating how I'm going to cook and shower and heat the home that I live in. Who are you people? This is dictatorial. This is something out of the Soviet Union. And guess what? We don't have all the natural gas or electrical plants electrical plants. We have plenty of natural gas, but you don't have the electrical plants to do it. You need nuclear to do something like this, not your unicorn electrical grid. You people are crazy. I'm serious. You should be institutionalized for thinking.
A.R. Bancroft.
Hi there, council members. My name is Amanda Bancroft, and I'm with 350 Silicon Valley.
and I support the climate action plan, specifically the burnout ordinance and the natural gas ban. Hopefully we'll get those exemptions removed. And I just wanted to highlight that I really think we need a bottom-up approach to these plans, which include subsidies, rebates, grants for electrifying low-income and moderate-income housing, first and foremost. And I'll also point out that we're so concerned about natural gas because it's 80 times more potent of CO2 over a 20-year period. And not to mention the main ingredient of natural gas, methane, leaks throughout the entire distribution process and is becoming even more inefficient. And so I'll wrap it up with saying that delays to this plan is only leading to increasing wildfires that turn our skies red, melting glaciers that are raising sea levels and warming our oceans, along with more severe droughts that make it even harder to maintain food production. So it's becoming ever clear that we really need to act now. Thank you.
Mark?
Yes. Yes, thank you for hearing me. I live in the Corey neighborhood of San Jose. Of my 5 neighbors, 3 of them are low income or no income families, and I know that there's been a lot of changes in San Jose and different neighborhoods. But there's still a lot of people living in the neighborhood who don't have the means to upgrade or to be compelled to upgrade facilities from gas to electric. So, and some of these people wouldn't know how to take advantage of funds that might be available to help them. For instance, one of my neighbors is a high functioning autistic, and his house was bequeathed to him by his parents, but he would have no idea how to do this. Another of my neighbors is an elderly spinster. She lives alone. Again, she's very out of touch with what's going on, and she really wouldn't know what to do. And another of my neighbors, they're a immigrant family from south of the border. And they've been low income all their lives. They've scratched and scraped to manage to stay in the area. But so this is actually 60% of my, 3 out of 5. That's 60% of my neighbors would have difficulty conforming to such things. I don't think it's appropriate to mandate these kinds of changes. That's my point, and I support Davis's point on this matter.
Thank you. I appreciate the many members of the community who spoke today. I want to thank everyone for their hard work on all of our efforts collectively. In addition to Carrie and Julie and Jessica and Lori and their teams, I also want to thank Scott Green on my team, who has been working hard on these issues for many, many years, and I know is grateful to see that we've accomplished so much together. I keep hearing routinely several members of the public refer to mandates. So I think it's important to squarely address this. If somebody told you the city was opposing a mandate today or any time in the near future, you are lied to. So we're not imposing a mandate. We're not imposing any mandate to replace any gas appliances that function today. And we're not even imposing a mandate about gas appliances that don't function anymore. But I will read exactly what the memo says so everybody understands what is actually being contemplated by the 3 of us who have signed off. And I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez and Perales about what exactly we're seeking. It is wholly in this direction: appliance replacement. In an effort to accelerate decarbonization of our existing buildings, conduct research and stakeholder engagement, including with mobile home parks, on the prospect of including a replace on burnout ordinance in the current REACH code update with the accompanying provision of rebates and other incentives support supplanting gas with electric appliances. Return in the fall with findings. So what I expect will happen in the fall is we're going to learn something about what rebates are out there, what incentives are out there that would support supplanting gas with electric appliances when those gas appliances no longer work. And we may learn something about what the cost is, because we know the costs are very steep for particular appliances. Some gas appliances, we know that, if it requires enormous upgrades, for example, an electrical system, we know that's many thousands of dollars. And so we will certainly be clear about what we are doing and not doing. And I'm fairly confident there's not going to be any mandate that comes from this council that says everybody's got to go replace everything they got in their house. We are simply trying to understand what the landscape looks like, what the costs are, and what incentives and rebates might be out there to help people make this transition. Might also note that we know where the ball is moving, what CARB is doing, what the state is doing, what EPA may be doing, and some of those gas appliances may not be out there on the market for very long to be able to replace your current gas appliance with. So we better do what we can to figure out what rebates and what incentives are out there, because there may not be choices to replace gas with gas. There may in fact only be options to replace gas with electric. So let's do everything we can to get ready to understand how we can ease that transition, because we know there's a significant cost. And I'm fairly confident if we're all working together, we can get there without anybody feeling that they've been imposed upon with a mandate. Later on in the memorandum and the discussion, we specifically say that we are not advocating for mandates at this time. We do recognize the fact, while we are not advocating for mandates at this time, we do recognize the fact that people typically will not go very long without a water heater, AC heater, et cetera, and reaching that consumer within the small window between appliance burnout and replacement can be difficult. So considerable community outreach needs to occur to promote the health benefits, energy savings, cost benefits, as well as education around rebates and incentives. The point is, of course, that folks are burning through. These appliances age over time, we know that, and they stop functioning. So let's do everything we need to do to ensure the community is well informed about options and how we can actually do this in a way that does not break the bank, that does not result in undue pain to our residents, because we know people are mightily challenged right now with growing inflation and rising utility costs in particular. And so we've got to do everything we can to help make it easy for folks. We've got to provide information about those rebates and incentives. So I know that's what our city staff has indicated they're inclined to do, and I look forward to that work so we can all learn more about that going forward. Okay, other members of the council, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank all of the members of the public who came out to speak tonight or on Zoom. First of all, Mayor, the existing building electrification draft plan did talk about mandates. It may not have used that word exactly, but it did talk about requiring conversions. So that's where it came from. And there were a number of members of the public who alerted me to that while ESD was going through their process for public comment on that draft plan. And that has prompted me to write a letter to the editor about that plan, alerting people. And after that, I received over 100 emails about a concern about mandatory conversion, especially by 2030, which is what the plan was talking about. For members of the public who may not know, we have already made new construction required to be all electric. And that's something that I supported, and I have supported our climate smart goals and actions to date. However, I do have a growing concern, and frankly, I will say, using the phrase, while we are not advocating mandates at this time, is giving the public pause, because it does sound like we're entertaining the idea of mandates in the future. And I have a lot of reservations about that, and many members of the public have as well, and they've come out and spoken about these. Several reasons for this concern. The first one, many people brought up to me, grid capacity. We currently experience public safety power shutoffs. How much more so if all of our furnaces and water heaters and stoves were also all electric? We don't know what timeline the grid will have the capability for us to make these conversions. And the second, probably the most important, is the cost to residents. We need to be honest about what incentives and what rebates are actually going to do and who pays the cost of those. At the end of the day, rebates, first of all, put the burden up front on residents to make the purchase and then go back and get the rebate. And incentives have to come from somewhere. Our middle income families will disproportionately bear that burden, as they so often do with these kinds of programs. That's a concern to me. You may have seen a letter to the editor today in the MERC that talked about an estimate to get their electrical panel upgraded, just the electrical panel, not talking about the other appliance conversions. $25,000 estimate from PG&E. People on fixed incomes, people in mobile home parks are not going to be able to afford these kinds of conversions. We need to be honest about when we're going to talk about mandates, if we are going to talk about mandates. Mayor, you talked about options. I think if the window on options is closing for people, they need to know now. We've heard from Martha and other mobile home park residents and owners and managers that conversions for mobile home parks are likely to be very costly because they have even smaller electrical panels than most homes. And then another thing I personally would not have thought of, but was brought up to me by multiple people, is that they cook their cultural foods at home with gas. And they highly value that and are very concerned about having to, whether it's at appliance end of life or not, having to change to electric. One even mentioned that they would use a propane-powered mobile burner instead of their electric stove if they had to change. And so one of the things I would like staff to really think about is, if we require conversion, whenever we require it, I'll tell you, those propane-powered mobile stoves, those are camp stoves. Those are not going to be outlawed. They're still going to be available. What is the health and safety risk of using those if we require conversions? So whoever makes the motion for this item, I would hope that they would keep out and be explicit about taking out the phrase "at this time," and to really send a clear message to the public that we are not going to mandate conversion to all electric. Replacing on burnout does help with spreading out the cost over time, and that will be probably sufficient for some people. But what about people on fixed incomes? What about our lower middle income folks who won't qualify for incentives and only will have access to rebates and can't afford the upfront cost? We have to get real about the fact that our climate smart plan is really talking about changing behavior. And it is really hard to change behavior. And there are huge costs to changing the infrastructure that we have. And if we're just telling people right now, as you did, Mayor, we're not talking about mandates, and then in the next sentence talk about replace on burnout, that's a mandate. We need to be clear to people what these costs are going to be and when they're likely to bear those burdens. And I don't think we're having this conversation in as transparent a manner as possible.
I'll try to assist with the transparency. You urged that we need to be honest when we're talking about mandates. I'll be absolutely clear. We're not talking about mandates. Here's what page 8 of the staff report says. The framework does not include any mandates, but offers strategies to raise awareness about the benefits of using electric appliances and negative health impacts of using gas, encourage the growth of high-quality building electrification jobs in San Jose, and reduce housing and energy costs through building electrification programs, and increase access to clean and reliable energy. Staff expects to bring that framework to council for consideration in Q2 of this year. So Carrie, let me ask, is that accurate? The framework does not include any mandates?
Yes.
Okay. So let me try to be really, really transparent in case I wasn't the first time. We're not talking about mandates. And in terms of who pays for rebates and incentives, you can go to the governor's budget, you can look at CARB, you can look at a host of other agencies that are making decisions about money, and we know it's all taxpayer money. Let's all be clear about that, it's taxpayer money. But it's not our decisions to issue those rebates and mandates. I'm sorry, rebates and incentives. Those are decisions made by other agencies, mostly state agencies. And the question is, are we going to leave that money on the table, or are we going to make it available for our residents to actually take advantage of it to reduce their costs, to reduce the harm in their own homes that are imposed by some gas appliances? I think it makes sense for us to do exactly what we're proposing to do. Inform people about the rebates and incentives that are out there, that are available. And that is something we can do at the very, very least. Whether the words at this time are in the memo or not, which, by the way, isn't even in the direction, I think. It's in the discussion. So we're really, really stretching the fearmonger if we're pointing at 3 words somewhere in paragraph 6 of the discussion. So let me be absolutely clear, there are no mandates. I don't care if those words are in the discussion in paragraph 6 or not. I'm fairly certain they have no impact whatsoever on our decision today, nor will they have any impact on our decision in the fall. What I know is there's no mandate. So if people are telling you there's a mandate or there's ambiguity, they're lying to you. Councilmember Perales.
Just to correct the transparency, Mayor, is paragraph 4 of our memo, but that's okay.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Perales. That's paragraph 4.
Maybe hopefully lighten the mood a little bit. But first off, I want to say, I think that we're actually, at least the way I'm looking at it, we are actually talking about and concerned about very similar things as what Councilmember Davis is saying. I know this because I am as well, and there's just some personal realities behind the difficulties of trying to, convert all your appliances. I happen to be in a new home that my wife and I just bought, but it's a 90-year-old home, and it's got a 25-year-old water heater. Happens to have new washer and dryer because we came in and bought a new washer and dryer. We had to, and stove, and in fact, that 25 years is actually it's kind of the end of life, but it's a decent lifespan for a lot of these appliances. So when people make the investments on these new appliances, when they are coming to end of life, they may not have to do that again for another 25 years. And so we really are, with all of this, talking about the future. We're talking about the inevitable. We're talking about not even, forget mandates, inevitable. The reality is that we are going to have to shift as a society on how we are utilizing the natural energy resources that we have here currently at our disposal and that we've had at our disposal for a long time, but we recognize we can't keep going on that way. And so we absolutely have to put indicators sooner than later. I think we have to be very transparent if we ever expect to shift. I myself even, right, the conversation as we began through these discussions, I had not thought about that as a new homeowner on what those next decisions might be until we actually broached it in this topic. And then I thought, oh, well, yeah, I mean, the water heater's kind of getting to the end of life. And at some point here, I have to replace some of these other appliances. And if they're going to last for 20-something years, maybe now's the time to think about that, which route am I going? And is there a financial resource that I could tap into today to get me there? But we really are at the start of this education campaign, culture shift to try and get our community onto a more sustainable path and more sustainable future. And again, it's just inevitable. Whether we want to argue about the fact that we want to make it a mandate now or 5 years or 10 or never, the reality is we're going to have to shift. And whether it's, as the mayor points out, whether it's because somebody else makes decisions at the state level or maybe a federal level, and all of a sudden the opportunity to purchase new gas appliances 15, 20 years from now becomes void, and people are going to be forced to make the decision, or because, again, somebody makes a mandate, inevitably we're going to broach this subject. We're going to cross this bridge at some point. And so I think better to have the conversation about it now and make it very clear that this is the direction we're heading. And no, it is not a mandate today. So no, nobody should be concerned that next year, me included, right? If the water heater goes at that point, that I will be forced to go out and get an electric one if the budget's not right, if the resources aren't there, if the house can't accommodate, whatever it is, that's not going to be forced upon our community members. But we absolutely want to start educating people, again, just how I was educated on what should we be thinking about. And maybe there are those opportunities, and maybe we can make some of those decisions. And that's, I think, incumbent upon us as the elected officials here to set our city down that course, to set our community members, to make them fully aware of the realities and the inevitabilities of what is to come. And so because of that, I was very happy to sign on to the memo. And by the way, Scott, I like the date that you used. I hadn't noticed it when I signed it. For those that didn't notice, cute date. And so, but I think that it is, and I recognize how it's a challenging discussion. I've had a lot of conversations recently with mobile home park owners, and recognize that it could be way different for them than it is for somebody in a single family house, and certainly way different from somebody that's in a new single family home of high financial means, and it's, and it might be a very easy conversion versus a very old and mobile home park that just doesn't have the infrastructure. And so the reality is yes, there's going to be a varying degree as we come across this, and that's why we specifically made sure that language was in there in regards to singling out mobile home parks, because they do have to be viewed differently and evaluated differently. And so I think we're on the right path. I actually think we're concerned about very similar things as what Councilmember Davis brings up and our community members. And I think that the fact that we're having this conversation, the fact that community members are getting engaged is a good thing. I don't necessarily think it's a good thing that people are concerned that, that immediately or in the near future, there's going to be a mandate that now just forces them to make decisions without us actually being conscious about those, including our community, because that's not what's happening. What is happening is the right thing, I think, and I will make the motion. I won't make the request to remove that wording from the fourth paragraph, but I will make a motion to move forward the memo for myself, Councilmember Jimenez, and the mayor.
Second. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank my colleagues for the memo to add to the report, and thank you staff for the report and all the work. Climate Smart is one of the most important things we're doing. I will continue to support the work that you're doing as a department in helping us get there. We've talked a lot in this city about claiming the leadership mantle on environmental stewardship and carbon neutrality. And we took what was an easy vote last year, right? To set an aspirational goal. We said, we're going to be carbon neutral by 2030. And I knew that that point, it's very easy for all of us to say, look, we're heroes because we said we're going to be carbon neutral by 2030. Where the rubber hits the road is that we have to be committed then to achieving that goal. We have to be leaders and not then back off when things might seem a bit difficult. And I've had some great conversations with Carrie and others about lots of creative approaches and how we're going to get there. But we're not getting there all in one swoop. We gave ourselves 9 years to get there. We have a lot of steps to cross to do that. And I think that doing this is the way to be transparent, saying up front that these are our tools in our toolbox to help us achieve that aspirational goal. Time after time, cities, counties, countries, everybody around the world have always said, well, let's take a measured approach to getting there. Let's be careful. Let's not push too hard. And that's why, as a world, we're not making progress. That's why the IPCC reports every year are more and more dire, because we're not making that progress. We have the opportunity to do some real leadership here in the city of San Jose. We have to commit to the goal and find ways to achieve them. If we aren't committed to it, it won't happen. So I wanted to ask a question, actually. We had some conversations last year when we had this first discussion about models for funding these kinds of building retrofits. I know I brought up the example of the city of Ithaca, which raised more money from private sources to do it than their entire city budget. They raised $100 million in a city with an $80 million annual budget from private sources to help subsidize and fund that conversion, and as the first city in the country to commit to getting to carbon neutrality. And I wanted to find out if what your thoughts are. And I know this was actually a conversation that was supposed to happen in June and not now, but since we're doing it, I guess I'll just ask a question.
Thank you for the question. So we've been talking with folks from Ithaca. Thank you for the referral, and some private sector partners. And so we're in the process now of finalizing an RFI to understand what the market is interested in providing. And in particular, we're interested in the jobs creation, job development functions, so that there are local folks able to do these installs, so that when there is mass adoption, we're ready to do that. And those partners typically bring funding and incentives with them, and they'll help the homeowners work through some of those challenges and opportunities. But we're hoping to bring that back in the fall with what the market has told us, and what the associated financial contributions bring as well. But we're trying to move very quickly so that the community can participate in that conversation, and then participate in transitioning away from natural gas.
And I think that's an important point, is that in order for us to continue that conversation and look into that, we need to at least say that we have this aspirational goal of getting there. And if we continue to say, no, this is too hard, it'll be much harder for us to bring those partners along, and much harder for you to do what you're doing, and for us to get there. There's no doubt that we're going to need to offer rebates, incentives, whatever it ends up being. And it doesn't have to take the same form of current rebates, right? But there's no doubt we'll have to offer that for people as people shift and switch. Just like now there's incentives out there for solar installation, there's incentive out there for EV purchases. Those things are going to have to be true for appliances as well. People who are buying appliances now are kind of doing so without, I think, Councilman Perales did a good job of mentioning this. People aren't even really thinking about this because we haven't been starting the publicity and the education. And I know people who have told me, oh, if I only had heard what I just heard about, I just bought a new furnace last year. And if only someone had told me about the health risks of natural gas in our home, and the fact that I should have done electric, that it's even an option, I probably would have made a different choice. We're not even we haven't yet started doing the work. It's not anybody's fault because this is just starting. But once we do that, there will be people who will convert. And if we don't show a commitment to it, I think that'll make it harder. And the mayor's absolutely right. I've had conversations with people in the state legislature. It's very likely that in the next 5 years, the state will ban the sale of gas appliances, just like they've done for gas leaf blowers, and just like, by the way, they've done for gas automobiles. There is no doubt that gas appliances are coming as well. And so it's much better for us to be out in front of this issue than being led by others, being the leader, seeing how it can be done, helping our residents be prepared for that conversion, helping them understand that how they upgrade their electrical so that they're ready when this happens. To me, that's what leadership is about on this very important issue. And we always talk about the cost of doing the right thing. People say, oh, it's too expensive to do the right thing, but we continue, and this is not just us, but everyone has continued to ignore the cost of not doing the right thing. So I'm very supportive of the motion on the floor, and look forward to voting for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, and thank you for the update on reaching our climate smart goals. It's actually was very exciting, the vote we took not so many months ago to reach carbon neutrality by 2030, but that is such a huge goal that if, as Councilmember Cohen said, if we do not take bold action, we will not get there. And as leaders, it is our job to take that bold action. We've already taken the bold action by requiring REACH codes a couple of years ago, saying all new construction required electrification. The additional EV stations and other things that we're doing to reduce greenhouse gases is also really, really critical. And to not be bold, to not make these changes is to bury our head in the sand on an issue that is going to take away our environment for our children and our children's children. And so to emphasize mothers out front and their goal, we need to make sure that every decision we make today is for our future and not just concerned about inconveniences. Now, having said that, I am very concerned about the philosophy or the terms that we've been hearing about mandates. Once and for all, and the mayor said it a couple of times, and Carrie, you've said it also, but I would like to hear you one more time say, we are not mandating electric appliances. I mean, gas appliances be swapped out.
Thank you, Councilmember. Our recommendation does not include mandates around gas appliances or others.
Okay. Because there is so much misinformation out there, and part of it was a result of the draft report was a little bit confusing, and people I know, Carrie, you're kind of cringing, but it's true, it was because people, our residents, many of them called up who are my residents, and complained about some of the wording, and the wording implied that we were going to push mandates. That's not, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not using the words, but it was recommended, highly recommended, those are the language that's used. So how will we unwind the concerns that our community has and educate them that it's a good idea to change your appliances when they've reached their life cycle, the end of their life cycle, but we're not requiring you to do so. So how are we going to educate people?
Well, thank you. Yeah, there was one sentence from one of our third-party experts who felt very strongly that we should move towards mandates, and we advised them that that was not a direction we would be taking at this time, and so we went from very strong language to language that felt softer because we'd been in the mix for so long, but clearly that one sentence was still misunderstood, rightfully so. So the revised document changes that, as does the revised name of the document is no longer an electrification plan, it is electrification framework, because we don't actually have a plan yet. So our plan is to work, our intent is to work with the community to figure out how to make the moves at the right time for everyone while being swift. So we do need to move quickly, but it needs to make sense. Climate Smart's foundational principle is inclusivity, and based on data and based on economics making sense. And so now we need to help change the market so that that does make sense. The example around water heaters, you don't know when your water heaters are going to fail because it's not really something you think about. You do tend to think about your roof, though, and you tend to know what the expected life of your roof is. You don't wait till there's sort of water seeping through. And so one of the conversations we need to have with our community is, how do we help people know the age of their water heater? How do we help them know the age of their furnace? And how do we pre-plan replacing them before it's expired and not functioning, and working out the math so that it all makes sense? And so much as we co-created the REACH code with our community, our intent is to co-create this plan with our community and with third parties, so that we understand the challenges everyone faces, the uncertainty people might feel, and making sure that we're providing the right financial and technical advice so they buy the right equipment for their home at the right time.
And do you have thank you. Do you have a list of stakeholders that you plan to reach out to, and assuming they're including mobile home park owners and residents? And HCDC possibly, and
yes, thank you. So as we provided in the supplemental that will come with that item, we've learned a lot about who we've reached out to on an ongoing basis, and frankly, who we haven't. And so I say we have a list, but I don't say it's a final list because our list is evolving, and we're continuing to reach out to others to ensure that that list continues to grow and asking people, hey, who have we missed? So our intent is to include everyone. We know the mobile home groups, several of them are on the list, and we've asked them to tell us who else isn't. And so they've thankfully agreed to help expand that list for us.
Thank you. Can I also recommend that you create a list of frequently asked questions that then the council offices can distribute to their neighborhood associations? We all have lots of associations we go to regularly, and that's where this question comes up is, why are you mandating? And, I'm constantly deflecting that we're not mandating that you swap out your gas appliances to make them all electric. So a Q&A or FAQ would be really, really helpful that we could then circulate.
That would be fantastic. And some council members have also invited us to some of their meetings. And so we're happy to provide some staff to help with those conversations too. And we learn a lot from those engagements as well.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot then. I do a town hall, and I'll probably do one in May. And I was hoping to do one on recycling, but maybe we can do one on climate smart or something, just to put you on the spot. You don't have to say yes, because
No,
I don't.
Julie already said yes. She just whispered.
Okay,
to me.
good. And I don't even have the date, so there you go. How about that? Yeah. Okay, I do have a couple other questions not related to appliances. In the report, there's no mention of greenhouse gas emissions from freight, but I understand that freight contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. So can you tell me, are you looking at how we might be able to reduce GHG that way?
What a
Look at me using that acronym.
Yes, exactly. That's a great question. So I don't have the data in front of me, but I can get it. Freight is a substantial and oversized amount of the greenhouse gas emissions from the mobility sector. And one of the things that we have done to try to get at this question is, with the support of the American Cities Climate Challenge, secured in urban freight grants specifically to dig into that. So that program has started over this fiscal year, essentially, so that we have a sense of how to address urban freight. And that does mean a wide variety of freight types, everything from kind of the Amazon delivery truck all the way to the bigger freight trucks. So we'll bring the results of that analysis as soon as it's available.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I just have a couple of more questions, and one is related to our charging stations. I know we have about 1,700 charging stations in the city, but have you done an analysis of where they're located and how we might, I'm asking a rhetorical question, knowing that they're probably in high resourced areas, and how do we get them in low resourced areas?
Yeah, great question. So our electric mobility roadmap, which if I recall correctly, the City Council approved in January of 2020, did our first really spatial analysis of charging stations, where they are and where they will need to be. We did do a bit of work through the recently adopted Emerging Mobility Action Plan to dig further and update that data. And that did have a focus on equity within that framework to make sure that not only were the charging stations, available at all parts of the city, but that they were also available for people who were going to be sharing that electric mobility or sharing the charging station because they live in multifamily residence, et cetera. So both of those data sources are available. It will be a living document because we do have, more and different charging at all times.
Wonderful.
And I would add, the Community Energy Department is looking specifically at under-resourced areas and how they might fill that gap that the private sector probably won't fill.
Yeah, I definitely understand, and we need to make sure that we get those charging stations at multifamily complexes to make it easier for those folks to, and incentivize them to have an electric vehicle so they can charge up. And if you have an electric vehicle, it's actually cheaper than gas these days. I'm just saying. That concludes my questions. I am going to support the motion. I think this is an important next step for us to reach our goals, but it is still only the beginning. I look forward to your next report. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. You know, when we discussed the 2030 carbon neutrality plan last year, I was skeptical of it and continue to be in some ways. And specifically, I think I made the point, Carrie, that I don't like voting for a goal and a deadline when I haven't seen the math. And we've talked a lot offline about wanting to see the math and what goes into it. At the same time, the reason I voted for it, the reason I'll support the motion on the floor today, is that I do think it's directionally correct and the stakes are very high here. And the truth is we don't know if we're going to get to carbon neutrality by 2030, but it's the right goal. And we need to do a lot of research and analysis to understand what it would take to get there. And frankly, even if we don't quite get there, having that goal and falling a little short of it is probably going to put us much farther ahead than many other places, which is important. On this specific point of mandating a switchover, frankly, I wouldn't vote to mandate that our residents switch over today or next year. And I don't think any of us would when we see the math on what it would cost working and middle-class families in our community. So I appreciate the concern about the burden. But I think the truth is I don't see anything in the memo today that is going to lead us to that conclusion. I think doing the research is important. And I think as Councilmember Cohen said, the reality is, I think others made this point, we are very likely in the years ahead going to start having mandated phase outs, which is different from a forced short-term switchover. And I sure hope we're ready with as much research as possible on what the costs are, what the options are, what rebates are available, and that we've gotten a head start on educating people. And so to me, that is really what the direction this memo is about and why I'm very comfortable supporting this. Though I can tell you, whether it was this year, next year, or the year after, if the vote is to mandate a switchover of existing gas appliances, I won't vote for it. But again, as I said, I don't think any of us would when we see the true costs. And so this is about being pragmatic, being measured, doing the research, understanding what our options are, and facilitating a responsible transition toward a goal of carbon neutrality. And we can disagree about whether or not we're going to get there by 2030 or 2035, but directionally, I think we agree it's the direction to go, the right target to have, and I think this is very aligned with that. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Carrie, when you're doing the research on even replacing on burnout, are you going to also give us an analysis of grid capacity and what that would look like or need to be for all electric in the whole city once we get to that end goal, whether it's 2030 or 2035 or whenever it may be?
Certainly appreciating if the existing infrastructure and planned future infrastructure can handle such a transition is an important part of the conversation.
Okay, so that's going to come back to us in the fall?
Make sure I answer this appropriately. We will be bringing that perspective. I'm not confident it'll be at the level of detail that you might be wanting, but we will have information on that. I'm hesitating because I want to talk to Lori and get her views on that, but certainly we will be broaching that subject in the conversation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And just in the interest of full clarification for the public, the draft plan, the report when it was first published, had on page 47, I think this is where the confusion came from, had the sentence, because voluntary action by property owners will not be sufficient to fully electrify San Jose's buildings by the city's 2030 carbon neutrality goal date, new laws that require electrification for every building sector will be necessary. Is that the sentence that you were talking about with Councilmember Foley that has been removed from the now renamed plan to framework?
It has been edited to reflect our intent. Yes, that was an unfortunate, very long sentence.
It is a very long sentence. But I just want to be clear, it has the
Yes.
date 2030,
Yes.
the words require for every building sector, and that a requirement 8 years from now is what got people very concerned.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to be clear about that. And so, and I understand that the phrase not advocating mandates at this time is not part of the direction to staff. It is, however, part of the memo that the public reads. And even though it's just in discussion, I would ask why we can't remove at this time to be clear about that concern about mandates. If we're not going to be clear that we don't approve of those mandates, then it's no wonder why the public may be concerned about mandates either now or in the future. So again, I would ask that that phrase at this time just be struck from the memo.
I could go into it, but I'll just say no. Sorry.
All right. I didn't expect you to say yes, but I had to ask one last time now that the motion has been made. And then I'd also like to ask Carrie, in your outreach, can you please send when you're doing meetings or before, as soon as you schedule them, please let the council offices know so that we can add this to our social media and to our email lists. We have pretty extensive email lists, and I think you had said at one point that your email list was about 500 people big. I think each one of us has more than 500 people on each of our email lists, so we have a little bit broader of a reach and would be happy to make sure that our community, I heard all of my colleagues say they want the community to be engaged on this issue and to be educated on what conversion could look like and should look like and the ability to plan for it. So can you let us know in advance so that we can make those opportunities available to our residents?
Yes, council member, we will definitely do that. And thank you for that offer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay. Carrie, I noticed that we got ranked number 9 among American cities by that City Clean Energy something or other, and we're 95% GHG free. So I'm just trying to figure out what to take. Are those other cities 105% GHG? How do they get there?
I don't know the details of that grading scale, but it sounds faulty.
Well, yeah. We'll protest. It's probably the Russian judge.
You're talking about the ACEEE one?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different, and Yale's here in the audience if we want to get into detail, but basically there's a lot of different measures that they look at when they're doing the scoring. It's not just the power source. It's also energy efficiency. I mean, a number of policies and different things that they're considering.
Okay, got it. And Carrie, I won't get inside the head of whatever expert wrote whatever sentence it was, but I think the statement was essentially, you can't get to this goal in 2030 without a requirement. Didn't say it had to be us requiring it. I assume the assumption is the state's already banned gas vehicles after 2030. There's a presumption that the state's going to ban it anyway. Is that fair to say?
I mean, mandate was an unfortunate word choice.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe. Aye. Davis,
No.
Esparza, or sorry, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll note that it's now just before 6 o'clock. And I know various numbers of us, I'll confess, I was among them, have already gone back to grab a sandwich. I want to check in with my colleagues to see, do we need a break or should we forge ahead? Forge ahead. All right, we've got a brave group here. We're moving ahead. 7.1 is the city roadmap, child care, spending plan for American Rescue Plan funding for children and youth focused on programs and services. And we do have a presentation. Welcome Jill and Angel and everybody.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager, and joined today here in the box by Laura Buzo, Assistant to the City Manager in our City Manager's office here, Maria de Leon, Deputy Director with the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. We have Jill Bourne, Director of our library. We have Director John Cicerelli, and we also have a number of staff that have joined us that have been a big part of this work effort as well here in the event we need their assistance as well. Just for context, April is also a month that many use to recognize the month of the child. And so I can't think of a better way to really commemorate the month of the child than really this discussion that we're about to have, right? Because month of a child was really developed as a means to kind of really highlight the importance of investing in youth. And so I think this is even a little better than a commendation because it's the actual work of serving children. So can't think of a better way to kick this off. But so just a little bit of framing. In terms of some framing and background, the pandemic, as we all know, has had a devastating toll on so many of our families, children and youth. It was particularly devastating in communities that were already struggling to meet their basic needs. ARP funding provides the city a one-time funding opportunity to invest in critical programs and services to meet their urgent needs while developing the proposed While developing the proposed spending plan, city staff have also started laying the foundation for the intensive work ahead in creating the Children and Youth Services Master Plan that will include strategic and coordinated pathways from cradle to career for children and youth. The city manager's offices, in coordination with the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services and the San Jose Public Library, present a proposed spending plan for the $10.5 million of ARP funds focusing on children and youth needs for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, as well as fiscal year 2023 and 2024. This proposed spending plan really came about from a number of different inputs, and we really started with really trying to better understand what are the emergent needs that the pandemic really kind of exacerbated, right? And so as you see up here on this slide, there of course was direction that we received in the mayor's March budget message for fiscal year 2022-23. We also, through Neighborhood Services and Education Committee under Chair Arenas and the NSC subcommittee, convened two joint special meetings that included the County of Santa Clara and their committee on children, seniors, and families. Got a lot of good input there, very well attended, a lot of good community turnout. We got a lot of information both from practitioners as well as folks that really need this service. We were able to really ground a lot of these recommendations in a lot of that feedback that we received. There was a lot of additional formal and informal community engagement that took place as well, as we convened various focus groups and meetings with various stakeholders just to one, better understand kind of what the issues are, as well as how, what the impacts of COVID has been, as well as also identifying what additional resources have they received, whether it's County Office of Education, the County of Santa Clara, nonprofits, just to make sure that as we do this work, we're able to really leverage resources and braid this work together. We also tapped into the expertise of our own departments, right? We have Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and the library, and the pretty amazing staff that we have in both of those departments that also really did a deep dive to also really take a look at not only the services that we're providing, but also what needs are they hearing or seeing really on the ground in the community. And so we took that information into account as well. We've been folding a lot of this into the city roadmap enterprise priority that we have around community and economic recovery. We're staffing a couple of there's three subcommittees on the Community and Economic Recovery Work Group. And we have staff that have been plugged into those efforts, again, in order to kind of align and to really, number one, first and foremost, hear kind of what needs exist in the community, but more importantly, to kind of really take those needs and translate those into actionable results. As mentioned, the availability of the ARP funds is timely in that the CMO has been able to leverage the development of the proposed spending plan to begin framing the key elements of the Children and Youth Services Master Plan, and in response to the mayor's June budget for fiscal year 21-22. Just a quick note on the Children and Youth Master Plan. The ultimate goal of this master plan is really to create a very clear cradle to career pathway in partnership with city departments, community stakeholders, families, children, and youth. It's intended to really guide the city's investments, policy priorities, programmatic alignment, and continuum of support for children and youth. We really envision the really operationalizing this whole service delivery continuum that starts with children all the way up to college age, and in an effort to really create this cradle to career a continuum here in our city. It'll be strategic, coordinated. We're off to a really good start with this effort. We've engaged in a very meaningful way with the County of Santa Clara and their CAST system, and you'll hear a little bit more about that a little bit later. But we're really plugging into their health and human services components, such as mental health, behavioral health, and so forth. Extending the net also to really engage nonprofit providers, not only those that are commonly at the table, but we're also looking deeper to find those new fledgling groups and startups that also have an interest in this space, and pulling them into this conversation. And most importantly, really having conversations around how do we make sure that we're smart about the way we braid both the resources and the talents that we have together as we go forward. Our goal is to have this master plan completed in late December, and we'll be coming back to you with a presentation of that as well. So to walk us through the recommendations, I'm going to turn it over to Laura, who will take the next slide.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Laura Buzo. So just to share the proposed spending plan, we'll provide city staff the following. Oh, I think it moved forward. The proposed spending plan will provide city staff sufficient time for the planning and facilitation of much needed childcare, recreation, and academic enrichment program for the summer. It will also provide the resources and opportunities to create a strategic and coordinated approach, as was mentioned earlier, to address immediate and emerging needs and gaps in services identified during and in the aftermath of the pandemic, as well as provide resources to expand and enhance place-based programming citywide, particularly during non-traditional hours, school breaks, and after school throughout the academic year. As was mentioned, while the Children and Youth Services Master Plan will be inclusive of all San Jose children and youth, the intent of ARP funds is to address the urgent needs of communities most impacted by the pandemic. Although unemployment is down, in a 2021 report from United Ways of California using a real cost measure methodology, which looks at the local cost of living, found that in Santa Clara County, a family of 4 needs approximately $120,000 in annual income to cover their basic housing, food, healthcare, and childcare needs. Regrettably, due to the high cost of living, many of these families in low-wage sectors are compelled to work multiple jobs just to meet their basic needs. And unfortunately, this often makes them ineligible for public support services such as subsidized childcare and after-school care. And yet, they're unable to afford fee-based programs and activities that can support and guide their children's learning and overall development. All of this has been further compounded by the pandemic. Therefore, the target population will be a citywide approach focusing on low-income, vulnerable families and their children negatively impacted by COVID and living in high-need, underserved, and marginalized communities, as well as families that have not fully recovered and healed from the pandemic, but are still in need of affordable childcare, recreation, and academic enrichment programs and services. Next slide. As was mentioned by Angel, through an inclusive and collaborative approach, the proposed spending plan was developed to address and respond to the critical, urgent, and emergent needs of children and youth. The common themes raised consistently by City Council as well as community stakeholders and families is the importance of increasing access to programs, activities, and experiences that are generally cost prohibitive and are inaccessible due to distance and transportation limitations. The programs proposed are critically important in uplifting families and their children and youth from pain, loss, isolation, and the untold damage experienced as a result of the pandemic. And therefore, priority focus will be on programs and services that focus on academic recovery and achievement, learning loss, mental and physical health, nutrition, well-being, STEAM, opportunities for positive peer-to-peer and adult-child relationships, and community building activities. All of these will be integrated in after-school care programs as well as child care programs. And I will now hand it over to Maria de Leon.
Good evening, Maria de Leon, PRNS. With ARP funding, the City of San Jose is seizing the opportunity to utilize these funds to provide critical support to children and families, particularly those who are facing financial hardships during the pandemic. As mentioned, this one-time funding directly supports our low-income, vulnerable families who are desperately working towards economic recovery and reversing the negative effects of the pandemic. We are excited to share with you the following programs and initiatives to help address the countless challenges facing children and working families today. We will provide you with a high-level overview of the proposed program expansion and enhancements. So please refer to the attachment A of the memo for more detailed information. PRNS will designate $1.7 million to meet the increasing childcare demand for ensuring access and 100% scholarship support for qualifying families for recreation preschool, after school, summer camps, and holiday break camps. $400,000 will be used to hire the necessary staff to plan, oversee, track, and facilitate these childcare programs. $283,000 will support the continuance and enhancement of 2 after-school programs by adding summer camps and support the elevation of current NCPP, Neighborhood Center Partnership programs through special events and activations. We'll be hiring staff to concentrate solely on the planning, coordinating, and administering the aquatics program to include lessons which provide important life safety skill and recreation swimming. Funds will also ensure free recreation swimming at Mayfair, Rotary Ryland, Ferris Swim Center, and Camden Pools. We will also designate almost $500,000 for low-income children and their families to experience community designations such as Happy Hollow Park and Zoo and Lake Cunningham Action Sports Park. The Roosevelt Roller Ring will be activated to provide free space camps, skate camps, programs, and activities. Funds will also target families from Project Hope sites and neighborhoods adjacent to Roosevelt, Seven Trees, Mayfair, and Welch centers to experience summer field trips. $200,000 will provide full scholarships to low-income children and youth to participate in our popular fee-based leisure classes such as sports camps, STEM, music, arts, and enrichment classes. Funds will also increase the amount of leisure programs offered at locations such as, but not limited to, Roosevelt, Mayfair, and Seven Trees Community Centers. And $200,000 will be designated to upgrade of either 1 or 2 city childcare spaces to meet licensed childcare standards. And now I'd like to pass it to the San Jose Public Library Director, Jill Bourne, who will elaborate on the library programs.
Good evening, council members. Jill Bourne, City Librarian. In addition to the PRNS programs that you just heard about, the library's program expansion and enhancement proposals are centered around child and youth education support as both recovery and in alignment with the citywide education and digital literacy strategy. The library recognizes the need to support children and youth out of school throughout the summer and during the academic year through the provision of quality programs such as early education learning and pre-literacy, expanded learning enrichment such as coding, and student support through SJ Learn's grant program and SJ Learn's tutoring expansion program. Resource support for educators, summer reading for children and youth, summer college readiness programs for teens, and a proposal for a child care tenant improvement fund, which are detailed in your packet.
Right, and we also want to highlight a few other program expansions and enhancements. One is a $200,000 investment in the East Side Education Initiative. This was in the mayor's budget message, and this is really a concerted effort to really take a look at targeting middle schools and feeder high schools in East Side to really connect young people and really motivate our youth in East Side to take on a career in college path. This is a real growing initiative, gaining a lot of momentum around local schools in the East Side area. I believe the county is interested in this as well as there's interest in philanthropy, and so I think this can prove to be a pretty cool strategy that also could be coordinated with programs such as SJ Aspires and many of our other like-minded programs. One of the things that we heard loud and clear from not only educators but also parents and especially those practitioners, social workers on school campuses is really the need for addressing mental health issues. And so we are also recommending a $500,000 set aside to really fund mental and physical health screenings with a really strong emphasis on mental health. This is one that we heard loud and clear that, if anything, the mental health impact on young people is yet to be measured, right? Right now, people are just seeing it play out. But so that is one of our recommendations. The other thing we heard from nonprofits, from neighborhood associations, from many neighborhood groups that, sometimes all they need is, they don't necessarily need a whole new community center. Maybe they just need place-based recreation programming that they could just access close to their neighborhood, and that they wanted to be part of the solution. So we're recommending a pot of dollars to help fund that of $1 million, where loosely formed groups that have an interest in providing place-based recreation and support for children and their families can happen. That's something we heard loud and clear. And then the other one we wanted to highlight was a $300,000 investment in what's called CAS, the Cross Agency Services Team and Technical Support. And this is the effort I referenced earlier around. It's a framework that the county is rolling out, and really it's an effort to really connect families to health and human services more intentionally and more strategically. And so what we're looking at doing here is really building on that model, customizing it more towards San Jose specific, and really connecting our local schools, our community-based organizations, faith community, and our own city programs, and making sure we create a conduit right into that health and human service sector of services, which is where right now there's a significant gap, but that's not happening as effectively as it can. And so we're off to some really good conversations with the county and some excellent coordination that has been happening with them as well. So in all, we're proposing 9.3 in funds, 9,381,000 to be exact, and we intentionally left unallocated 1.1. And the reason for that is because we wanted to leave a little bit of a cushion there to really be able to pivot and address any other emergent needs. It seems like the more we're gathering folks into this conversation, especially in the context of the Children and Youth Master Plan, we're identifying some additional needs. And so we wanted to leave a little bit of a cushion for us to be able to pivot and address those needs. And lastly, I would just say that we've kind of approached this kind of from the perspective of definitely taking a citywide approach, but really emphasizing those neighborhoods that are most in need, and emphasizing how do we best use city resources so that our focus is not to supplant what other jurisdictions are doing, but rather to complement, so that way we tap into economies of scale and we maximize our leverage. The other thing I failed to mention, back to that pot of $1 million, this is also a pot of money that we believe we can use to target neighborhoods that often get overlooked, right? You got the Hoffman Viamontes in Almaden, the Donna Lanes in District 9, you got the Winchester Cadillacs in District 1, you got a number of different neighborhoods that have additional need, but oftentimes get overlooked because they're adjacent to other more affluent neighborhoods. And so we believe that this will also help address that and make sure that we get resources into those neighborhoods as well. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Angel. Thanks, Laura, Jill, and Reglan. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's go to the public.
Kathleen King.
Thank you very much. This is Kathleen King from Healthier Kids Foundation, and I really appreciate the work this City Council and the staff is looking at with children. I know many of you, and I know many of you know that I lost a daughter to mental health, and so our focus has been the last couple of years really around mental health. We've screened over 3,000 children in a universal approach with fifth graders, and 46% are showing high levels of stress, 2% are showing imminent, where the issue is needs support immediately. And we'd like to continue. The state is looking at, as many know, growing the mental health work, and I think all that we can do together will increase the chances of our receiving more of that funding and leveraging it over time. I do have to say we've completed 20,000 vision screenings, 19,000 dental, and 20,000 hearing screenings this year. And dental is up, the need is up about 28%, and the need in vision is up about 40%, which was a real surprise to us. So we've already offered 77,857 services this year. And working with the county and the city of San Jose will allow us to do that much more next year, which is our hope. Our hope is to make a difference and also show how the school districts, with their data, can advocate for more resources in their schools. We also work with about 89,000 unique families in Santa Clara County. So I'm very appreciative of all that staff put together. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey.
All right, good, thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at this issue of children, and we're talking about children and low-income families, disabled and disadvantaged families, and it's a lot of BS is what I'm saying, because the thing is, when we looked at even the climate issues, when Pam Foley said that, oh, she really cares about the children and things like that, but I don't want to hear about mandates, and so, and then and Deb Davis, oh, she's on with the climate, but I don't want to hear about mandates. And the thing is that, and this is like, I'm just seeing a pattern of abuse. Well, this is what the climate, our IPCC report says. Our Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, says that the politicians are lying. This is the truth. When I was thinking about it today in regards to, there's criminal activity going on in our city and the way it's being run, and it's hurting us. And so, and I'm seeing it with Paul Soto. Paul Soto is in jail
Tessa,
because
could
he
you,
what
Tessa, can
I
you
know,
stay to
stay
the
on
topic?
task. I know we don't want to hear it. And actually, the topic is Paul Soto because Paul Soto is from the Horseshoe. Paul Soto is the
Wendy Mahaney Gurahu.
Thank you very much. This is Wendy Mahaney Gurahu. I'm the Chief Community Impact Officer for First Five. First, I want to say to the mayor and the city council members, your staff in the area of children, youth, and families are best in class. They have come up with and partnered with community in ways that have expanded the reach. And so we at First Five are incredibly happy and eager to work on these plans, both from the point of the investment of the 10.5 ARPA funds and the master plan coming in December. The work that your staff have done is timely, appropriate, community-based, and certainly meeting the needs of today. So from that point of view, I really want to say thank you and appreciate you moving this forward. That as I change hats as your chair of the Library and Education Commission, I just would like to add that in this topic and in all other budget considerations, I really urge you to think about expanding hours back to pre-pandemic and expanding it, or actually just allocating back to pre-pandemic and looking at Sunday hours. These are places that families go for free. And so it is important that we do this work and we continue to uplift the areas of need in our communities, in our community-based centers like the libraries. Again, I just want to say, First Five stands ready to partner in any way possible in support of our youth, children, and families in the city and the county. Thank you.
John Hogan.
Hi, my name's John Hogan, and I'm the Vice President of Community Relations at Excite Credit Union and also the Executive Director of Excite Foundation, a nonprofit. I'm here today to make you aware of an interesting program that might merit consideration as part of your roadmap for children and youth in the future. I'm speaking about the tremendous opportunity presented by Children's Savings Accounts, CSA for short. There's a national and statewide movement to launch CSA programs to assist low-income children in saving for college. There are over 1 million children enrolled in 109 programs around the country. The reason is simple and the research is compelling. The research found that low-income children with just $500 in a college savings account is over 3 times more likely to enroll in college and 4 times more likely to graduate from college than a low-income child with no college savings account. So this isn't due to the amount saved, but it's due to the mindset that's created. There's growing evidence that this mindset helps parents see college in their future. Did you know that every public school child in San Francisco has been automatically enrolled in a CSA upon entering kindergarten? In fact, today is the 10-year program anniversary for San Francisco. They are celebrating 49,000 children enrolled and over $11 million saved. I'm happy to say that San Jose children are getting in on the fun. Excite Foundation partnered with Franklin McKinley School District to open accounts for all 626 first graders last fall, and we intend to continue enrolling each new first grade class. These accounts were seeded with $50 to start and provide additional deposit matching and saving incentives. We're planning to expand to additional low-income districts in the near future and look forward to sharing more information should council and staff have questions.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item and seeing how the future of the American Rescue Plan can do help with a number of issues. I feel, I've always been trying to say these past months in this era of COVID that things like the American Rescue Plan, it's not only meant for cities themselves, but they've been providing ways to create, funding sources at the state level. And then those funding sources can then be used at the state level for local, communities. And, this is a part of what, the 9 mayors of California recently spoke in Sacramento about. I think there's an item, if it's not this item, it'll be coming up later tonight, that we can really, there's a funding future that's becoming at least more interesting for ourselves in this era of COVID, and it's going to be able to help us out. So it's important that we, really count on what we know we've already been doing well before the era of COVID, and know how to responsibly apply this new money that can be available and how to practice these new forms. Like I've been saying, we can really more openly consider the concepts of subsidy now, and how subsidy can really help low income people and people who really need help, like children, like you. And this money I hope, can be used responsibly and well, and not just pawned off to rich developers in our future. It's really important that we practice, that this sort of money goes out to people who really, really need it. So good luck in these efforts, and thank you for this item.
Jill Borders.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in and hopefully speak for some of the kids that can't speak up here. But there's a group of kids out there that, they get out after school and they're not going to qualify to go to one of these after school programs. Their parents aren't going to be able to pick them up. These are kids that walk home, and they walk home and they go into an empty house. And they stay there and wait for their parents to come home. And I know about these kids because I used to watch quite a few of them on the playground over at Steinbeck at Allen Elementary School. And when my daughter was there in fifth grade, I had the privilege of being able to spend after school with her on the playground every day and allow her to play to her heart's content, or until I really just needed to go home and start dinner. But it was so mentally healthy for her and for all the other kids that would end up staying who otherwise would have gone home. And I'm hoping that we can find some funds, that we could have something. I've always just dreamed of the possibility of after school, that any kid that wants to can go on that playground and play. Liability goes out the window because somehow we have figured out how to cover that. They're kids. They deserve to play on the playgrounds that we build. But right now, what happens is the principal shoos them all off and says, go home. And so what I did was set up a place for these 8 to 10 kids, and they would just play. We made an agreement with the principal that they wouldn't go on the actual playground equipment, but that I would stay and monitor their behavior as long as they were just playing with the balls that I would bring. But what I would love to see is something like playground guards. Just like we have crossing guards in the morning, we have playground guards in the afternoon. And when these kids get out of school and they worked hard, they deserve to play. So I really hope that we can find money so that our kids that don't have the resources, that they can just play. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hi, yes, I'm so happy this morning when I saw this agenda, and I keep scrolling down, and then I see things from the politicians, from our leaders, the focusing in the future, which is the thing that we need to do. As a community navigator, I see families every single day. They come into the center of Amigos de Guadalupe, and the most affected by the displacement, by the problems, and by not being able to have after school programs are the kids and also the parents, because there's a lot of stress on them. And I feel that this city, being one of the 10 biggest cities in the greatest country, okay, in the world, which is United States of America, we should be able to have care for kids after school, and places for them to go in the summer, and keep that up. I don't mind my tax money to go to any of these programs, okay? Because you're planting the seed for the future. And I'm so happy, so happy. Thank you for putting these kind of programs forward. And I'm in full support of this, and I can't wait to see what is gonna come out of this. And I hope we keep concentrating on the most vulnerable, because that's how a government is measured, when you take care of the most vulnerable. Good job this time. Thank you very much.
Rosie?
Hello, I am Rosie Lopez, Early Care and Education Manager
and I'm speaking on behalf of Girl Family Services with the Si Se Puede Collective and the families of East San Jose. We would like to thank Mayor Sam Licardo and the council member Sylvia Arenas for her efforts to support the childcare needs of the children in our community. We hope to partner with the city to address the childcare needs in our community. Girl Family Services and the Si Se Puede Collective work with the most underserved community in East San Jose. Jobs to Grow is a current initiative that we are implementing to address the childcare needs. We prepare and train childcare providers to increase the childcare services in our much needed community. Thank you.
Brenda Arenas.
Buenas tardes, soy Brenda Arenas, navegadora comunitaria
Hold on,
de
please.
Family Services.
Brenda, can you hold on just a moment?
Sí. Sí.
Okay, go ahead, and can you please slow down to allow the interpreters
Buenas tardes,
to
soy
interpret for
Brenda
you?
Arenas. Sí, buenas tardes, soy Brenda Arenas, navegadora comunitaria, y estoy hablando de parte de Global Family Services, la colectiva Si Se Puede, y las familias del este de San José. Quiero agradecerles al alcalde Sam Ricardo.
Wait, we're not able to hear the interpreter. Can you try again?
Quiero agradecerles al alcalde
Brenda, ¿podría empezar de nuevo?
Sam Ricardo y a Silvia Arenas.
Sí, buenas tardes, Brenda. Soy Silvia. Sí puede empezar de nuevo otra vez. Es que tenemos unos problemas técnicos.
Ok, gracias.
Por favor, gracias.
Buenas tardes, soy Brenda Arenas, navegadora comunitaria, y estoy hablando de parte de Global Family Services, la colectiva Si Se Puede,
Can you try the Spanish channel?
y las familias del este de San José. Quiero agradecerles al alcalde San Ricardo y a Silvia Arenas, miembro del consejo, por sus esfuerzos en apoyar las necesidades del cuidado infantil en nuestra comunidad. Esperamos trabajar en la ciudad para enfocarnos en estas necesidades. Grow Family Services trabaja con las familias más necesitadas en el este de San José. Trabajos para Crecer es una iniciativa que está siendo implementada para proveer servicios de cuidado infantil a nuestra comunidad. La iniciativa prepara y entrena a proveedoras para aumentar los servicios de cuidado en nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Calling user 2.
I think a lot of these programs are unnecessary. I mean, you use the word programs, first of all, which makes it sound like programming. Our target population. I mean, the words you use are so UN-like. It's really weird. Hey, there's plenty of parks, schools, libraries. We already have it here. The kids just go there and play. I go to the Rose Garden almost every day. I see people. It's like it's people from all over the world that go to this Rose Garden that live here in San Jose. You see people reading books, playing games, having picnics, relaxing, playing music. No, hardly anybody is even on a computer device, which is wonderful. And it's just organic. People show up and they enjoy themselves. Well, when I was a kid, you just went outside and played. I didn't need a program. I didn't need someone overseeing what I did. I just went and played baseball or played in a creek or rode my bicycle or whatever. You have to have a program and entertain these kids? Half these kids won't even want to do it. They want to go play on a computer game. It's disgusting. programs. How many more do we need? You know, I get what you gotta pack up a kid and bring him to camp. You just, if your kid wants to go to camp, the parents could just pay for it. We're gonna pay for every kid to go to camp because they don't have enough money. Hey, I didn't get to go to camp because my parents didn't have money. Okay, I went to a baseball camp one year. Guess what? I couldn't go every year. We couldn't afford it. So that's the way life works sometimes. You don't always get to do everything, but there's plenty of free things to do. There's trails, there's playgrounds, there's library. I mean, what more do you need? It's all there. You just go outside. But what I need.
Brian Darby.
Thank you. Great to hear the wonderful things that are happening. And this is a little bit off topic, but they found that little baby, and I'm so thankful for the police and the neighbors and everybody. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Thanks everyone for their hard work. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of our speakers. I actually learned something from each one of them. We all bring a different perspective about how to resolve issues and actually what those issues are, right? And this is what our child and youth master plan intends to do, is to figure out what works and how to do it, and how to do it effectively, right? This is some of the work that we've been doing through neighborhood services and education committee. And the first step was to put together logic models. And I know all of you who are sitting there next to Angel have been working really hard on those logic models. And those logic models allow us to think about what those outcomes, what we want those outcomes to be, and what we want to achieve. And if we are not achieving those outcomes, to change those strategies, to change that theory of change so that we can have the most effective strategies and programs that achieve what we want in the very end. And we need to be strategic because we don't have all of the resources that we would love to have, right? And so I appreciate you all being very diligent about the work, being strategic about the work. This is another step in that direction. We had 2 different child well-being joint meetings with the county so far. Many of you were there, and you all heard some of the issues that each of those stakeholders who sat around the table, well, Zoom table, brought forward. I can't wait till we have our follow-up meetings through our working group, because they really have some of the answers to some of the issues that we have, right? We are not going to answer all of, and we're not going to be the answer for all of the problems that we see and as we interface with our community. Unfortunately, we don't have those kinds of resources. But we do focus on some of our programs that we know that we do very well, and we're going to continue to do those, and we're going to expand, and we're going to make them better, and we're going to be responsive to our community. And so through that Child and Youth Master Plan, I'm really looking forward to seeing programming that is going to be always responsive to our community, to the needs of our community, that we're going to have an ear to the ground in terms of what's working and what's not, and being able to pivot that programming as soon as we figure out from those outcomes that maybe we're missing the mark, right? And it's okay to know that and then to pivot. So we've taken some time to figure out what's effective just through this pandemic, but we've got a lot of work to do, and really a lot of conversations to have. There's a lot of stakeholders that already could be the answer to some of the gaps in services that we've identified through our joint meetings. And so this is the reason why I produced the blue memo today. And I want to just thank my colleagues for being patient with my 3-page blue memo. It is really meant to help us continue to be strategically planning our programs and moving them forward. It's meant to continue to address the gaps that we heard expressed at our joint meetings. It's to continue to advocate for those system changes that we know that we're making steps towards. So in that spirit, I want to make a motion to approve my memo that includes the mayor's memorandum as well within my memo.
Second.
Wonderful. I do have some questions that I'd love to figure out what the answers are to. One of the things that I've been mentioning is tutoring. I've been saying that since the beginning of the pandemic. I've seen my own children. I've seen the children through the Zoom classes and the disruptions that those classes have had, and the learning loss that we know that our children have had. I really took a step back because I realized that maybe tutoring wasn't what our children needed in the moment, right? Maybe they needed to connect socially with other children and to continue to define and build on their social skills. And so I'm really pleased to see that we have a San Jose Learns tutoring program, and this expansion is exciting to me. I have just one question about it, and that's I really like this feature about having I love that there's some additional tutoring. I want to make sure that our kiddos are covered. I know San Jose Learns, that's basically what the premise of the program is, and this expansion of offering it to some of the PRNS sites, I think is really great. How will we determine which of the PRNS sites will have some of that online tutoring support?
Councilmember, I'll start it off and then I'll turn it over to Jill, who could elaborate a little bit more on the San Jose Learns expansion, because I think this is a good example of kind of the way all this is coming together interdepartmentally, right? You have Parks and Recreation, which has traditional, after-school camps, programming, a few ACES sites funded by the state. And so our focus here is to really expand and replicate those, especially in areas that are high need. We also have a place-based model that we call the ROCK program, very highly rated, very beloved by parents. Tends to be quite frankly, in more affluent areas, right? Because it is a cost recovery model. This funding will allow us to be more flexible and take that same model and adapt it in lower income neighborhoods at no cost to San Jose kids. On top of that, the one thing we kept hearing is definitely there's need, especially as people are coming back to school, the need for additional tutoring. But what we also heard was that we needed, they also needed, this is from educators, by the way, they also needed a little bit more in terms of how do we connect the after-school tutoring to also more recreational opportunities, just given how long people have been pent up and all. And so anyway, let me turn it over to Jill, who can elaborate more on the San Jose Learns portion of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Angel, and thank you for the question. The online part threw me a little bit, but it is true. So as you know, the San Jose Learns program really well. It's been a small group tutoring program, or a learning program offered at school sites in a partnership with the school district, the local school site, and usually a third-party provider like the YMCA or another provider. And so the program's been going really well. So what this allows is us to expand that model even further to meet current demand. So we've always had more demand than we've been able to provide for.
Right.
And it also allows the expansion of what would become a tutoring program, which we're envisioning is a little different. The goal is to issue an RFP to tutoring providers who could also provide one-on-one tutoring across a broader age range. SJ Learns really focuses on the TK to 3 because it's focused on that acquisition of math and reading by 3rd grade as a major indicator of future success. So the vision here is that we'll get proposals in a short turnaround. We're ready to go with this if we get approval, and that the providers will be able to help us understand what models they'll employ. But in the meantime, through programs like Resilience Corps, through all of the different partnerships that we've done with PRNS throughout the pandemic, we have really strong partnerships around sharing the programs across our sites. And so I believe the vision with this is that we could provide access to students when they're at PRNS sites through any kind of online portal if it's not in person. So the first answer is that we are originally looking at the schools to help us identify the students who need the tutoring. But secondly, since we have strong partnerships, as Angel said, in communities where there is high need, we'll look for creative ways to expand that access as well.
That's wonderful. That really is wonderful. I mean, I look forward to seeing how that works out. I know that there's already some really great programs out there. As you were talking, Jill, I was thinking about, what is Daryl Cortez's program, Reading with Shop with a Cop? But I know it's very misleading because that's not what they do all year long. That's what they're leading up to, is to shop with a police officer, right? If it's really based on reading, are they one of those? Could they be one of those providers, because they're working towards reading proficiency is what they're ultimately.
Yeah, we've actually had conversations with Shop with a Cop, so that's definitely somebody that we could reach out to. So we will definitely reach out to organizations who might want to apply for the funds to provide the tutoring, and then we look for other partnerships as well to bring in different resources.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what that would look like, but there's a lot of folks who are already doing some of this work, and they're doing it really, really well. Not to say that they're the only game in town. I know that they work within some of our Title I schools, and that's the only reason I brought them up. But I hear you loud and clear. It's going to be an RFP that goes and opens up to whoever does it the best, right?
Yeah, and the great thing about this is that SJ Learns does have a really specific model, but this funding allows us to open it up to other providers who have shown that they're successful in different models. So we can learn a lot, as per your earlier comments, we can learn a lot about who out there in the community is doing this good work and partner with them and learn from them and hopefully enhance our own services.
As you were talking, Jill, I was just thinking about the ACES program, because this is another program under the library that I think is just really fabulous. In Meyer Elementary, which is an Alum Rock school, they were having children who were leaving a little bit earlier. And there's some I think adherence that they want to the program, of course, right? But because the parents needed to pick them up earlier or whatever, I think some of the children were getting dropped from the program. Would San Jose Learns kind of pick up some of those kids, or could that be something that would work together with an ACES program? Or
Yeah, and most of the time, the current SJ Learns program really depends on the school site. They determine which students are in the program. But I think that that's a great idea to talk with the schools about any synergies between the two programs.
Yeah, I hear that Meyer might be losing some of their after-school support. Is the only reason I bring that up, and they were dealing with this last year. But there's plenty of other schools throughout all of Alum Rock School District. They're certainly not the only ones. The last thing I'll say about schools is, please don't forget Evergreen School District. I know I say this over and over again, but they have 8 out of their 15 schools are Title I schools, and some of those are rock sites, some of those aren't. And so not every Title I school in Evergreen has the kind of support services that we would find at Franklin McKinley or that we would find in Alum Rock, simply because there's a lot of wraparound services in those other districts. And Evergreen, I don't see it having the same availability there for our children. So I just implore, please, don't forget about our kiddos on that side. I lost my questions. So I think that I will end my comments here, and then if I could think of anything else. But other than that, I know I had some other questions. I can't find where I'm at. But overall, I just want to say thank you for the thoughtfulness. I know that we're putting together all of this because of what we've been hearing from our stakeholders, from our schools, from our educators, from just the folks that you're working with. And so I know that we're trying to piece together programs for folks. I would love to see a day where we are where we have a comprehensive child and youth master plan that has really a roadmap that covers all the gaps and we're the partners that people can look at for certain things that we don't I think we can bend and change our shape a bit, but I know it's very I know you all have big hearts and we all want to change and do everything that we can so that we can be everything to everyone. But we have what we do very well, and I want us to focus on those things and then work with other service providers so that they can also be part of the answers, because they might have the answers, right? We don't need to have all of those answers. And I think that's one of the things that the working group is going to hold for all of us. So thank you everyone for your hard work. If I can find those questions, I'm gonna light up my request to speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I just had a couple questions for clarification. Councilmember Reyes, happy to support the motion. Just had a question about item 4. There's several items that are listed there. And I just wanted to clarify, I know we talked about this offline, that this is not, does that suggest that all these things have to be funded? Because I suspect they all couldn't be, but these are among a suite of options that staff should consider. Is that right?
Yes, I apologize for not mentioning that. Yes, absolutely. This is just a menu, if you will, and a wish list of sorts. I know that each one of these could hold its own work group and its own budget line items. But yes, these are just options
Thank
for
you.
the work group.
Thank you. And I appreciate your inclusion of the items, my memorandum. I had a couple questions about 2 recommendations that were omitted, but it may have been for good reason. A quick question about my recommendation number 3. It relates to the concern about making sure whatever childcare expansion or facilities we create them in places where we know families will be eligible for those ongoing state-provided subsidies. Is that already staff's policy, that we're only going to focus on building places where we know, or expanding childcare or providing facilities investment only where we know those subsidies will be available?
Yes, Mayor Liccardo, the 2 sites that we're looking at are located in high need areas, and I guess the term is called childcare deserts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once we get finalization on the assessment of how much it's going to cost, that was part of our requirement when we started identifying sites, that they be childcare deserts and located in sites or neighborhoods that are high need.
Okay, and I appreciate that we have a better sense of what's high need than the state necessarily will, but the state is the one providing the ongoing subsidies. So I just want to ensure that whatever we think is high need is also what the state determines to be eligible.
Yes, Mayor, we would be utilizing the data that comes from the state
Great.
through the county that publishes what the priority zip codes are according to that sort of childcare desert metric, and then understanding which zip codes allow for subsidies, which ones are on the border. And I actually think Councilmember Marina's memo, she actually mentioned several other entities in addition to the County Office of Education that can perform that type of referral work. So that data is what it would be based on. You're
Okay,
correct.
perfect. Okay, so you guys are way ahead of me. No need for.
And Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
your comments, but I accepted all of your memo.
Oh.
It's not on my memo because we said accept your.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the ones that are not referenced are because we accepted them.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. I was just going to see if staff was already doing it, and if they were, I was going to not make an issue of it. Sounds great. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? All right, let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez, Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis, Arenas,
Aye.
Foley, Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Peralez,
Aye.
and Davis. Thank you.
Okay. We're on to item 8.1. And by the way, thanks everybody. Emergency housing construction and operations proposed expenditure plan for a little program we affectionately call HAP. Welcome, everybody. We do have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. I'm here with Jackie Morales-Brand, the Director of Housing, and Kelly Hemphill, our Homeless Response Manager. We are here this evening to provide a proposed expenditure plan for a one-time state grant called the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. And I'm going to turn it over to Kelly to walk you through our proposed spending plan.
Thank you. Kelly Hemphill, Homelessness Response Manager. As Reagan mentioned, this is a proposed expenditure plan for the third round of our Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Funds. We like to call it HAP from the state of California. And just as a reminder, the city of San Jose's allocation is $29,118,995. Let me go to the next slide here. There we go. Similar to previous rounds of funding, the eligible uses of spending are listed here and include categories such as rental subsidies, prevention, outreach, interim shelter systems support. The youth set-aside category has been and continues to be required with this funding, and we must spend 10%, at least 10% of the total award on services for homeless youth. The Housing Department would like to use HAP Round 3 to continue funding some of the more successful and innovative programs, such as the Motel Voucher Program for families, enhanced mobile hygiene services, and targeted outreach through the SOAR program. Of note, even though we did mention one of the city roadmaps, we did not mention another one. One of the council prioritized initiatives in the city roadmap is sheltering and enhanced encampment services, and SOAR increases resources and services in targeted encampments. So I wanted to point that out. It's part of our roadmap. We are proposing to use HAP Round 3 funds to fill the purchasing gap of the Pavilion Inn through Project Homekey. The Pavilion Inn will serve homeless youth. The balance of the youth set aside will be spent on a yet determined service. The team will work with the county to release a request for proposals later this year. Another program to highlight is a proposed grant to Destination Home to establish a formal partnership with the Lived Experience Advisory Board, LEAB. The partnership will engage those on the board with training and advisory services, policy and contract development, rank and review and staff interview panels, and program design and evaluation. Last, but certainly not least, is the allocation of $18 million for interim shelter services and operations. And of course, this is one of the council prioritized initiatives in the city roadmap, the emergency housing construction and operations. The housing department is charged with identifying ongoing funding sources for the operations of our interim housing projects, which currently includes 3 existing emergency interim housing communities, 2 existing bridge housing communities, 2 new emergency interim housing communities, 1 existing home key project, 1 new home key project, and of course, we can't forget about the plaza. The housing department has identified some ongoing funding sources for the operations of these 10 projects through Measure E and the state-funded permanent local housing allocation fund, or SB2, with an estimation of up to $30 million in annual costs. More ongoing sources are definitely needed. New for the 3rd round of HAP, the state will be dispersing 20% of the total allocation early. We expect to receive the $5.8 million any day now. The application for the balance is due at the end of June. And we continue to coordinate with the county on our HAP strategies and application. Also new in the 3rd round is taking a deeper dive on outcome goals and strategies for achieving those goals. Our region is in a very good position as all the baseline data outcomes required are already included and consistently monitored and managed through our community plan to end homelessness. Some of the baseline data outcomes are reducing the number experiencing homelessness, reducing the number who become homeless for the first time, reducing the length of time remaining homeless, and quite a few others. Also of note in the application for the full balance of the funds, we're required to demonstrate system-wide coordination and improvements, which include regional coordination, partnership with local systems and people with lived experience of homelessness, racial and gender equity in service delivery, progress in preventing exits to homelessness from institutional settings, and systems improvements. So if you approve this plan, the Housing Department will return for approval of these agreements once the remaining balance of the HAP Round 3 allocation is received. We estimate probably around winter. We need to spend the entire $29 million by June 30th, 2026. With that, I will open it up for questions unless Jackie or Reagan would like to say a few words at the end.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long day already. So thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Reagan and Jackie. Let's go to the public.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. And I think it's critical, like Paul Soto would always remind us, we're here for the people, that Tony Tabor should not have the power to shut us off. The way our wonderful vice president, vice mayor did, is he would let us know if we weren't on track, and then we get back on track. Because like Paul Soto said, there's intersectionality. That's a Gen Z word. Talk to my son, who's a Gen Z, running for mayor, Marshall Woodmansey. It's intersectionality, and you have to give us time to connect the dots, because there's a lot of dots that need to be connected, okay? So now we're talking about homelessness, and this is a critical issue that Paul Soto actually is in jail because he brought it up, and people felt that actually, I call them, the council members felt that their life was threatened because he said that there would be an existential threat based on your policies. Now, this is very critical, because what we're really talking about, and I brought it up in other statements, And this is what Antonio Guterres, the Secretary of the United Nations, and working on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, said that our politicians are
Tess, can we
lying to us.
refocus here on the
Okay,
item?
I love you. I love you. Yes, it's homelessness. And, then we say lived experience. This is all the experiences that Paul Soto has been bringing to us. And so we need to, I really want an ACLU investigation of what happened with why you're feeling that Paul was a threat to your safety, because that is not true.
What does this have to do with
And
homeless
so,
housing
okay,
assistance?
all right, I love you. Yes, because it was related to the homeless issue when he was dealing with it in his Horseshoe neighborhood, as we're dealing with gentrification and what the impacts of that will be. And this is a very critical issue as we go forward. And we know that economics and politics are what the politicians are thinking about. And we see it all the time. And that's not where Paul Soto lives on $500. And
Chad?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Housing Department staff, and public, of course. Thanks for being there. I am Chad. I'm with Destination Home. And in addition to some incredible support to help implement the community plan to end homelessness, I want to highlight the potential investment, if approval of this HAP plan, in the Lived Experience Advisory Board. The City of San Jose will be joining Destination Home and the County of Santa Clara in really unprecedented investment in shifting and sharing power with people who have been impacted by these systems. And, again, I said shifting and sharing power rather than replacing, because the important thing is just kind of expanding the table, broadening the table, having new voices, and making sure that all of our solutions involve every stakeholder. And the folks who have been served by our systems, who have been homeless on our streets and in our shelters, have traditionally been left out of the decision-making and conversations. Last week, there was another really positive action to open up a seat on HCDC for somebody who was formerly homeless. So really just want to applaud and thank the City of San Jose for making these moves and helping support our movement to expand services and the voice of people with lived experience. So thank you.
Call-in user 2.
Programs. Where is all this money going to come from? Where's it going to come from? The general fund, higher taxes. Where are you going to put these places? These little tiny homes are catching on fire in Oakland. You've got people living on the street everywhere. Do you guys realize how many homeless people are here? I don't think you do. You really don't know the head count, if you will, of these people. And you're going to organize them all into some kind of semi-permanent or permanent housing. You don't have the manpower. You don't have the money. You don't have the organizational skills. That's for sure. Are you going to create an app for them to go on their smartphone? Is there going to be a fee attached to what they have to do? These are the kind of things you people do. You're not going to be able to provide food and shelter for every single person for free. It's not in the cards. It's sad, but it's true. And you people have this magical thinking that you can wave a magic wand and it's all going to happen in this feel-good way. And by the way, Tessa's correct. Interrupting the people speaking, it's our 2 minutes. You guys have this because of the people. So the guy who called in from Excite, did you cut him
Mr.
off?
Cinstini, you want to get back on
Public
topic?
service announcement.
Or yes, we're going to cut you off.
Okay.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. I think I've summed up today, in the previous item, and for a few months now, my feelings about this sort of item. And good luck in your work that all the mayors will do of California with this issue in the coming days. And yeah, we have a future of state funding and how that funding can be delivered to the local level that's interesting and hopeful. And I think if we keep up our good organizational practices and ideals of what we feel is good housing plans for people of low income and who are houseless, I think something really interesting can be developing in the next few years that hopefully we can all learn how to be on board about. Interestingly, I think ideas of housing people through government-sponsored encampments is actually an idea that's being embraced by all sides in San Jose, and that's interesting work. That's hopeful. I hope that can come to fruition and make it to the city council, meetings agenda soon. Um, I don't know quite what else to say at this time. Just keep up the good work, and that I think we're all trying to be open to what can be good future housing. Mixed income is just incredibly important. I feel that can really help offer what I continuously say a flexibility and a series of really good choices for all levels of income to live in the same place, to live in the same area. We're a little afraid to talk about that openly, but I hope that's a conversation we can learn to grow more comfortable with, because I think it does something really good for all of us that is creative and allows us to create, and it invites everyone to the conversation. What is the future of our housing situation? Thanks for this item.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hello, yeah, thank you for the previous speaker. And thank you for polling on house. Thank you for using that. Thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. This is, you guys made my day. I'm sorry to say, but well, not sorry, but you guys made my day with these two items coming together back to back, because they go hand to hand. That's when the problem is when people are losing their homes, right? Or the houses. And then the kids suffer. So we need these programs. And I know it's amazing if this thing can happen, because there's so many of the people that I visit and I frequent, and they're my friends, and they're going through hard times. They're going through really, really hard times. And I invite you guys to come out one day and walk through the creeks. And they're very, very friendly people. That you guys, I hope that you guys allocate more for them, because the money is there, use it, okay? Please, they need your help. It's very tough out here for them. So thank you for that.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. All right, back to council. Questions and comments. Councilmember Arenas, was that from before? Okay. Any other questions? I'll jump in if while folks are waiting.
Move to accept the report.
Okay. Second. All right. Motion from Councilmember Foley. Sorry to slow things down. I'll just ask a couple quick questions. Appreciate all the commitment of funding to maintain and operate our existing interim facilities. I know that's costly and it's challenging to carry that burden, but it's important. And Jackie, I know that we've been working with San Francisco Foundation on ways to try to reduce those costs. Do we have a consultant yet, or are they still trying to find one?
We do have a consultant. The consultant is Homebase.
Oh, great.
Which is a consultant that works with our region already, specifically our COC. So it's great. They're already familiar with our homeless response system. So the San Francisco Foundation is finalizing their contract.
Great.
With
Wonderful.
Homebase. It should be done this week. And they'll be ready to start the work. It is a pretty robust scope of work that we asked them to do. So we anticipate it'll be about 6 months worth of work for them.
Okay. Thank you, Reagan. I'm glad to hear it's underway, and look forward to learning more. Secondly, the $200,000 that is to support our efforts to engage members of our community with lived experience, which I support. I just had a question about it coming out of this budget as opposed to, for example, maybe general fund dollars. And the reason why I ask is I know that every dollar here is being closely scrutinized by the state around very specific outcomes and metrics. Although I'm not sure they've really been that specific, as I recall, they're still trying to figure all that out. I just pose the question, would it make more sense to have this 200,000 coming from the general fund so that the HAP funding is most directly focused on whatever metrics the state is setting, so we can both ensure we're eligible for that bonus funding that we want, and also to ensure the legislature will, for lack of a better term, Lego my ego, and continue to give this money out. Sorry, I had to pull out the 1970s reference on folks. Yeah, check YouTube for that. Anyway.
We got your reference.
Okay, thank you.
And we want our Eggo from the state.
We sure do. That's a San Jose product on the Eggo waffle. Yeah.
Mayor, I think one of the reasons why we're proposing this specific funding source is because the state does ask us very specifically in our application of how we are incorporating the feedback, experience, and expertise of people with lived experience. And so we really want to demonstrate to them that we take that seriously. So that is why we are choosing this particular funding source.
Okay, thank you, Reagan. Appreciate that. And then finally, notice we got $3 million in for vouchers, which is great. Certainly, we need rapid rehousing help. Recently heard from a candidate for a council office, nobody on this dais, by the way, who said it would be a novel idea if the city would provide vouchers because federal vouchers there have so many restrictions and strings attached. And thought to myself, gee, I thought we've been providing them for about a decade or so, but can you guys educate how long? We've been providing vouchers for a while, haven't we? Through one source or another?
Which vouchers are you talking? Are you talking about motel vouchers?
Yeah, the motel vouchers, yeah. They're usually like 2 years in duration, is that right?
No, I think you might be confusing it with rapid rehousing, which is a rental assistance voucher for 2 years.
Got
You
it.
have that right.
Okay,
And that we have been funding for a very long time.
okay,
The motel voucher in this proposed plan that program is only been around for 3 or 4 years.
okay, got it.
And I think the term voucher is sort of misleading. It's actually, we use a motel as sort of an emergency shelter for families, and we have on-site services.
We pay a monthly lease for the whole motel.
Yeah, so they don't
Yeah.
get handed a
Got it.
voucher
Okay.
for a motel.
Okay, so at least the other voucher program is still going strong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the other thing I would note is that the general fund paid for the rental assistance program. So it is way more, less restrictive and more flexible because we were using general fund money. And
Yes.
we also have used our federal home money to provide rental assistance. So those are two programs that we have been funding for a while.
Okay, good. I was worried I was imagining things. Thank you. Just a quick update. I had an opportunity to get to Sacramento yesterday, speak with the governor, the majority leader on the assembly, Majority Leader Reyes, and the Senate Budgetary Chair, Nancy Skinner. And I think there is strong sentiment among Assembly and Senate leadership to continue the HAP program. Obviously, it's a tug of war right now between the legislature and the governor, and everybody's sort of saying, why doesn't the other guy put it in their budget? And, so anyway, we're hopefully, along with several other mayors, we're continuing to advocate, and we will hopefully succeed either through the May revise or the proposed budgets that we see in June. More to come on that. But the ask of the Big City Mayors Coalition is for a 3-year funding stream of $1 billion each year, similar to what we have. Over the last year, we had a 2-year $1 billion allocation, so that at least we'd be able to maintain the status quo. Okay, any other questions? If not, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye. Davis?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 8.2 is a public hearing on the draft fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan, and there is a presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. I'm here with Jackie Morales-Frand, our Director, and Kristen Clements, who is our Division Manager. And this is a public hearing tonight on the proposed annual action plan for fiscal year 22-23 for the city's federal entitlement funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As a refresher, the 4 federal funding sources are listed here. It's our own alphabet soup, but the sources are Community Development Block Grant, Home Partnership, Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS, and Emergency Solutions Grant. Per HUD regulations, our spending plan must align with our consolidated plan goals, of which there are 4 here on the screen: increase housing for homeless and prevent homelessness, create new affordable housing and preserve existing, promote fair housing, and strengthen and stabilize communities. So there are really, I think, 4 takeaways for you all to understand from the proposed plan tonight. First, most commitments will continue for 1 more year with the same contractors and programs. Second, the CDI investments will be identified when we return in June for both the city projects and the nonprofit projects. And we will do a request for proposals for fiscal year 23-24 contracts. And there's a little over 4.7 million in funds for programs that support families in this plan. So the timing of this year's plan is a little bit off from previous years because the federal government was a little behind in approving a budget. So that the dollars you see in this plan tonight are still in draft estimates. However, now that the government has passed a budget, we anticipate receiving our specific award amounts from HUD very soon. But HUD has extended the deadline for cities to submit their annual plans to 60 days after your notice of award, or no later than August 16th. We don't anticipate any large swings, either decreases or increases, in the funding amounts you see in the draft plan. But any increase or decrease will be proportionately allocated to almost all activities. But enhanced code enforcement and the nonprofit facilities would remain the same. So the total funds estimated to be available next year is 27 million, with about 14 million is what comes to us in our annual entitlement allocation, and about 12 million are carryover funds from home and CDBG. The proposed activities for the public service category in CDBG are senior meals with continued contracts with the Health Trust and POSO, neighborhood engagement with continued contracts with Somos Mayfair and Com University, homeless services with a continued contract with Home First for street outreach, and legal services, which is a contract with Law Foundation as a leader in a consortium of legal service agencies. The proposed CDI activities are a reserve of 3.9 million for city projects. We'll be back in June with a defined list of city projects that we are working with multiple departments and the budget office on. And 3 million for nonprofit facility rehab projects. We'll also be back in June with a defined list, and per council direction, we're working on a manager's budget addendum with an analysis for the Sacred Heart request for their service center rehab. And we have 1.1 million for 1.6 million for enhanced code enforcement, and we'll continue our fair housing contracts as well. And for home, the primary proposed activity is project development for new construction. We're working now with developers who responded to our recent NOFA on which projects could qualify to use home funds for their developments. And HOPWA will continue our rental assistance and supportive housing services. And finally, ESG will continue our street outreach contract with PATH and the homeless prevention program for youth and families with Bill Wilson Center. So the timeline to submit to HUD for the city, we are aiming for a July submittal. We did hold a public hearing at our Housing and Community Development Commission about 2 weeks ago, and their feedback is summarized in the supplemental memo. And just again, a reminder that this is a public hearing to provide us with input on the draft plan. We will be back in June with a final plan. That concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the public.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Oh, okay. So what okay, thank you. What I've been saying this whole meeting is about the lie, and it's lying, and that's what Antonio Guterres.
Tessa, you can
Okay.
talk about our lies during open forum.
Okay, no,
Right
no,
now
don't
we're
listen,
talking
don't.
about
Okay, about
US
housing, of
Department
course.
Housing
All
and
right,
Urban Development
you didn't let
Action
me.
Plan.
Okay, let me go. Okay, you guys laugh and stop that. That's really rude. Okay, I am going. That was my precursor.
Tessa, you asked me to correct you when you go off
Okay,
topic, and that's
okay,
what I'm doing.
thank you.
I'm
All
going to give
right,
you
I
one more
love you.
chance to stay on topic.
No, it doesn't have to be one more chance, okay? This is it, okay? Okay, I'm gonna go on topic to housing, okay? And I don't like the laughing, it's very rude. All right, so the housing issue is very, very critical. And the reason I'm talking about the lie is because in your general plan, you do not support housing. You support hotels, you support offices. These are all wrong things, okay? And it's all about, there's a lot of money flowing around, lots of money, in terms of COVID, and in terms of our state funding these things. And it isn't funding. What we really need to be dealing with is getting us to zero and dealing with preparing us for the catastrophes that are coming, the catastrophes. Don't forget that word. And I'll give you something that is happening today on the news. Russia has turned off the gas to both Poland and
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you for this item. You've been bringing this item up and items like it of federal funding for housing issues lately. I don't know if this was the same as you brought up just a few weeks ago. The one a few weeks ago, I don't think it had quite as much money involved. This had a lot of money involved today. And the one a few weeks ago, you talked about it would also be serving the future of technology needs and the placing of Wi-Fi in neighborhoods and stuff. I just wanted to offer a quick reminder, as always, the importance of how open public policies and accountability can really walk hand in hand in the future of bridging the digital divide issues, and to have good civil rights and civil protection practices, to have that in mind, it really, really organizes the brain, I think, in how to really better build the future of our communities. It just naturally lends itself to our better selves and our better practices. And it's really a helpful tool in how you'll be building the bridging the digital divide in the future. It doesn't have to be, what was the word, separated or bifurcated. These things don't have to work in competition with each other. And it's an incredibly important goal, is learning how to bring these ideas together. Because they are such interesting, compatible projects that really speak to the future of community sustainability. So good luck on how we could do this. I think it's the important words of innovation, actually, and that to do this work is building an innovative, good future for ourselves. I always say these things. Hopefully this reminder again can just be a really important thing in what really can be building for our future, of peace, of sustainability, and open democracy. Thank you.
Jill Borders.
Thank you. I heard mentioned code enforcement, enhanced resources for code enforcement, and I just want to make sure that hopefully one of the council members might bring this up because I think that this is key to bridging the issues that we're having in the community where we see blight and we see a lot of struggles that our houseless population has or the unhoused has. I'm sorry if I'm not getting the language right. But I do see that the more housing, supportive housing and different, whether it's a shelter or whether or not it's supportive housing or affordable housing, whatever type of housing it is that we're putting in, I know that certain districts are bearing that more than others, and they are really reaching out and asking for more funds. And so I don't know if this is one of the places that we can draw from, but hopefully that will be discussed and we can make sure to get the areas that need enhanced code enforcement dollars, that they get those, because we really need to make sure that the districts that are taking in housing, that they get that added benefit of having, more code enforcement, resources and dollars. I just really hope we can talk about that. I don't know if we will, but I, I just really think that's an important piece of this. Thanks.
Call-in user 2.
Code enforcement, code enforcement, code enforcement. That's all you people know. Fines, fines, fines. Police action, administrative action, knocking on doors, giving out citations. Who are you people? You guys should be ashamed of yourselves with your code enforcement. Ask Pam Foley how many votes she's going to lose because of code enforcement.
Mr. Cincinnati, you're to address the entire council, not any individual member.
Oh, geez, Sam, come on. What kind of lawyer are you? What kind of...
Cincinnati, you got to stay on topic here. We're on the HUD fiscal year 22-23 action plan.
Back to you.
Or not. Okay, we're back to council. Any questions or comments?
Move approval.
Motion from Councilmember Peralez, second Councilmember Davis. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen, Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
And going back to Cohen.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 8.3 is our final item on the agenda. 8.3 is the future of San Pedro Square and Post Street. There is no presentation, so let's go to public comment first.
Okay, my first two speakers are Fred Buzo and Tom McHenry.
Hello, Fred Buzo, San Jose Director for Spur. Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, really al fresco, and you all know this, is about creating great spaces for people, right? Great outdoor spaces for them to gather in. So always a lot of focus on closing streets and things of that nature, but closing streets is not the goal here. Closing streets is just a tactic. The goal is to create great public spaces for our great diverse community. Also, and I know that staff is limited by the form that they had to fill out, I assume, and so they checked the box that said priority setting. I would implore you not to send this to priority setting because that would be a crapshoot. And I realize that in the body of the form that they did indicate that they would rather have this go through the MBA process, and I appreciate Mayor Liccardo echoing that as well. Yeah, would not want this to go into the priority setting process. Also wanted to, in the event that the city is able to extend this emergency declaration on their own, which I think is something that has to be determined, in the event they are able to extend this declaration, then I would think that the work that staff is directed to do would apply citywide. Al fresco is a citywide program. It is not just about San Pedro Street and Post Street, although I commend Councilman Peralez for bringing this issue up because those are definitely two of the most visible and popular streets amongst or in this program. But I can tell you, as someone from District 9, there have been businesses out there who have used parking lots like you would not believe, and it was awesome. It was great, And I know I've talked to Councilmember Davis's staff as well. It's also been a popular program along Lincoln Avenue. And so I would just remind you, and I know you don't need to remind me, but I'll do it anyway, that this is a citywide program, and please direct staff to work on this issue citywide. Thank you.
Tom McHenry, followed by Mike Messinger.
Good evening, Tom McHenry, 110 Rankin. I was driving by, saw the lights on, thought I would come in and see how everyone was doing. On San Pedro Street, first of all, for a variety of people who I'll mention in a moment, we thoroughly endorse the idea of extending the alfresco. We extend our thanks to the city, to Councilman Raul, for the work done on that. It was an emergency. It necessitated emergency action, and it worked very, very well. We're very pleased with what happened then and anxious to see that expanded. Again, it was an extreme emergency, as we all know. On the issue tonight, closing San Pedro Street this evening, I'm not opposed to that as a final solution. I am opposed to that, as many other people are this evening, to do that as part of the current discussion. The knowledge I have of San Pedro Street is based on the cooperation which we've had in the past between the city and the various property owners and members operating restaurants, etc. I think with a due amount of time to analyze the impact on the garage across the street, and with an adequate amount of time to involve everyone who has not, as much as the outreach has been pretty consistent in emails, et cetera, and a variety of other venues, a lot of people and a lot of significant people on that street are not aware of tonight's meeting. The individuals that would like this and the groups that would like this delayed are the San Pedro Square Market, Martin Minnie, Old Wagon next door to it, Frank Kakuza, who owns the middle piece of property I think you're all familiar with, where District and other companies and various restaurants are operating. The other end of the street, Mike Messenger's here himself, but the Farmers Union and the various operators on the south end of the block are not opposed to closing San Pedro Street. We just like to see a longer analysis on one of the most important things that's always been involved in succeeding downtown, and that's parking. I'd further add that in my experience, a very successful cooperation between the city and the individuals on San Pedro Street and property owners was the recent alfresco, as I've alluded to, but also in the 70s when the San Pedro Arch and the other improvements were done. The San Pedro Arch was paid for by the property owners and merchants. We paid for other things also in that distant time in the 70s, and the city contributed a good amount of money also. I think that's the kind of thoughtful process that I think will be enabled, and people like the Modera Apartments with their 200 units were not aware whatsoever that this item was occurring tonight. I spoke to the regional director, and they've obviously been a very important thing down in San Pedro. So that's really the conclusion of anything I have to say, but I don't come in opposition to anything. I come to try to add some additional support that I think we can have at the end or in the middle of the next year, where we can understand what the impacts will be on that garage. You know, the opinions range from closing that entrance on San Pedro Street will lead to traffic Armageddon, and it'll be a wonderful and positive thing. You know, it might be somewhere in between, and it probably is somewhere in between. I think we can find that out together. Okay? Any questions on what I've said? Okay, thank you.
Evening, council members and mayor. Mike Messenger, 16172 Rose Avenue, Montesrino. Sorry, not San Jose resident, but I own properties down here. both sides of the arch. We're above where Starbucks is, and Farmers Union Social, Oya, and Blanco, and the businesses that run it. So kind of familiar with San Pedro a little bit. My office has been there for about 10 years. So anyway, as everyone says, definitely in support of extending al fresco for one more year to figure it all out. You know, on our side, the south end, I kind of look at the block as two sides, the south side and north side. South side, we've been closed completely, and it's been very flourishing for the restaurants and businesses. Blanco's much better when roads closed because the weddings don't have the motorcycles going through. So I really love the block being closed, at least the south side. We really enjoyed it. Our sales for farmers are above even 2019 now because of the street. So definitely successful thing. I totally love that part. I just do need to, like with Tom, need to understand how it's the north side, how it impacts it either getting into the garage or closing completely. So I just want you to know I'm support for the south side 100%, but back in the north side, I think we just need to evaluate over the next 6 months to a year to see if we can figure out if it's worthwhile opening up the garage up from the north end or closing it down completely. But worst case, let's do al fresco for a year to figure it all out. So thank you very much.
Eric Nielsen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure that city council and staff members had water and some towels for this marathon that they're running in this council meeting. I just first and foremost wanted to say thank you. Thank you especially to Blage for Blage Zelich for the Alfresco program and for shutting everything down for us. My name's Eric Nielsen. I'm one of the proprietors of 55 South on First Street and Post. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone first, and second to make sure that that if we were able to, get Alfresco extended, that we would be able to do so. We would be able to do so quickly, only so that way we would know what planning and logistics and budgeting that we would have to do to make sure that we would have all the appropriate resources and everything necessary to accommodate the people that we would be hopefully taking care of on the street. So again, thank you very much.
Nate LeBlanc.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nate LeBlanc. I'm the Business Development Manager from the San Jose Downtown Association, speaking on behalf of the association this evening. Want to kind of join in the chorus here of supporting the concept of keeping San Pedro closed and doing a weekend closure on Post. SJDA has been involved in these efforts since the very beginning, and we will continue to provide whatever support we can, outreach we can, to ensure that these things are done with as much consensus as we can find, and in a hopefully kind of straightforward, brass tacks, real world way that accomplishes the goals that are set out to kind of make these pedestrian friendly and to help these businesses survive the pandemic that is far from over. Just want to echo what Eric said and make sure that though this conversation will likely center on San Pedro, let's not forget about Post. The experiment that we did during COVID for Post Street was really important to the businesses down there, and it just makes so much sense to keep it closed. We really want this to be the kind of city where there are these pedestrian thoroughfares, and Post and San Pedro make a ton of sense. So just want to encourage everyone here tonight to help find a solution. Let's not send this back for some kind of endless study. Let's figure out a budget number that makes sense. Let's be the kind of city that can figure this out and get this done. Keep San Pedro closed in a way that makes sense for the most people, and just offer the support. And if you guys need anything from SJDA, we are happy to be involved with the planning, execution, outreach, and whatever else needs to be done. Thank you for the time.
Catalyze SV.
Good evening, this is Alex Shore. Like many of you, I grew up here in Silicon Valley, and pretty much the only way I ever got around was by car. And only after living in cities in this country and visiting cities across the world, cities like Nashville, Tennessee, New York City, Washington, D.C., London, Los Angeles, only having had those experiences did I really understand and intimately experience how easy and safe and enjoyable it can be to get around a city by walking, biking, and taking public transit, and all the other options we have now, like scooters and rideshare. That is the city of the past. And guess what? It is also the city of the future. And you all, as council members and staff, have the ability to transform for the better our city by taking actions like this tonight. I am so grateful to Councilmember Perales and all the other folks who have been talking about this for years and working on it. It feels like we finally reached a point where we're ready to try something new in San Jose, to allow a couple parts of a very tiny amount of our city to operate just a little differently, and to see how that goes. And we've seen through things like the road diet on Lincoln Avenue that businesses continue to thrive and people continue to come when we change the way we get to and around crucial corridors in our city. So I really, really hope you'll support this and use this as a launching point for future change that you all can make in our city. Thanks so much.
Ryan Globus.
Good evening to the mayor and San Jose City Council. I sent you all a petition in support specifically for the Post Street part of this agenda with over 100 signatures. And I just wanted to give some light to the back context for that petition. The very first in-person LGBTQ queer event I went to during the pandemic was on Post Street. There were performances out in the street and the stage, and there was dancing and spoken word. And it was such a special moment after living over a year on Zoom. It was difficult seeing the street reopen to cars. And so that's why I worked with some other folks to petition the city in support. And I just want to emphasize how special of a space that is. Having the event outdoors made the street more lively. It was safe, throughout, all the COVID variants and ups and downs. The event, I went to is also open to folks under 21, which, currently the bars, folks under 21 can't go to them. And so that's why, we organized and we signed the petition in support of closing Post Street, and we're in support of this pilot project. And I also want to emphasize that while I think most of the signers of that petition are San Jose residents like myself, there are also some folks who live elsewhere in the Bay Area, elsewhere in the South Bay, because even though this is a tiny little street in downtown San Jose, it is an important area for folks, in the South Bay and in the region. There aren't a ton of LGBTQ spaces in this part of the Bay Area. And so it's a really special place. So please support the Post Street pilot weekend closure. Thank you.
Nathan Svoboda.
Yes, good evening. My name is Nathan Svoboda. My pronouns are he and him. I represent Project More Foundation, the leaders of the community district there on Post Street, and those that activate. I too want to echo many of the great words that have been said by folks here today, and ask for your support for continuing the closure, the weekend closure pilot of Post Street, allowing the community district to continue to serve our LGBTQ community, continue to become a place for fellowship, as well as a place for our community businesses there on Post Street, of many diverse options, to be able to create also a walking path and a pedestrian pathway for future connectors throughout the downtown core. We here at Project More certainly appreciate the support that the city and all have had in creating what Post Street has become through the Community District Project. But we want to continue that effort, and we hope you will approve this initiative this evening.
Blair Carson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Blair Carson. I am the owner of Page Boy, which is a salon located on Post Street. I am not a restaurant or a bar. I am a retail space that offers services, but I definitely benefited through the pandemic when we had the alfresco system going. I felt like there was a lot more exposure that I normally wouldn't have. I felt like there were a lot of people that I would see walking up and down the street that I normally don't see. I'm actually sitting in my salon right now, and I wish you guys could see like what's going on outside, because it's kind of barren. But when we had the street closure, it was more of a safe space for not just like families or neighborhood people, but the LGBTQ plus community. And this street is interesting because all of us are small business owners. We're not the San Pedro situation where we're big, big players in this. We're all small business owners, but we all fought really hard to stay open during the pandemic. And I think that allowing the alfresco system to go on would help us. And it also just makes it a safer street, and it makes it visibly more attractive, which I think would also entice other people to open businesses down here, which is really what I would love to see, is that every single one of these spaces is full with a business and we're all thriving. So I hope that you guys will vote to let us do this, and vote to let us do this as soon as possible, because we don't want to miss out on summer. So thank you. Thank you to everybody working on this. Have a good evening.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hi, yes, I'm calling in support of my community, LGBTQ, which I'm part of. And I went to San Pedro when I was close a little while ago, and it looks vibrant. And I hope you can find a way to keep going for that and keep the business thriving, because as I did in my past job as a community health worker, the business engagement team, I saw so many business begging to stay open. And I saw so many business not open again. So I hope we can help this business stay open, and this is a lifeline for them. So please try the program. It's a pilot program and getting through the summer. And yeah, thank you.
Florence Acuna.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi, my name is Florence Acuna. I'm actually the owner of Max Club on Post Street. I'm fairly new to the community, and I did see how al fresco was such a great thing to the Post Street community. I was able to meet Eric, a couple of people there like Nate and Blair on the street, as many as the other patrons out there, and thought that al fresco would be great to actually have other people walk into the streets safely without the cars, and actually see others see the storefront and actually just walk and see things going on. I hope that we can vote for yes on al fresco to build a community of the LGBTQT in there. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, let's see. You can hear me? Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, I definitely support a no car city, and that is really the way we have to go. And when I hear the lies that say that we have to have cars to make our city, that was Tom McHenry. I looked him up. He's 76. Yeah. So, that's old age. That's the old age. My son is 21. He's running for mayor. And, he's running on keeping fossil fuels in the ground. And that's the way we have to go forward. And so when we say that we really support these things and climate action is really important and we care about the children, we don't if we are putting any amount of CO2 or gas, which is methane, 80 times more heat trapping, into our air. And so what that looks like is what it looks like is no driving, no flying, and no movement of goods. So when we talk about, is this a good thing? Of course it's a good thing. And, when we talk about, that cars need, cities need cars, that is not true. If we look at Santa Barbara, I'll mention what Alex Shore was saying, answer Santa Barbara. They shut down all of State Street. There's not even, I think they allow the electric free shuttle bus. They have a gorgeous free shuttle bus. And their economics are doing really fine. And so it's been a lot of BS about, that cars are part of the economic engine. That's old age, because we won't have a future if we keep going with cars or gas. Like my husband says, fine, if you don't want to change your to electrify, well, then you won't have heat. You won't have, food. Won't have, food that you can cook because, like I said, they shut off the gas in Poland, and this is our future. And World War III, he says, will be fought over fossil fuels, and that's what we're seeing laid out. So if we're
Call-in user 2.
Oh, we could use Tom McHenry again. And I never thought I would say that in my entire life. He's absolutely correct. You start shutting, maybe Post Street, who cares? I don't go there. But San Pedro Square, you start shutting things off around there. He's correct. There'll be a traffic Armageddon. And I mean, maybe close it down for a special occasion or use Viva la Calle or whatever, or, certain events would be fine. Maybe the first weekend of the month, but he's correct. You need to test this out, because if you don't, you're going to have nothing but problems, and you already have a really lousy downtown. You guys know it. It's going to be very hard to polish that turd of a downtown, I can tell you. And it's not going to be by pedestrianizing things. Nobody's down there anyway. I mean, have you seen how horrible it is? How there's nobody downtown? San Pedro Square is quite nice. A nice addition to the downtown. If it wasn't for San Pedro Square, I don't even know what you would have to talk about down there. But boarded up buildings, things papered over. It's just terrible. But yeah, you got to keep the cars. I don't care what these other people say that you don't need. Yeah, you need a car, unfortunately. There is not enough people who live downtown to support any type of pedestrianization for these businesses to stay in business. So anyway, you guys really should get your act together and study this a little bit more, and don't be so hasty to start blocking off streets, and think of other ideas to invigorate that downtown. There's no vibrancy whatsoever. There's just dried up vomit and urine and feces and bums and litter everywhere. It's just disgusting.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. I just had the quick thought that for myself, it's kind of interesting that from this era of COVID, you've made the decision that the future of alfresco dining can actually be a good thing and an interesting thing, and you're finding ways to do that. I know there was some intense ambitions for it when COVID first came around, and that became fearful after that. But from that, we're kind of developing something that can be acceptable and okay to people, it seems like, at this time. I don't know how these things develop, why we say no to things sometimes and why we say, yes, it's okay, we can continue with things other times. There's good reasoning, there's reasoning to be strong and to continue our previous path of what we were working on before the era of COVID. Both arguments can be made. It's nice when things that feel good are able to continue, like sort of the alfresco things, in abbreviated form can be kind of nice, I think. The future of Zoom meetings, I think, is a real question. That do we develop a future of camera use within city council that can make the Zoom meetings more acceptable? Will that mean more surveillance that will be taking place during the meetings? Will it be less? Will it be what we already know? But Zoom meetings can be of help in certain ways, that it can invite a more accessibility and openness to the process that is kind of interesting, that I hope we can better address and want to possibly continue, but definitely have open conversations about, like alfresco things. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Lee?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo. Just wanted to, there was a conversation at Rules about this, and I was able to set the record straight, so wanted to do that again. It wasn't the administration's intent to send this to priority setting. We yellow lit it so that we could follow up through the budget process, because there was additional analysis around fire and life safety, obviously some community engagement work that you heard about tonight, possible funding things that you might want to take into consideration if you pursue this. And then lastly, having a clearer picture of the current local emergency and the state emergency and how those overlap. So the state emergency is supposed to end on June 30th this year. From what we understand, the governor's office is supposed to give clarification around how that will be repealed and what will be in place sometime next week or the following week. And that will kind of guide the legal rationale to continue whatever we need to do to continue the al fresco program. So again, we would be following up with that information through the MBA process, not sending it to priority setting.
Thank you, Lee. And I've reached out to the head of GoBiz and the governor's team to express our concern about losing flexibility on the street closures, and I'm guessing other cities are doing the same. So we'll work with your team to ensure we have that in the new emergency order. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lee, for the clarification. I know that was confusing because that was in the early consideration form. The other thing that I think is confusing is that out of rules, we actually did agree to the MBA process, recognizing that that's a necessity as we move forward, and that we weren't necessarily making a definitive decision today because we don't have all the answers today, but that what I really wanted to do was have this discussion at the council to give direction on where we're headed, because that's what's been very unclear over the years, and really as of late, as at the end of last year, when we decided to extend this and we gave direction to staff to begin the work on a more permanent closure, there really wasn't a definitive direction given by the council on kind of what would we like to see. And so that's what I intended to do here with both San Pedro and with Post Street, and hopefully my colleagues agree. And then that way, as staff goes out and conducts the MBA and conducts the outreach, we actually know what direction we're headed in. And ultimately, if indeed that comes back, I may come back, a year from now, I won't even be here, but when we have individuals that at that point may want to go a different direction, that decision could be made. But at least we can give the direction today of where we would like to head. And so first I want to say thank you for the speakers. We had a lot of people that wrote in, people that showed up for the Rules Committee. We've got Mayor McHenry that showed up for us today. We are happy to have the lights on here too, Mayor, and be back in person. Blage, I think Blage might be on the line, and done a ton of work on this over the last couple years, and in fact, this is year 4 when it comes to San Pedro Street. So we're definitely not working hastily on this, and in fact, at some point, I think you need to decide and call a question on what you would like to do rather than continue pilots. As I shared in my memo, this has been a long time interest of mine since I joined council to be able to see where we can identify prominent streets that really made sense to activate in a different way. And the 2 streets that have popped out as the best identified locations are San Pedro and Post. And in fact, as it was 4 years ago, we started the pilot on San Pedro, and that year before the pandemic. And then ultimately the following year, we're intent on doing 2 pilots, one on Post and one on San Pedro, a second year for San Pedro. And well, we did, and it turned into a 2-year pilot because of the pandemic. So even better than what we would have done and seen over the summer, we've been able to see these streets closed down for 2 years. And in fact, as Post Street was reopened, many of you likely heard as well, there was an outcry from our community that was demanding that we reclose that back down and wondering why we would have reopened a street like that to vehicles again. And I would agree. And I would hate to do the very same thing on San Pedro Street. We have a deadline approaching on June 30th. And so number one, as I expressed, and I appreciate the mayor as well and the work that he's trying to do, we would love to get an extension on that because we're not going to come to a permanent solution or the funding for a permanent solution by June 30th. And so we do need more time regardless. But I think we need to, again, set that direction before that June 30th date. And I mentioned this in rules. I believe that if we can't do this at San Pedro Street and at Post Street, we're sending a message to our community that we're not going to be able to do this anywhere. And we will have lost the opportunity that we have seen and gained through the pandemic with the Alfresco program. And I really, truly feel that these are the 2 low-hanging areas. If we want to do, as Fred was saying, and try to expand this citywide, we have to be able to accomplish something here on these 2 terrific streets for a permanent closure. I want to make something clear too as well. In the mayor's memo, I think again, as I mentioned, Mayor, it was our intent to go with the MBA. I wanted to get the input from the council here, so I will be making a motion to approve your memo as well. But I want to make sure that we don't delay Post Street any further than necessary. If we were to wait for the entirety of the budget process and come to a decision, we will miss the summer opportunity for a weekend closure of Post Street. So I'd like to have at least that be expedited, that there's direction out of the council today for the weekend closure of Post Street, so then that way we can actually achieve the access of it this summer. We've put in a lot of work since we reopened Post Street with the community, with the businesses, the property owners, the stakeholders there, to come to this agreement of a hybrid mix, because we had a number of challenges with businesses there. Similarly, on San Pedro, again, now coming into year 4, through the pilot, through the conversations, there has been a lot of engagement around what a closure would look like on San Pedro. And personally, I like what we have today, and I believe that accomplishes all the goals. It's a closed-off street to vehicular access, except for emergency vehicle access. I recognize that if we're going to make that permanent, we have some concerns from the fire department on we have to relocate fire hydrants and the barriers that they would like, or that the police department would like, to be able to be retractable. And we're talking about some significant investment in infrastructure. But I think that what we have today is what we should be aiming towards, is a permanent street closure, not a partial street closure, not one side of the lane, not half of San Pedro. In fact, I would not support any of those as an end goal. And I'm hoping my colleagues agree with that today, that our goal is going to be to a full closure, one where we can accommodate the concerns that we're hearing from city staff and be able to make that our direction. If we weren't to do that, for instance, the investment that we've made with Moment under the parking garage, the city-owned parking garage, we would essentially be cutting them off from the opportunity of the closure of the street. A terrific investment in the ability for small businesses to be able to thrive and then potentially move on to permanent businesses. I don't want to see that closed off. We actually have had a lot of interest from some of the businesses today that are not utilizing it on the north end of San Pedro because they actually were concerned about investing in some of the outdoor patio furniture if indeed we were simply just going to reopen the street to vehicles. Again, why this direction is so important that we provide that today, to make it very clear where we are aiming to go. And we did have a robust meeting over the last couple of weeks. We had one, I know Mayor Henry mentioned it, but actually the Madera property owner was there at that meeting. They're not opposed to this. They absolutely want to be engaged, as everybody should be. But again, we've had these opportunities in this outreach through my office, with city staff, with SJDA, for now going on the 4th year. And so this is nothing new. This is not a new conversation that we're having. And indeed, I think it's time that we kind of call the question on a direction of where we want to go. And so I'd love to be able to see that happen. And I just want to confer with staff, if we gave that direction, knowing indeed that we're still going to go for the MBA process, do we have an opportunity to get there with Post Street by this summer?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Nancy Klein and Blage Zalalich, who's on the Zoom, to chime in on how that would work.
Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development. Yes, Blage and I both probably have an answer, and thank you for the question. OED definitely supports keeping the streets open, and we need to take a look, have a discussion with the Attorney's Office on the mechanisms, and see also further work on with the fire department, as well as what those infrastructure costs are. I'm reiterating what Lee had said. Time-wise, I believe we could do that. Blage, do you want to check me on Post Street?
Sure, Nancy. Good evening, council members. Blage Zalalich with the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. So I think that we would be able to implement something. Quite honestly, the on the
Lost you,
aesthetic.
Blage.
Oh.
You could repeat that last sentence, Blage. We lost you there for a moment, the audio.
Oh, okay. I think that honestly, all of us would want to raise the bar on the aesthetics of how we actually were closing both San Pedro and Post Street, in the sense that through our temporary closure, we were using K-Rail, and we should try to make that look as good as possible, utilizing some local artists. But I think that if we were going to try to do something very quickly, like summer starting in mid to late June, we would probably need to continue with that solution, even though we'd be doing it on a weekend, kind of in and out. So I guess my answer is yes, we could definitely implement something. Whether or not we can implement anything different than what we had when we opened it up, I don't know at this point in time.
Okay, and yes, I recognize that if we're moving quickly, or even on San Pedro, if we're just extending the deadline of the local emergency order, then aesthetically, we're not talking about something that maybe is going to change or be more pleasing. And quite frankly, even though there were aesthetic challenges on Post Street, I think we heard from the commenters today, nobody was complaining about that. They were complaining about the fact that it's open to cars again, and they'd like to see it closed down again. So I don't think we have to be perfect this summer on the aesthetics. I would like to at least get it closed back down, Post Street, on the weekend closure, hopefully under the extension of the local emergency order again, and then work towards the ultimate goal. And I want to make it clear too as well, the ultimate goal for Post Street I would like to see would be a permanent closure as well, 7 days a week, not a weekend closure. But we have not worked on Post Street as long and extensively as we have on San Pedro, and we have different challenges there. And so this is a step in that direction. But I think at least, thank you, Blage, for saying that we could get there this summer. And again, I don't want it to have to be perfect, and it sounds like that's how we can get there for the summer. So I will move my memo and the mayor's, and just to make it clear, in the mayor's memo, as he states that my memo or my proposal should be the primary option that is evaluated. I agree with that, and in fact, as I stated, I'd like that to be the only ultimate option. That's the only one I would support, but staff is going to come back and say, well, here's what we determined, and here's what we found, and here's some options for the council, and I'm fine with that, and the future council can make that decision, and that's the motion.
Okay, thank you. For clarity, Councilmember Perales, because I was going to suggest a friendly amendment to include the words full or partial in your 1A direction. But you're saying essentially staff can study options, bring them back to council one way or another. We're going to close something, but that can be fully explored.
Yeah, I like it better the way it is in your memo, because it makes it clear that I think you're asking that also be evaluated. I'm sort of asking, here's the direction I'd like it to go, but ultimately staff can come back and give a series of recommendations. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Councilmember Perales, for bringing this item to us. One of the, I think I said this during rules, one of the few positives from the pandemic has been the Alfresco program and our ability to utilize our outdoor spaces, whether it's parking lots, parklets, or street closures, for our businesses to be able to take advantage of our wonderful weather, and for people to be able to do social things even when we were shut down or supposed to be isolating in our homes and stuff. So I'm glad that we are able to do this now. I did want to make sure I understand, by passing this, San Pedro will be able to remain open for the businesses close to vehicular traffic during this time of evaluation. Is that correct? And I'm kind of looking at Nora because it looks like she wants to say something.
I don't know that I want to say anything, but it is in part dependent on the ability to continue emergency orders.
Okay, so is there anything that we, even if it's not an emergency order, is there some kind of temporary ordinance that we could do, even if it's not extending emergency order, to be able to allow that to continue?
My office will look at that. It's difficult to close parts of streets. A lot of that is directed under state law. And so the emergency order has provided what we've needed to be able to do this. So let us look at whether or not there might be another way for a short period of time, and whether or not it's considered to be a some type of effort to get data and learn about what it would all mean, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. Whatever, I appreciate, the outreach and giving us options for the future for San Pedro, but I think giving us options for how to keep it closed in the meantime, so that we're not reopening it and then closing it again and kind of going through that would be appropriate, so that we can take the time we need to make the right decision, but not make any changes that will make it more difficult to do something permanent in the future. And I would agree, Councilmember Paulus, with the Post Street weekend closures. I don't care what it looks like either, and I don't think the businesses do either. We can worry about the aesthetics later. I just think it's important for us to be able to take advantage of our wonderful weather, and for the businesses to be able to take advantage of the increased foot traffic that they get from having people out and about. It really has been for Lincoln Avenue. It has been just a great addition to the vibrancy, and it makes, even though I think they do wine walks 2 to 4 times a year. They're kind of ramping up now, and it just makes it so fun to be there, because everybody's outside and walking around, and it's it makes it a really fun place to be. So I'm excited that we're looking at this for permanent at San Pedro, and hopefully for Post as well. Happy to support this.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask further questions along the lines of what Councilmember Davis was asking. Obviously, San Pedro was closed before the pandemic, so it wasn't reliant on this emergency. So I'm trying to understand what this has to do with an emergency order, and what powers the council has as far as making decisions about things like this. And presumably, we have the right at some point to do a permanent closure regardless of emergency. So how does that action differ from an action that we could take now that doesn't rely on an emergency order?
A permanent order would, or a permanent closure, I'm sorry, would be a process that the city would go through. The council would have to take a vote, provide a notice. Their property owners along San Pedro would be able to object. There might be a takings process involved in it, but it's all governed by state law. It's the pedestrian law of 1960. And that's what we would be following.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, because of the pedestrian malls that I've been on in Santa Monica and Sacramento and other places, clearly they've gone through this process. So it's because of we don't have the time to do the process before the order at the end of June. We want to do that process. There's a period of time it would take to get that process completed.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the other question I was going to ask was, there was something brought up before, I think Fred mentioned, about looking at other streets across the city. As part of this process, do we want to begin to look around about what other places this might make sense? I mean, places on Lincoln and other locations, so that we're kind of doing this all in a holistic way, as opposed to trying to think about what to do later in other parts of the city? Maybe that's a question for the maker of the motion, or...
I would say no, even though I agree we should be looking at closing these down throughout the city at other locations. Even just between San Pedro and Post Street, completely different dynamic and challenges that we're dealing with. So I think if you start to lump more in there, it's going to make it, that much harder for, Block A or whoever's working on this to discuss what are the challenges, how do we make that possible? So I agree we should be doing that, but I actually don't want to lump it all in. I think individually those streets should be coming forward on their own. And again, I think these should be the two out the gate that set the example of here's how you get it done.
Yeah, I fully agree that this makes sense there. And of course, other ones are not full street closures as much as potentially removing parking spaces or something like that, or even parking lot use in behind buildings or something. So I guess my only question is more generally, I guess, for the city staff about what process will go forward as far as the places that are open now. We expect them all to go away at the end of June, or at least until the emergency order ends. At that point, the other locations will have to remove their alfresco locations until somebody comes back to the city to propose restarting them.
So Councilmember,
Go ahead, Bloggy.
sorry, Nancy. Councilmember Cohen, I can actually take that. So the action that the council kind of previously took was actually extending some of the alfresco programs that we didn't really need under the emergency order through the end of this year. So like, for instance, we have a parklet program. There was an existing parklet program that Public Works ran before the pandemic, that had a cost associated with it. It had a longer process associated with it, even though that it was somewhat streamlined. But when the pandemic hit, we took, even more dramatic measures to make things happen quickly. And so right now we're in the process of trying to transition those folks that had temporary alfresco parklets into the Public Works permanent process. And so council had allocated some funding for that. We're working with the Knight Foundation on some open source templates and continuing to work with city staff to transition those folks. The other component, which was mentioned in the public comment, was the utilization of private property and folks coming out and utilizing the space that was, parking in a shopping mall or so for outdoor business operations. And so that also was extended through the end of this calendar year, with the thinking that there's also some work coming forward that DOT and planning PBCE are doing around parking requirement minimums. And if some of those current restrictions are approved or lifted by council action, then the idea is that we would go into some sort of administrative permit that people could obtain in order to continue expanded business operations on private property. So the other kind of components of alfresco are a little bit different than the specific conversation around street closures.
And Councilmember, I just wanted to add, we're learning, so it's a great opportunity to have Post in San Pedro. We'll learn a lot about how to do it. And going through the process, as Nora spoke to on the pedestrian mall, is not a simple process. It's complex. So understanding how and what streets would make sense after that, we'll use less resource and get better outcomes sooner.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the very thorough answer. And I realize I'm supposed to remember the votes I've taken before, because I do remember now that we took a vote to go by the end of the year, but we only do 10 votes a week, every week for the whole year. So sometimes I forget the details, but appreciate the clarification.
Okay. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because in the conversations with Nora, with your team, we have understood that there likely isn't another path for, say, a closure till the end of the year, for instance, right? When we piloted the closure on San Pedro, it was for, I think it was 6 weekends in a row, right? So it wasn't closed 7 days a week. It was more temporary in nature, and it had an end date. So if we don't get an opportunity for the local emergency order to be extended, my conversations with your staff is that it doesn't look like we could go from June 30th till December 31st, right, with some sort of other emergency order. If we could, I would love to know that as well, right? If you think that there's an opportunity there, because I am concerned that if we don't get to extend the emergency order, then we may end up inevitably in July, at the worst time, right, having to then reopen the street. So,
Thank you, Councilmember. We don't have a firm answer right now. There might, the council has its own police powers, and there might be reasons in a particular area why, with ongoing COVID issues and concerns and increasing disease rates and things like that, that it might make sense to continue to have an outdoor presence, but we don't know that yet. And so my office is going to have to look at whether or not there's another way if the state doesn't continue the orders or the county doesn't continue health orders after June 30th. So we'll continue to explore that too.
Okay, and from how much work and time we've learned that it would take to do the pedestrian mall or any sort of permanent closure, obviously we want that to be the primary work, whether it's hoping that the state allows this option or if your office is able to find how do we extend it for the next year, that would buy us the time that we really need. And so to Councilmember Davis's point, that absolutely is part of the motion, right? That we want that to be there. I don't want to see San Pedro Street reopen, and I don't think anybody does on July 1st. And so that absolutely is part of the direction.
Okay. Any questions? Councilmember Minutes.
Yeah, just a question. So my understanding then, just based on everything that was said, is that there is a way to temporarily close streets, right? We do it for festivals and other such things. And so with that in mind, Nora, I guess what I'm curious, one of the things I'd like to see from your staff is that when we come back, assuming these orders aren't extended, I'd like to better understand that spectrum from temporary to permanent, right? Whether it's 6 months, that's allowed, but if we go 7 months, then that's permanent, right? And so that understanding as it relates to closing after July, assuming the orders aren't granted, I think would be helpful.
We'll look at that also. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just call out one particular issue and all of that, from my very limited knowledge, key word here is taking. If at some point, if we don't have this emergency authority, then we got to go through that longer state process. There could be property owners who have takings claims against us for closing, and so I know we'd all like to avoid that. So it would be a helpful part of the conversation. Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, I was just going to say, probably, and from a lawyer's perspective, probably has a lot to do with does somebody sue you or not. And so
yes, that's exactly.
And so when we did the temporary closure for 6 weeks for on the weekends, we worked with everybody. We felt very comfortable. We got to a point where nobody was going to sue us. And so it may be a very gray area on, it's not 6 months or it's up until the point where somebody decides that you've taken something from them and then they sue you. So I don't know. I'm not the lawyer.
Councilmember Foley.
Well, I'm not a lawyer either, nor do I play one on TV, but I'm grasping with this taking thing. Don't we own the street? Doesn't the city own the street? And aren't we closing down our street, which we own? So what's the taking? I'm trying to, I understand if we're taking private property, but it's our street, which we own, which we control. So I'm just, and this may be way in the weeds, but you keep throwing out the term taking, and I'm thinking, well, it's our road.
As you may remember, with both the City View and the Museum Place projects, we often don't own the road. So it can be a very helter-skelter sort of land use where there are private owners who own to the center of the street, which is very commonplace. And some instances where we do own. So unfortunately, there are many instances where a taking might be something we need to look at.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm completely supportive of the alfresco program and making sure that we can continue it in citywide, whether it's closing streets or not. I don't know that I'd have any streets in District 9 that I'd want to close, but there's certainly businesses that need to stay open with their alfresco program. So we need to make sure that we can continue those programs as well. So I'm really excited actually to see Post Street and San Pedro Square go forward in this way.
Thank you. And I'll try not to trigger any PTSD from law school, but the other challenge with takings, regardless of who owns the street, is takings govern not just who owns land, but who has a property interest. And property interest could include things like getting access. If you have a restaurant, you need to load and unload onto a road. There is an interest there. And so that's what we got to worry about. So anyway, I do very much support what we're doing here. I haven't come down firmly on where exactly I am on whether it's a full or partial closure of San Pedro, but I'm certainly open to both. What I want to understand better when this all comes back, I know James Dobson is here with the fire department. He gave me a litany of reasons why I should be concerned about a closure. And so I'm hoping we can work through some of those concerns because obviously they involve life safety. I am concerned about what happens with the long line of cars on Market Street every time there's a Sharks game. And I guess I shouldn't be that concerned because I guess it will be my successor because I know along the long line of cars, there'll be some guy with a clipboard with a recall petition saying, can you believe they closed the street and you're going to sit in this line for an hour to get parking? So it's issues like that. I think a little bit about, and I think it's good for us to aim before we shoot. So I appreciate very much the imperative of moving forward and certainly on Post Street getting that open for this summer. So I look forward to learning more when we come back. All right, any last comments? Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for open forum, everybody.
Calling user 2.
Oh, my favorite time of the night when I can actually be free from censorship and getting hung up on. You know, I can talk what I want, except for the topics that we touched on, right? You know, don't bring that up because, well, that would be a crime in the Orwellian city of San Jose. Hey, are you guys going to change the city name? You know, because it's related to a saint. Yeah, just call it Jose or something. That would be call it Man Jose. That's what a lot of people call this town. But yeah, good work on the citizen finding baby Brandon. I guess the red light camera, or the speed cameras, and the license plate readers and the traffic cops didn't do it. They weren't cutting it, right? It was a regular old John Q. Citizen that figured it out. Actually, Jane Q. Citizen. Thanks that woman who told us about baby Brandon. But we'll let you guys know that I still hate the speed camera idea. I hate the traffic cop idea. I hate traffic cops. And what can I tell you? I mean, are they the kind of people you want to have over for dinner? I don't. But I want to thank you for censoring me. It makes me want to call in even more. It makes me want to call people's offices even more. I appreciate that you care about what I have to say so much that you censor me. I must be dangerous to you people down there. But it's been a long night. It's been a long day. And this is what I think of all of your ideas and all of your legislation that is always on the wrong side. This is what you need to do.
Brian Darby.
Hi. I'm sorry. Thank you all very much for what you do. I appreciate the effort you. And I was reading in the, I came home sort of frustrated, yada, yada. And then I saw that they found that young baby. And I'll have to apologize to my upstairs neighbor because I let out a yahoo. It went, like the other gentleman said, it was a citizen that did that, but it goes to show all the effort, Mr. Mayor and council people, that the police put into looking for that child. And that's what can happen when we work together. And like it or not, we have to. And I just want to say thank you for what you guys, sorry, I shouldn't say you guys, what you ladies and gentlemen do. And thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay, good. Well, my husband was saying, when I reporting to him about how the environmental services just, saying, hey, we need to put it in their document that we need to mandate, to meet the guidelines. And that, he explained that, but yet the politicians are backtracking on it and not allowing it. And his analysis of it was that the staff are there, they have their job to do, like environmental services, to get us to zero. That's their job. They were given that job, and so they're figuring it out and they're doing their job. and that's how they keep their job. Where the politicians are there to, get votes and to have people like them and businesses like them. And my husband always says it's the Chamber of Commerce that really runs our city. And so, these are the issues that we're facing. And I just wanted to be known that I appreciate Raul Peralez and vote for him second, because of course my highest priority and my biggest vote goes to my son, Marshall Woodmansee, who's running for mayor on a platform of making San Jose a food garden again for our resiliency and to keep fossil fuels in the ground. So he's got my vote, right? However, Raul Peralez has my second vote. And so, that's why we need, what they call priority voting. We really need that. But of course, it didn't pass because the powers that be, that is basically very business oriented and they want to keep business as usual. We didn't get that. And so what we're getting is a lot of fascism that really controls the dialogue. And that's where I really do want we were talking about with Paul Soto at ACLU, looking at why Paul Soto was blocked from ever coming into the chambers, which was wrong. And the document really showed the corruption that was there. He did nothing wrong. And yet you're saying he did.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. Good luck how we can all address the future of Paul Soto's situation. I think that should be an interesting project we can all be willing to think about. To speak to something of the letter I initially wrote to city government and community advocacy last week, the city of San Jose has planned a Viva Calle event from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. This coming Sunday, May Day. The annual San Jose May Day March and Festival is also scheduled for the same route between 12 and 3 p.m. San Jose May Day organizers may or may not have been a part of this Viva Calle planning. I hope we can find the positive of this day and that with patience and good teaching skills, everyone can feel welcome to what is traditionally a day of thought and celebration towards good socialist, communist, and union ideas. In the good goals of working together, the community of San Jose will be offering for this May Day. I hope we can all ask and be working towards a minimal presence and use of law enforcement, surveillance, and its data collection, and that all parts of the community will want to be learning the ideas of how a community itself can better police ourselves. Good luck this upcoming May Day, how we can work. I thought it was of interest that there was like over 5,000 nurses protesting at Stanford Hospital yesterday. It was a good sign that, if nothing else, that I hope that the future of bargaining, people don't have to sign contracts so they can't strike. That's part of the process I think they're going through right now that was started in the 80s. I hope we're learning to work through that. If people want to strike, they should be allowed to strike. And that brings up, good health ideas and just all the good stuff. Good luck how we can all work for peace towards the Ukraine and ask this country not to work towards war.
Blair Carson.
Hi, I just want to say thank you can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just want to say thank you to everybody that took the time to come out, and thank you, Raul Peralez, so much for fighting for our street. It means a lot. To everybody that has a lot of negative things to say, I would say come with a solution instead of just complaints. And I'll quote one of my most favorite things ever that Michelle Obama said: when they go low, we go high. As a San Jose girl, grew up here, single mom, own a salon, own a condo, downtown, love downtown. Somehow we need to get more people activated from the community. And I don't think that it's anything that y'all are doing wrong, but there's a lot of really intelligent people here that have a lot of really great things to offer. And I'm just starting to get involved, so I'm not saying anything is wrong, but like I feel like if there's a way that we can engage the community more, a lot of really positive things can happen. But I also really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And thank you.
Back to the chair.
All right, thank you. The meeting is adjourned, everyone.